I've got an absolute banger of a match. You know it's going to be entertaining. Are you ready?
Nice! This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Houston, Texas, home of the Outlaws and the site of Overwatch League 2020 Week 4. Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. Hello everybody, I'm Uber, welcome back. I'm here joined at the desk. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, you didn't expect me to be here, right? You only found out this morning.
What's up?
Anyway, Johnny reinforced Larson, he's got the warmest neck you've ever seen. We got another Aussie on the desk, or I guess I'm the other Aussie.
We got two.
Who's joining me. And you don't count, Matt, sorry.
Yeah.
Matt, Mr. X Morello also joining us here at the desk this week. A bit of a mix-up. And yeah, we're all going to be ready to go. Just a quick shout out, of course. I want to let Zoe know. Thank you very much for letting me step in here. She's unwell right now, but we hope that she gets well soon. Let's, however, get the show started.
Whoa. Okay, calm down. I know you're the host, okay? You're the host because
like
Zoe
2
is
minutes.
sick.
Yeah.
I get it. But you are still a guest.
Yikes.
With Matt. You're
Okay.
still a guest, okay? So we need to do some rapid fire questions, right? We need to establish some synergy. We need to get to know each other.
Right.
So, me and Costa going to ask you some questions.
You know
Let's get
who I am.
1 minute on the clock, and here we go. Costa, ask something insightful.
Who has the better shoe game between you two?
Me.
You? Really?
Who has the better facial hair?
Me.
Who's better at Overwatch?
Me.
Okay, well, this
Who is cleanlier between you two?
Probably him. He only takes baths. He only takes
You
baths.
only take
I
baths?
like bass,
Is
bro.
that cleaner?
Yeah.
Okay, who's cheaper? Who likes to spend less money?
Me?
Probably him. Yeah.
You're everything.
How do I have a larger sneaker collection than
Who
you?
eats the most food?
Oh, definitely not me.
I eat
Oh,
so
yeah,
much.
that's me.
I eat a
Getting
whole
the
day.
most.
He's got another
Yeah.
foot on him, so who spends more on accessories? Ooh,
There we go.
really?
Yeah.
Probably?
Okay, tricky one. Who gets more love from the fans?
Me, because his are all paid fans. He pays all of them.
Ah, that's a smart thing
I
to
love
do.
your emotion, Matt. Thank you for working with us here.
Alright,
Just gas my
alright,
boy
who
up,
has
that's what
more
he goes.
swag?
Probably him.
Oh my.
I mean, it depends what you mean.
You
Yeah.
gotta
Okay,
take.
okay, not picking between you two, okay?
Who has
What
cooler
is your favorite
shirts?
fruit?
Pineapple.
Matt, do you eat fruit?
Oh, look at deer in headlights.
He doesn't even have fruit.
don't really
He doesn't
eat
eat fruit.
Do you know what fruit is?
Yeah, I know what fruit is. I don't eat any of it.
That's
though.
why. Yeah, that's why you didn't grow properly, bro. You gotta eat-
Yeah,
Okay, one
exactly.
final one. One
Dude, they
final
had to,
one.
They had to put my chair on a box.
One final one, okay? Mitch,
Yeah.
Right.
you like pineapple?
Yeah.
Pineapple on pizza.
Yes.
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 Man
Absolutely.
of culture. I
It's got to
see.
be an Aussie
My
thing.
man knows. That's it. You don't have to like Vegemite to like pineapple on pizza. That's the way it goes. All right, look, before we break down all the matches, let's have a look at this guy's power rankings going into week 4. Johnny, you
would be
put
really
these
cool.
together for us. Let's have a
Yep.
look. Fusion move up to 3rd, while the NYXL slid to 5th place.
Yep.
Washington dropped all the way to number 18. after last week's
18,
performance.
Johnny.
All right,
Come
They're
on.
overrated.
I know they had a
Come on,
bad
dog.
week, but that's a bit low, right?
No, not really. I mean, they lost to Paris, they lost to Philly, and they got swept by London. So I think it's actually pretty justifiable here because London beat them, so they need to be above them. I think Dallas and Florida are both better than Washington. Come
What?
on, you
They
can't
got
argue with
reverse
that.
swept, not swept.
I like
Yeah.
Florida. I think Florida's all right.
Yeah, I think Florida are pretty good. I think you have
No,
them
yeah, but
in as-
Florida above Washington?
Okay, well,
Yeah, they should both be significantly higher,
you
right?
have them at
Probably, yeah.
15th in
What
your
has
power rankings.
Washington accomplished?
They've been pretty
They
solid.
haven't been bad. Like,
Yeah.
they've lost, but they haven't looked, like, horrific.
They don't deserve
Who
to
has
be
been worse?
18. You're saying the only teams worse than them in the league is Boston and Houston.
Who has been worse?
I don't know.
Silence.
Dallas.
Crickets.
Dallas
has been worse.
probably,
No.
yeah.
Dallas over Washington, yes.
Okay, well, there's a little bit more to unfold, I guess.
Scott got
Hopefully-
something you're
We're
doing
going to get
for
more
10.
information. There's a lot of teams that haven't played in those rankings yet either, so we'll get there. We do at least have a great set of matches to start off week number 4. The Toronto Defiant take on the Atlanta Reign, who are making their season debut. The London Spitfire will face the Outlaws in front of their rowdy fans in Houston. Let's hope that gives them a boost. But kicking off today is going to be New York versus Florida. The NYXL, they've had a great start to the season, going 3-1, losing only to the red-hot Philadelphia Fusion. Hotbar has integrated well with the likes of Jonak and SBB, but Matt, what has impressed you most about this NYXL team so far this season?
So I don't think the loss to Philly is like as bad as it may seem like in the long run. What I look for the NYXL roster to really improve on is once hero pools come into play, they have a lot of depths where they're able to cover a lot of that, right? With Nene, Liberos, SBB, Who Are You? I think that's where this team will excel. They'll have a lot of pieces, a lot of smart players to put in a lot of those roles who will be able to cover any type of situation.
Yeah, I feel they're a bit more of a team in transition right now because they used to be pretty passive and fall back, etc. But then against Philly, they actually showed some aggression in the second half. So you can tell that they're trying to adapt, right?
But it's not always working, right? They seem too aggressive at times.
They're transitioning. They're working on it. So we can see here they're using a lot of ultimates early in fights, right? They're trying to be the first to engage, but Philadelphia, they backed off. So it just speaks to New York. They're a bit rough, but they're trying some new stuff. So I'm not hitting the panic button just yet. They're actually trying to be aggressive for once, and I like that.
I think the issue becomes is their DPS lineup. I haven't really been impressed with Sibiolbi and HuAyu playing sort of in this front line. Sibiolbi's just not really matching up to these incredible McCrees we've seen this season. And then you have HuAyu's just dying a lot. Doesn't really seem comfortable on the May. With that said, NYXL has announced on Twitter that they will be playing with Nene and Libero today, so maybe we'll see some different signs from them. Maybe we'll see meta, maybe we'll see something different.
Okay, so my biggest worry is you're taking out Sabiolbi, right? Who is going to shot call? Because I think Nene, he has to prove that if he's going to play the McCree, that he can actually guide his team forward and be like, yo, I want to engage here. I want to take my McCree here and get some picks. So we need to see who can shot call for New York if Sabiolbi is out.
I think it's just you're going to have to, I think as the league goes on, you're going to have to rotate players in like this. Like, maybe you don't know if they're going to set things up where maybe like SBB and HuAyu are a little bit of a combo and they work on certain things. And then you have Libero and Nene as well. You can see the starting lineup. I mean, nothing surprising outside of the damage dealers, right? I think, like you mentioned earlier, Johnny, trying to play more aggressive. I think that's something that when you bring Hotba into the lineup instead of Meko really like defensive-oriented player. Hotba, he just goes. So I think it just kind of gives them a little bit of a different look. I think that as the future, I think it'll be beneficial for them. I think it's one thing we've always knocked New York is that they're such a reactive team, not like a proactive team, where if they can get a little bit of both now, I think they're in a better spot.
There's actually a lot to unpack here. I wonder how Libero sort of fits in as a more consistent player into a roster that's become more aggressive and a little bit more pitchy. That's something to keep an eye on. But facing New York is a retooled Florida team who's been a little bit up and down from what we've seen from them so far. We've seen the Mayhem make a few lineup adjustments, mid-game or during their matches early on this season. But here's their starters for today. Matt, what stands out to you here?
Well, we casted their first game where they looked really strong and they had this lineup in. They played the Gargoyle in it. And then the second game we played, I believe they played double main tank. They had Karayan in, Fade in, and they ended up losing. I like going back to Gargoyle. I think towards the end of last year, he was one of their best players. So I think putting him in the lineup at the start here in this week 4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well that they have Fate starting this time. This is the first time we've seen Fate start over Karayan. They did play the double main tank, but this is the first time where single main tank Fate is coming in.
Do you think he plays Orisa or he is going to play the Rhine?
I think you'll see him on the Rhine. I think he hasn't really performed very well over the last, I would say, year on the Reinhardt, but there's so many factors. He was on the Valiant, and I can tell you for
what happened on the Valiant?
It wasn't great. So we struggled.
Scott's hands are shaking as soon as he mentions his name, bro.
They had another tank, but they played him on Lucia.
Yeah. Not like that. Come on, man. Don't throw me under the bus.
Good Lord.
But for me, the thing that's been a shining light for this roster has been Gangnam Jin on the flex support. He's been really good. He's been incredibly consistent. And I like that they have him full-time because we did see Byram take a stint last time they played.
Absolutely, and so here we see the stats between Jonak and Gangnam Jin. Of course, these are some of the best flick supports in the league. And if you look statistically, Jonak has the upper hand on most of these stats, but I still think it's a comparison that needs to be done because Gangnam Jin, he is a rising star, and in my opinion, his biotic grenades were sometimes the shining light of Florida Mayhem in their past games.
Why are we doing my man dirty like that, putting a head-to-head against Jonak? Everybody's numbers are bad.
That's a benchmark, though. I mean, the fact that he's standing so close to it, both these players are like 1 in 3 sleep darts are hitting. Yeah. I mean, Gangnam Jin probably wants to be compared to someone like Jonak or Jae-Hong.
And when you're playing on NYXL, it's really easy to have good stats, right? Especially with the teams that NYXL has played against. While I think the Florida Mayhem has had a much harder schedule, so those stats being very comparable, they're great. Those stats being comparable is actually probably more of a good sign for Gangnam Jin than it is Jonak.
Right, well, our second match of the day features the resilient Defiant taking on the Atlanta Reign, who are making their season debut. Shore4, Beast Halo, and the rest of Toronto have looked great in their first 2 matches, even though they lost, and then went toe-to-toe with Philadelphia last weekend, proving that they are a team to watch out for. Custer, why should Atlanta be keeping a close eye or respecting sort of Shore4 and Agilities in this match?
You saw they started with Logics and Agilities last week, and they just really struggled to get anything done. Carpe was just walking all over them. So once they put in Surefour and agilities, I actually think you saw so much space just come out for the team. They had Surefour just sort of being aggressive, making moves, and actually just making plays, which just opened it up for everyone else. On top of that, you have the Toronto Defiant willing to play dive, willing to sort of mix things up and play to their strengths with agilities on the Doomfist and the Genji. So that's why you have to fear this team, because you never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and looking at Defiant's roster as well, I feel like these players individually, they just are a bit more aggressive, right? So you probably want Surefour in to guide his team forward rather than sit back with logic. So I want to see more of Surefour in this team.
Yeah, I love watching Surefour and Agilities play. They're two players who can just take over a game, right?
Yeah.
I know sometimes they, like Agilities, I think specifically, right? Sometimes like he'll go in and make a play, you're like, nah, maybe not. But then the next time he goes in, he like ends up killing everybody.
kills
Like, yeah, so you'll live and die with that, I think.
It was the Havana play, I think, from Logic's. That was interesting as well. Like, it's clear to see he has pop-off potential, but maybe this is the more sort of consistent pairing that we could see from Toronto. We'll have to see. The Atlanta Reign, though, they're playing on stage for the first time this season. Now, we know Baby Bay and Dogman are back. The Reign have also made some pretty darn nifty off-season pickups, picking up Edison and Fire. Reinforce, I mean, here it is. Here's the 12 box. Who are we looking out for?
Pretty much everyone. I mean, this is a stacked roster overall, right? There's a lot of great names on this team. I'm looking out for players like Hawk and Edison and Erster. I think they're all great
Edison
players.
and Erster on the same team.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But there's a Swede in the pack. We gotta talk about Sharp because he
Panda
is
Bear is
incredible.
back.
And it's not only because he's Swedish. And I tweeted out this fall that you should be trying to sign
2019.
Sharp.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
2019.
Scheduled tweet. Yep.
See the date. Now, Dallas could have actually promoted him from the academy, but instead, Sharp, he wanted to play for Atlanta. And I mean, this guy's hit scan ability is just unbelievable. His McCree, his Tracer, his Widowmaker, it's just Overwatch League quality. I mean, it's top tier, right? So I want to see him in the mix, not only because he is Swedish, but because he actually provides those pop-off moments that will.
But mostly because he's Swedish.
But okay, you say that. You can talk as much good stuff about Sharp, but Edison, you said it. He has been incredible on GCU Busan in Korean contenders. He's a hit scan specialist. And I think you won't see much time of Sharp playing over Edison.
Well, you also have Erster as well.
Yeah.
Like Erster, like he's obviously not a new addition to the roster. He was on the team last year, but like the stage 4 last year, he was unbelievable. Like in every role he had to play, like in terms of the damage dealers. So I think you look at Erster, right? You kind of build this around like, dude, Erster and Edison, like I want to see those two play together. Like that would be nuts.
Come on, can we do like a Houston Outlaws thing where we just sub out Edison and Sharp?
That's
all the
going
time?
great for them right now.
Yeah, no, but you know, best of both worlds.
Bro, you know how long these days are running? We need some more 3-0s, bro. Put Edison and Erster out there, dude. Get these games over.
They're gonna win regardless.
I think Sharp's probably too smart to play on this roster a lot of the time. It's better that he's.
I hate it when that happens to people.
Look, it happens all the time, right? Like
People
it's
just become too
Like
smart.
it's just a part of the league. Any other game, you'd see that. Any other coach would be the same darn thing. Cheers, Moon. Coming up next, though, can the hosting Houston Outlaws stop their losing streak against the London Spitfire today? We'll have to see.
a big fan favorite. The Houston Outlaws are in their 3rd season.
Expectations have always been high from Houston.
We know that they are capable of more, but it has been an uphill battle for them trying to meld these two rosters together.
Big move by the Outlaws in the offseason.
Blase capitalizes. Jexy doing some serious work, cracking skulls, and the Outlaws glide on through to B.
And he's opening up for Boomer. The Outlaws are the ones coming out on top. And that is what you want to see if you're a Houston fan.
Houston Outlaws have won their first map of 2020 and they stay alive in this series.
The fan base has been described as enthusiastic at times, rabid at other times, rabid at other times.
Please welcome London Spitfire.
This ain't your father's London, it's not even your grandfather's London. It's a brand new team.
They set records today. Records. A rookie team. I can't believe it. The London Spitfire going with complete aggression.
The Outlaws, they are looking mighty fine.
London versus Houston dates back to the inaugural season of the Overwatch League, with the Outlaws actually leading the overall series 4-3. The Spitfire had the first reverse sweep of the 2020 season against the Washington Justice this past weekend. Yeah, the crowd loving them. London looks to play spoiler once more in front of the home team's fans. These guys have to walk into all these arenas, get booed, and they have to turn up on top. Reinforce, what should Houston focus on here outside of trying to draw energy from their fans?
Well, it has to be Glister, right? He's just stepping into the shoes of Prophet, and essentially they're filling the same role, right?
Feels like it.
When the London Spitfire, they look a bit weak, you know, they're on the edge of losing a match, just Glister starts popping off and just does incredible things. So Glister, you gotta watch out for that guy because he is the new carry of the Spitfire.
I actually really liked how JMac played last week, though. I think they were playing more aggressive and really enabling him. We talked about him in the past, and he was really struggling because they were playing passive, so he just was walking forward into May walls, getting isolated, dying first a lot of the time. But he's been really impressive in these last couple of matches.
Really?
With the style change.
He's been okay.
No, with the style change of the team, I think he's been really strong. He's been the forefront of the aggression. He's the reason there was a 4.31 meter London Spitfire full hold on Dorado.
4.31. He did his homework. He did the number.
He did the math.
He did the math.
I even stumbled on it after doing the math. It's terrible.
Look, very, very quick on this team. I absolutely think these guys are way more coachable. They're way more heavily coached now. I got to speak to the staff a little bit back. I think we're in New York, I think, at the time. And these are young guys that are hungry. Internally, I don't think it behaves anything like the old London team. So, like I said, I'm pretty bullish on these guys. But the Outlaws on the other side, they may have horns, but I'm not bullish on them. They've had a very tough start to the season, losing all 4 of their matches so far. They've kind of stuck to the same rotation of players throughout, and they seem to struggle, guys, you correct me if I'm wrong, but to adapt during the matches. We've seen a lot of blase on DPS, especially the hit scan, but there are reports that NYXL might be getting the nod today. If we see NYXL, how will he impact the team, Johnny?
Well, I mean, it's essentially a whole new team, right? Because I think, sure, it's a 6-man game, but at the same time, your McCree has to be a great player, right? And I think that NYXL really needs to fill that role, and it's a fresh start for the Houston Outlaws. I think they've been really down on themselves as of late, but I think if you get some fresh blood on that McCree spot, and we know what NYXL has done in the past, I actually think Houston Outlaws might feel revitalized going into this.
And I think it's a great game to start NYXL. I think I saw a bunch of tweets from him that he didn't feel confident in his play, but...
No, he just said, I'm not sick, I'm just bad.
Yeah, but I mean, look...
He's wrong!
Yeah, you can't be that bad. I mean, look, if you put him in front of the home crowd and they start to cheer him and you get... All he needs is like one good start to the series, like get a few kills in the beginning, loosen up a little bit, everybody go crazy for him. And he's a confidence player, I think. Like as soon as he starts to see like he's being effective.
It feels like Logic's to me.
Yeah, a little bit. Like once the snowball starts to go downhill, like he just kind of takes over.
And we've seen this in the past. He's been around since the closed beta, and he was the original Widow OG. And the
Creation Esports links
he was Finland's gift to esports, and he has been that because once he started hitting shots, there was no catching up. Once he gets that confidence and that head full of steam, he just kills your entire team. So that's the NYXL we need to see. And if we do see that NYXL, I think London can be in trouble.
All right, well, we got to keep cracking on, guys. The season is still young, and sometimes we all get a little bit too hyped. You know, so do you guys on Reddit. Trust me, I read that stuff. We get excited and maybe a little bit too optimistic. Johnny, What team do you think we're seeing with rose-tinted glasses right now?
Well, I gotta bring it up again. It's the Washington Justice, right? I don't think they've had a great season so far. Okay, they were off to a good start. I mean, they did play pretty close.
This is Stratus
Philadelphia Fusion. But at the end of the day, I mean, they've just lost 3 matches in a row, and the only team they've beaten is the Houston Outlaws. So I don't really think that this team deserves as much praise as they do. I mean, I know we love Corey. He's a role star. Stratus, he's funny on stage, and they got some great players like Elevate, Swedish guy. Love to see it. But at the end of the day, they just haven't performed up to par. And
I'm really sick of you.
Maybe they were sick.
It's like half the roster was good.
Yeah. Need to perform better, in my opinion, before we start rating this team.
I don't know.
I'm going to say the Boston Uprising.
What?
I'm going to go with Boston. They do get their first win. They're on the up and
Who's
up.
looking at these guys for roasting the glasses?
But I see this desk the other week. They're just Jerry's the best this, Jerry's the best that.
No.
You know who came to visit me during the week? I'm 37 came to visit me.
What did he say?
He was like, bro, don't do this to another guy.
This is almost...
Jerry's going to be the commissioner next week, the president after that. Like, I think you guys got to slow it down a little bit.
He's a funny lad.
I don't think he's the best. I just think that I love him, and if anyone hurts him, I will chase him down.
All right, listen.
no.
All right. We don't need any more Jerry
Jerry
stands,
play.
okay, bro? It's fine. Look, this is almost as bad as Amon when the Hunters played against the Titans, that bloody companion stream that I won't name because you guys are still farming money while we're doing your job for you.
Yeah, we're at it.
Like, that, everyone got so hyped about that to ridiculous levels.
All right. But let's move on. I think the team that I'm seeing through rose-tinted glasses, it's not as relevant as you guys, but the Mayhem, because they're a team that a lot of people are just rating really high because there have been positive signs. But
Johnny.
we do, Johnny. You're irrelevant though. So we do need to pull back a little bit on giving them too much hype, because it's the kind of thing that they are now playing the NYXL. Are they going to be able to step up? If they win this match, then I'll take the glasses off and it'll be true. But if this is going to be their first real test, and I really want to see how they step up.
500% win.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good numbers.
That is.
You're a math guy. You just did the Dorado math. Can you break down this math for me? That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm half an engineer, and I want to say this number might be fudged.
Okay. Right.
But I dropped out, so who knows?
See, that's it. Get wrecked. I at least finished it. They're never going to drop an engineer.
I'll support any team with a 500% win percentage.
Big shout out to production, by the way. We just created a whole segment by superimposing sunglasses emoji over a bunch of footage. I don't know how we managed to do it every time.
We've peaked.
We break the wall.
Peak production value.
Ridiculous. We are just a little bit away, though, by the way, from going to Houston with our first match of the day. But first, we have predictions next.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renter's insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
What up, DC? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, what you've all been waiting for.
Oh my goodness! Oh my word, from the top ropes! Bye, see you later.
Grab your grandmother or your father, your mother, get them sat down on the sofa. You don't want to be missing this match.
That dog has no idea what is going on, but he loves it anyway.
Jerry, he's on your flank. Jerry, 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 Jerry.
J to the E to the double R-Y.
Raw, you absolute madman. Where are you going? Where are you going, Axiom? Where are you going?
The fatty shatty comes down to seal the deal.
And Corey's demolishing. That kind of precision is not natural. Someone check that boy's mouse. Callisto with the Death Blossom.
Oh,
The atmosphere in here is electric.
They crack it open in the nick of time.
Someone stop this man.
What is that, Dante?
Welcome to the war.
Saddle up, nerds. It's prediction time. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. The guest spot and Zoe's stonks are going way up. Look at this. Why don't they put Matt's face? Fair.
Yeah, what's Matt doing there?
Reinforce the
prettiest of the
You
guests.
guys are on the down and down now. Like, you're looking to rebound this weekend, right?
I've taken some risks that haven't really paid off.
Yeah.
So my solution is to just keep taking risks. That's how it works. I'm a great
Why is it that
casino
this is the first, like, well, okay, you're the most recent pro player to get on the desk and you literally have no idea what you're talking about? Like, what's going on?
You just got
Reddit was right, bro!
Dude, for the last 2 years I've been playing, I've just been, my greatest gift and skill is convincing people that I know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
His brain is so
it
big.
didn't work in the Valley though, did it? Coach saw straight through you.
Moonsaw straight through my flag.
All right. So Mr. X's picks will be counting for the guest spot this week, and Zoe submitted her picks by carrier pigeon. Mine are there as well, just so I feel included. Everyone agrees that New York, Atlanta, and London will be victorious today. From the 3 matches though, which one's actually going to be close?
I was actually this close to predicting Florida because New York have not.
You can't say that when you don't. Put your money where your mouth is.
Close.
You're soft,
I'm
bro.
at the bottom though. I'm at the bottom. I need these wins.
I'm excited
That's
for
how you get wins though. Like, you can't pick the same
Toronto,
team.
Atlanta's going to be good too.
Or I fall to the bottom, further to the bottom.
I mean, you played on Valiant. Bro, like, you've been there, bro. You can tell me what you took photos. You sent me a damn postcard from the bottom, bro. You knew Rock Bottom had a basement.
We are just throwing shots at Scott today.
I'm just taking punches right now. I miss Zoe.
Which ones?
Johnny hasn't played for a team in a while, so we don't have.
Which ones want to be
shots
close?
to
Quickly.
throw at.
What's a close game today?
Houston, London.
Get out.
I mean,
By default, by default.
Linkster, man, it's insane. Linkster's insane.
Matt, can you add
I know
some
they have
sanity
Linkster,
real quick?
but
I think Toronto, Atlanta will be interesting. I think Atlanta's first game, plus the different things that Toronto can throw at you, whether they bring out like a dive or some kind of, whether they run the May McCree. I think it could be interesting for Atlanta.
no, I think Houston.
I
London
think
will be
Florida could be a trap game for New York. I think
Matt
that's
said
something to
it.
look out for. I want to see if New York can, if they actually play Brig Lucio and get aggressive, or they try and play around.
Now we've
try and
hyped up
have
every
fun.
series evenly.
Every series.
Now you
Quickly.
should just tune in.
Last remarks.
I just want to see Atlanta play. Like, this is a team that has a lot of hype coming in. They have a stacked roster, like we said before. I just want to see them play and see if they live up to the hype, because a lot of people have them like top 4, top 5. So can they live up to that?
Smartest thing you've said all pre-show.
All right, wow, it had to happen at the end. That's it, everybody, for Watchpoint Pre-Show, presented to you by State Farm. We're now heading off to Houston to start things off. Saddle up, it's going to be great. NYXL versus Mayhem coming at you.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Texas. The Lone Star State. Where conflict is settled the old-fashioned way. And even an outlaw can find redemption.
Welcome back, y'all. We are live in Texas. You guys pumped up?
What is that, Dante? Houston Outlaws, just when you thought it was over, not quite yet.
Jonak and the NYXL are ready to put the competition to sleep, but Florida's set on bringing the mayhem.
What a sleep dot!
Maybe it's not just some new colors for Florida. Maybe it's actually a brand new look.
Baby Bay, Urster, and Dogman make their debut as Atlanta looks to reign supreme.
Atlanta Rain making it happen! They shut down NYXL again!
And the Houston Outlaws aim to defend their home turf and show us what Texas Overwatch is all about.
We've got a big old Texas show for you today.
We've seen how Dallas hosts a homestand, but now it's time for Houston to ante up. They say everything's bigger in Texas. It's time to find out.
Finally, Overwatch has come home to Houston in front of a packed crowd here today. It is looking like a really good day of Overwatch.
Fans are really excited, love to see the energy. That's what we expect from the Houston fans. You know, they've always been such a passionate group. I can speak to that more than most people.
So, you know, it's a good thing. I'm ZP here with Jake, and I gotta say, all in all, this crowd, they are pumped to see a Houston Outlaws turnaround.
Yeah, definitely. But we've got some great matches coming up before that. Really exciting day, I think. All these matches should be really close.
Yep, and of course, you take a look at the standings. One thing there that maybe not everyone predicted at the start of the seasons, but certainly Philly faithful did. They are #1.
Yeah, definitely Philly coming out strong, but still a lot of teams yet to play. So I'd say take these standings with a grain of salt. We're very early in the season.
Well, of course, today's schedule coming at you. Of course, later in the day, it's going to be the Defiant taking on the Rain moving forward. And of course, the Spitfire taking on the hometown Houston Outlaws. But to kick off the day, we got the New York Excelsior taking on the Florida Mayhem.
These teams are actually remarkably close. Despite the fact that New York has come out on top in previous matches, it's Florida looks so good. This new roster, this new look, it's really producing good results for them.
And it's definitely an interesting season for Florida and what they've been able to do where, you know, really it's been a new look. But you take a look here, we got Fusion, the Outlaws, and Fusion, well, it was an interesting tale, I'd say.
Yeah, quite similar results, really. Both teams beating the Outlaws, but both teams falling to Fusion. So this could spell quite a close matchup here between New York and Florida.
And Fusion, of course, have been kind of the benchmark, but we got to see how the teams match up against each other. But if they've been the benchmark, it's been a tough one to beat, where Florida definitely struggling a bit against the Fusion.
I love this clip. You can just see how aggressive the players of Florida are. It always seems like Florida's starting the fights. You know, you've got Gangnam Jim, who's been successful here. He's just caught off by Poco. So, you know, Philly's aggression has really been shutting down a lot of these teams.
And when I look at Fusion, too, I think about how they've been able to play the McCree and the May. Carpe's look great, Ivy's look great. But, of course, you take a look. That was Fusion versus Mayhem, but now New York, they didn't fare a whole lot better.
No, but once again, you can see, look, it's always these plays from Philly. They're starting the fights. They're leading it in. You know, they're losing this fight with Jonak's Nano Boost. That's not something we expect from New York.
And you take a look at New York, too. They've really been relying a lot on Jonak, and I feel like Jonak's been pressured to make a lot of hero plays. And you think about Jonak overall, he's someone that we expect to have those hero plays. Let's take a look at some of them.
Okay. The cart's not moving at all, yeah.
Swimmer v Jonak. Swimmer in his debut, Jornak. Ah, come on.
He is basically a third DPS, even though he's playing in that support role.
Jonak doing what Jonak does.
Same positioning, Jornak. Oh, he gets dumped upon. Oh, very cheeky. No! What? Oh, that's a yikes.
It's just unfair. When I grow up, I want to be Jonak. That is ridiculous. Jonak comes to life, says, I will do it by myself.
I'm not gonna lie, this is actually gross. Color Hex is dominating on this Hanzo.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Jonak.
Okay, Jonak, just doing his thing as per usual.
One does not simply challenge the Octopus King. I gotta say, if I was a coach for an Overwatch League team, I'd be just calling out Jonak. I'd want X-Rev his back. Very sturdy.
Yeah, you've got to focus this guy down. It seems like no one's able to succeed against New York unless they can target down Jonak. But as shown in those clips, he's elusive. He's difficult to take out. Sometimes the DPS come for him, and he's the one who comes out with the kill.
And I feel like part of the reason why I've been seeing Jonak go out of his way to try and do a little bit more in the last few weeks is that you look at the DPS line, it's been a bit of a struggle. Who are you on May? Maybe not his most comfortable hero. Tough start to the season, I'd say.
You know, I think of Who Are You as a player who wants to be on those aggressive flankers. He wants to be making solo plays, breaking things open for his team, but May is just not really played that way in this current patch. You need to be a little more defensively minded, caring for your backline, and that could be causing some of the issues that we've seen with New York, especially against Philly.
Well, you've seen the highlights, but now let's see the team themselves. Let's give it up for the New York Excelsior. Of course, New York, a team that right now has been looking a little bit more mortal than people might expect at the beginning of the season, but we have some roster swaps in here. It's back to the Nene Libero show.
Very interesting. I'm not surprised at all to see Libero come in. I think of him as a more natural May player. He's succeeded on the Junkrat, on the Hanzo in the past, and those are very similar heroes as May. You know, you want to play that backline, you know, projectile role at the most fundamental level, and I think Libero's more calm and reserved style is actually going to benefit the team overall. Nene is a bit more of a surprise, but he's also been a total monster, and of course, Jonak's not going anywhere.
A lot of Jonak fans here in Houston. But of course, we got the opposition. They're heading on out. It's a Florida Mayhem. Florida, if any year could be Florida's year, maybe it's this year where they've reworked a lot of their roster, players with a lot of potential coming out of the contender scene. And so far, it's been a promising start to the season for Mayhem.
I also want to say I do love the rebrand. That pink and blue looks so good, especially on these new jersey designs. Those are pretty sweet. I kind of want to pick one up. But I'm definitely excited to see Fate play. You know, he's a player who he's had his ups and downs maybe, but I've always thought of him as a really consistent and dominant main tank player. So I'm excited to see him back in this lineup that's having a little more success. What can he do to lead this team to victory?
Yeah, and for main tank, sometimes it's about having the right team around you. Of course, Overwatch is a team game, and main tank, more than other roles, often is just dependent on who's around you. But talking about Florida stories right now, Yaki has been a story.
Yaki's been so dominant on this May, really having a great performance across the whole season. And being able to play a comfort hero just makes such a big difference. He's been a player who's able to have that high impact on May. I mean, these are some impressive stats. I think these speak for themselves, really.
Yeah, and this is what you want right now in this meta, of course, with hero pools on the horizon. May, perhaps, may not be in play. We don't know just yet, but for how well it is, it's really good to just have a May in your back pocket.
I mean, get your wins now, right? Like, you know, get value out of a player who's this good at May. You know, this is exactly what you're hoping for when it comes to a meta that just breaks in your favor. That's exactly what you want as a team. Get that momentum building early in the season.
It's easy to forget, but a win right now means just as much as a win at the end of the season when you have to get that final W to get into playoffs. Make your life a little bit easier. Just do well now.
You know, and I think it's especially important when you have a new roster like the Florida Mayhem does now, right? These players need to gel together, and having some wins under your belt to build that confidence together, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, first map here today, it's going to be Ilios heading right at you. And it's going to be interesting to see how New York goes about this year, where New York, of course, last time around they were with Sabiel B and Who Are You. This time, going to be Libero and Nene. And I expect it to be a little bit more controlled from New York, but also perhaps a little bit better in the poke game.
Well, I think Ilios is a great map to start off on because we get to see some of the strategic preferences of these teams. You know, Ruin's a map where teams like to run Widow a lot. This has been known as really the best Widow map in the entire game. Almost as long as Overwatch has been out, Widow has been dominant here on Ruin. So Expect to see some sweet Widow duels here, see how Nene can do against BQB. And then as well as we get onto that Wells stage, I wonder if either team will bring out Narissa.
So both teams getting ready to head out the gates, and it's not going to be a Widow v Widow battle to start things out. Nene swapping over to the McCrees, so New York, they're going to be going more for the control the point and avoid sightlines.
New York should have the brawling advantage on point, but if BQB can find that one pick, it could completely change the game.
BQBs we're going to look at to start things out here. New York right now avoiding the sidelines, going to the right, trying to not really give BQB great angles. BQB going to be rotating around. Meanwhile, New York just focusing on the point, waiting for things to unlock.
New York, they need to find an opportunity to close the gap, but BQB in a rough position right now, not really able to put any pressure on. That's going to give Nene a momentary advantage.
BQB still looking for anything. Meanwhile, New York moving a little bit forward. Ice walls coming out early. The Mayhem right now approaching on both sides. Nice bio nade into the back, but BQB taken out by Onabo. Meanwhile, Nene here on the point, well protected. New York at a man advantage and in a pretty good spot right now, Jake.
Gargoyle has to stay on the flank, wants to go in, tries to take him down, but immediately slept by Jonak. Great play.
And for New York, that was just easy cleanup towards the end. They get the early pick on the BQB. It was Onamo able to swoop around the back. I think there was a little bit of pressure from other members at the same time, and just easy cleanup after that.
Yeah, clutch headshot by Nene sets BQB low, and I'm sure that's called out. Onamo following up so quickly. New York staying as a tightly grouped pack right now. They want to get ready to rush and play their advantage with this McCree at the close range.
New York right now, staying on the high ground. Florida looking for a way around and take a little bit. Uh-oh, Libero in a little bit of trouble there. New York having the drop down to deal with that immediately as Nene finds fate. Papa, meanwhile, working on the outskirts in Florida. They just want to disengage off this game.
The aggression was so important there. Gangnam Jim already has his nano boost ready, but it wasn't up just in time. So New York playing their advantages, using their ults, and crossing this 50% barrier. The question is, what can Florida do to break this open? Gonna switch over to a McCree of their own.
I think the McCree makes sense here. They weren't getting a whole lot off the Widow immediately, and now they can play a little bit more close up in Florida immediately. Trying to go through. No! BQB got caught out! Couldn't get with the rest of his team, and Nene there in the finish.
Massive shatter from Mono there to get the cleanup. This is so important, actually. You could interpret that as wasting an ult, but dropping the shatter there means that Florida's not charging most of their ults while that fight goes long. So this is really last chance for Florida, and normally you'd expect them to have a big ultimate advantage when the point is this much in favor of New York, but it's not really there for them. I mean, Chris doesn't even have his beat ready, so if New York is properly aggressive with his self-destruct, and Libero, oh, what a great setup play. With no sound barrier, it's going to be rough to try and survive this.
He's just waiting, going, please, come down this lane instead of the other, but he's still fine with this at the same time. Blizzard ready, Yaki already down, the Blizzard's been set out, and Florida right now might have to freeze. Fate taken out, and Nene, easy cleanup, and New York in just full control the entire round.
This is just complete domination from New York. Not much chance for Florida to come back. They are going to commit the sound barrier, but Gargoyle already out of his mech suit. Nene with the nano boost. That's not the alliteration you're hoping for if you're the Florida Mayhem here.
I think across the board, New York right now, just looking far more composed. Their initiations.
I mean, you just can't ask for more than that in a Koth round. Just every fight clinical, the setups looking great. New York seeming like they have a really great understanding of how to play this meta, and looks like the Nene Libero swap is really paying off, but too soon to tell exactly how this series will break down as we move on to our next Koth stage.
We don't want to do the classic caster thing where we just make broad assumptions off one round. It is, of course, 2 rounds out of 3 here on Control, and things can flip, but it is a very, very promising start for New York right now.
Yeah, I mean, 100-0 is pretty rare. Usually we'll see the opposing team flip it at least once if that's all they get, but no fights won at all so far for the Florida Mayhem, so they're going to make a big switch here. It looks like coming out on this Sombra Doom that we saw Toronto have so much success with before, so we could be seeing the potential meta shift here. The question is, will it work out in the face of Nene's McCree?
It's going to really rely on what early hacks they get and how Yaki is able to frame these early engagements. Right now, New York, respecting the Doom, they're holding back up. They're not giving Yaki an easy engage.
The really interesting thing is Florida's keeping their support so defensively positioned that really allows them to keep these divers alive.
Well, Libero, I mean, they go a little bit far back. I think on the bottom, but meanwhile, Fate getting isolated, taken down. Libero and Fate both out of the fight, 5-on-5. Yaki, oh! Is Yaki gone? He is! Hoppa was able to knock him right off the ledge. And that's going to be New York taking first control once again.
And Fate falling so early, not really able to get too much charge on his Primal Rage. It's a crucial ultimate when you're playing dive. The Primal can really split up the opposing team, allow your high mobility divers to get the value they're hoping for. But Fate, without the Primal, is going to be struggling to actually get in here and get value. We see Nene rotating back to the high ground. This is so important. He's on that high ground defensively as the enemies has to push in.
It's a long walk for McCree. In an age of jet boots, McCree prefers the old-fashioned method, I suppose. We do have Florida immediately diving in. Fate leading the way, looking for anything. They got the early hack on the Libero, but New York right now able to shrug it off. Now looking towards the other end, Mono hanging on to the Earth Shatter, moving forward. Fate, meanwhile, still getting poked down the side, taken down by Hoppa, relentlessly finishing him off. As Mono goes, when do I get the drop of the Shatter?
Hoppa is just being so aggressive right now, not letting anyone from the Florida Mayhem arrest. That's exactly what you want out of your Diva against this dive, and Florida going to be pushed to reset again. Nene picks off BQB. That stagger is crucial, denying his EMP farm. It might not be up at all this round.
Well, speaking of EMP farm, Jake, we're 56% through the round, and BQB doesn't have it yet. Where are things going wrong?
It's really this aggression from New York. You want the dive team to be the aggressive one, taking space, controlling the map, but it's Hoppa who's starting these fights off, and then really we're coming up in their favor.
Florida coming up on what could be their final opportunity to flip things here, especially if they don't go in soon. New York hanging on to a whole boatload of ultimates. Jonak, McCree, all hanging out here on the back. Fate trying to dive in, walled off immediately. New York feeling pretty well protected. Mono, drop the Earth Shatter, not to a huge effect on the other side. Charges into the Doom. Fate already down. And Nene, he has all this room to work with Jake up top as Mono's just buying time.
Hoppa's off the map though, so still an even fight technically, but that should probably play to New York's strengths here. This McCree will win in a down player scenario. Rally does come out from Chris. That could be a big advantage for Florida. Has some ults available now.
Well, EMP also coming in. Jonak is down. If Florida had a chance, this would be it. We're in overtime. They need to stand the point. 2 for New York already down. And good thing for Florida here, they might be able to save the EMP. Looks like they've done nearly enough. New York, though, still trying to stall it out and get a few more ults out of Florida.
Still, it is so important that this fight went down. As you said, Florida able to hold on to some ultimates. If they had to use everything, this would almost certainly be an easy retake for New York, but they don't have too much to work with. They do have the sound barrier, but it's really rough to be initiating with that into an EMP. That's not really the play you're looking for. Of course, the EMP is the counter to that sound barrier.
I think the one upside for New York here is that they have time. Florida only at 20%, so they can go through a few tough fights, get EMP'd, shrug it off, and come back in. We'll see how Florida approaches this next fight. As Florida moves up and over, gonna have the early nano. Gangnam Jin. Fate though in danger, hoping to use the primal. Nope, gets away without using it. Yaki on the way back, 27 HP. Florida living on the edge here, and Nene was able to get Chris, and New York, they might have this.
New York just playing as such a solid core right now. No one's really able to pressure them. Now they're trying to shut down the McCree, but Fate has to use his Primal Rage for that. The question is, will this lead to a winning fight? New York trying to get the flip, but Gargoyle holding strong on point. He does have a self-destruct here.
Florida, they still have an EMP in the bank, but they're down members right now. New York, they're going for the throat here and now. Gargoyle taken out. Who's gonna be able to get back up? No, Mono into the ocean. Florida still gonna try and stagger in, make something happen, but New York, the cleanup on the outskirts, very impressive. Yaki looking for anything on the Doom so far, coming up with nothing. BQB late swap to Tracer. We'll see how long Florida can keep this going, but it does not look like for long.
Jonak is just uncontested in the back here. He's healing absolutely everybody. There's no way that Florida's going to be able to bring this comeback to actually succeed here without taking down Jonak. Now self-destruct on point, just adding insult to injury. And that's an easy map 1 for the New York Excelsior.
Dominant stuff coming out from New York, where they didn't look troubled at all, and they were so aggressive. There's really no opportunity for a good EMP from BQB.
It just felt so clinical to me. I mean, New York just playing the strategy selection almost perfectly here. We've got the McCree against the Widowmaker, forcing these rotations.
Will Florida be able to bring it back? We'll find out too.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
That's right, you can bring the Mayhem in person. It's coming up soon.
Can't wait to see the Florida homestand get in front of that hometown crowd. We know it's been a boost to so many of these teams, and it's really just fulfilling the promise of that Overwatch League. You know, get out there into these home communities and actually bring the esports to you, the fans.
That's right, it's March 14th, March 15th in Miami, Florida. Get your tickets now.
Definitely check it out there, going fast.
So, of course, going into map number 2, it was a really rough start, I'd say, for the Mayhem, where New York, looking like the New York of old, we talked about the storyline of, hey, New York, you might be a little bit mortal this year, and they go, nah, we're still pretty good.
I think this roster swap is just working absolutely perfectly for New York. They look so clean. I mean, first round, they're shutting down the Widowmaker, just playing so smart. BQB, it didn't feel like he was missing a lot of shots. He just wasn't taking any. I mean, not many chances, actually. New York just so perfect on these rotations. The moment Nede finds one headshot, it's immediately followed up. So, you know, with an opening like that, there's not much you can do on Florida's side. Just such great aggression from New York. And then in the second round, that dive, not working out at all. New York looking so practiced.
Well, we do have a substitution coming into the fray here. It's Cryan in for Fate, and we talked about this during the break, Jake, but this really speaks out to me that they were using Fate purely as a Winston specialist and probably won't be running as much Winston as we move into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to Kings Row, so a map where Reinhardt has pretty much dominated since day one of Overwatch. So not surprised to see Cryan come in. He has been a really star for this team, actually, playing that Reinhardt. His aggression has been working out so far pretty well for the Mayhem. But this match is looking tough after that first round. I mean, for me, it's less worried about Florida, you know, playing poorly. It's more that New York is just almost playing to perfection there. Both rounds looking so clean, understanding the strategic matchup perfectly, and positioning so well around the enemy aggression.
And when you look at Overwatch games where you go, man, that was like really good, clean Overwatch, it's sort of what we saw from New York there, where so many times New York was simply just it wasn't even a full team fight. They're just getting early pickoff and just casually rotate around the point. All right, you go back to spawn. Now you go back to spawn. And Florida's just like, when do we get to actually have a real team fight? And New York just says, never.
Well, I mean, that's modern Overwatch. If you want to stay a top team, you know, long term in Overwatch, you can't just be relying on the classic, oh, well, combo our ults together, you know, we know how to play. Like, that just doesn't work anymore. We're at such a high level of play now. You need to be creating advantages out of nothing, out of thin air. And that's what a team like New York can do when they come together and they make these plays. You know, what was so impressive to me is that they weren't always staying grouped. I mean, against the Widow, they stay grouped, they play on their tanks, makes sense. But when they play against Dive, you see Hadba is way out in front, Mono way out in front on the low ground. They're controlling the space and keeping their backline alive far away on the high ground. And that's the mark of a really great team. You can't coordinate visually, you have to coordinate over comms and actually talk to each other, make a plan together.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the idea of, like, how do you protect Jonak? Give him a little bit more room, and Hapa is just like, well, if I play a million feet in front of the team and do every initiation, they'll never get close to Jonak.
If Hapa kills the enemy main tank before the fight starts, no one's really there to get on Jonak, and that's what we talked about being New York's key to victory here, is protecting Jonak, keeping him alive so that he can keep everyone else alive.
Well, as mentioned, we're heading into Kings Row for our next map. That means we're probably going to be seeing more Reinhardt in play. And as expected, with the sub coming in for the Mayhem. So let's see if the Mayhem can turn this one around against a New York team that is looking like the New York of old.
Yeah, I think Libero on this May is just a huge difference maker. We saw in that first fight on the second COF map of Ilios, Libero's May immediately freezing Fate kind of stymied the aggression of the Mayhem. So we'll see if Libero is able to repeat that success as we go into Kings Row. New York showing a very interesting comp. I wonder if this is for real or maybe just a bit of a fake out in the spawn.
I hope it is. This is a classic. Libero coming in on the Pharah. Of course, Pharah we have seen a little bit this season, and something that you see come out, especially if you don't necessarily respect the enemy hit scan a whole lot.
Yeah, as expected, though, it's not going to be a commitment. Even Nene, I don't expect him to take more than 1 or 2 shots on this Widowmaker, you know, maybe try and find an opening, but if he can't find a pickoff, he's probably just going to get back on the McCree.
You are absolutely correct. Nene going to be swapping over to the McCree. Not this time. Florida respecting the Widow threat, as it were. And now we'll see how New York approaches this attack.
Waiting for Nene. That's great patience from New York. Taking this high ground rotation we've seen so many teams do. The question is, has Florida prepared a counter strategy? Or are they just going to let New York take the high ground?
Well, they're going to contest the high ground. That much is for sure. Moving on immediately. Cloud8, though, to the back. Jonak making things really testy here for the Mayhem. They end up having to back out. They don't want to fight that. Libero catches Yaki. An icicle to the head. Off on the side. And New York picking up where they left off map 1. Keeping Mono alive in really tough danger.
What a perfect sleep from Jonak. Catches Gargoyle right as he uses boosters. This is a free point one for New York. They were totally ready for that aggression to come out from the Mayhem. We've seen other teams caught off guard, but not this iteration of New York. This might be a quicker match than we expected. I mean, we were selling this as a close one. Florida Mayhem looking strong, but so far it's all New York.
It's been great to watch, though, when you look at New York. This isn't one of those things where you go, oh, Florida's playing really badly. I look at New York and I go, I respect what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I love the defensive May play from Libero especially. He's been using his walls, not always aggressive, not always trying to catch people off. Oh, Nene caught in the flank, though. This could be an opening for Florida.
Nene's in danger. Nene's fighting back. He's got the D.Va support on the other end. Nene's going to get away. And now Gargoyle has to really swoop back to the rest of his team. So decent pressure, New York able to shake it. And now still a full 6 as they move in.
Great Maywall from Libero starts things off, isolating Karayan. He gets the nano boost though.
Finds some danger, nano or no, shatter from Mono on the side. Jonak already down, but the shatter has led the way. Nene off on the cleanup, and New York, another fight win in their column.
Jonak does fall, but more important than that is that Hotba demec'd right at the end of the fight, so he will be still in that pilot D.Va form coming into this next fight. Florida, they need to be careful about taking any of this pistol spam, because if Hotba's still out of his mech suit, that could be a big opening for Florida to dive in aggressively.
Florida needs to find some opening at some point soon, because New York is in danger of just running away with this one. Libero on the top, holding on to the Blizzard. Florida needing to respect this. Gargoyle should look at, oh, again, Jonak. The Bionade to the back, setting the stage, letting XL move on in. Gonna have the Blizzard dropped on over, Crying, frozen, the fall through. Not quite there. Florida having used Blizzard of their own for a little bit of space. Still in it, Gargoyle, self-destruct, over to the back. What's it gonna get? Gets nothing. New York still pressuring, still moving in. And Florida right now starting to get pushed back. Man, the sleep on the Crying. He was looking for the shatter, and now he's gone. Taken out. New York getting point B.
Great positioning from New York. They're playing on that left side from their perspective. That's a much better attacking position than the right, so it's a great rotation from New York, and Florida just seeming lost against that sort of play from Libero. That great ice wall catches out the Rhine away from his D.Va, and that's so crucial, not letting the Blizzard get knee.
I just feel like Jonak's been setting the pace of these team fights. Great Bionades, great sleeps. How does Florida deal with this?
They need to somehow catch him out, but the rest of New York is there to protect them. I think it's less about focusing Jonak now and more about playing better together as a team.
Well, Jonak right now sitting pretty. Nene opening up with the Deadeye, moving on over Florida in a corner of their own creation. Both ice walls out. Nene opens up with the flashbang. Crying already in danger once more. The Bionade hitting both tanks. Forces out the beat early. Mayhem now trying to turn this back around. Libero out of it. Still a chance for Florida as XL looking at this going, maybe we back up a bit. We have plenty of time.
Yeah, there shouldn't be much chance for New York to win this. Down one and with the spawn disadvantage. Nene is still fighting in the flank, still trying to stay alive. Mono wants to protect his retreat, but he doesn't have much shield left. And ooh, Nene caught out again. That's going to be a bit of a stagger for New York. I think they need to get out of this fight sooner rather than later.
If you're New York at this point, you don't want to feed more ult charge. You just want to get out as cleanly as possible. Florida's not going super crazy on chasing it down, though, because that could be a bit of a problem also.
Yeah, you don't want to overextend too far out of your spawn. I mean, New York has gotten the cart so far. The best case scenario really for the defenders is to hug that corner. It can be difficult to be initiated on when you're holding that defensive position.
Early ball here, they're looking for Mono. Mono dropped the shatter defense, puts 2 on the ground, and Gargoyle in real danger here. BQB couldn't give covering fire. And now they've demexed Gargoyle. New York on the way again. The Nano onto Mono. Moving forward, doesn't care about the ice wall. Yaki in a corner, drops the Blizzard under pressure. Gets the Blizzard out successfully. Florida giving themselves a little bit of space here. New York still pressuring it. Crying, frozen, getting real dangerous here. Yaki in danger, Bionaded, there's no healing. Libero gonna finish him off. And New York now starting to look like they might have point C in the bag as Chris falls.
Sound barrier and self-destruct just coming online first for New York, giving them a big advantage here, and nobody able to hold onto the payload with those tanks already going down. It's a great play on the ultimate economy from New York. I mean, they've been so solid in the positioning game, they've been solid on the strategic selection, and now they play the ultimate economy to guarantee themselves an easy finish there. This is just perfect gameplay from New York. This is the sort of championship caliber play that we've come to expect from this lineup, frankly.
And also, you gotta give it up for Mono there, where so many times you'll see main tanks where you're under pressure, right? And you drop Earth Shatter, not at a great time. You go, oh, I might be about to fall. Well, Mono was in danger there. He had a Bionade on him. He was stuck behind a wall. Still found the right time to drop a Shatter to not only save himself, but take down Gargoyle and completely just swing the momentum.
I feel like New York is just playing such a defensive style. It's working perfectly in this meta. They're letting Florida come out aggressively. They're letting Florida start the fight, but they're still surviving and they're keeping Mono alive. He knows that all he has to do is play defensive, and he has confidence in Nene and Libero to succeed. So far, that's working out pretty much picture perfect if you're a New York Excelsior fan.
It's a very big difference when you look back at their match that they had against the Fusion, where, don't get me wrong, part of it is that you could say the Fusion DPS line was better than what we're seeing from Florida right now, which very well could be the case, but New York isn't losing in the poke game today. They are winning in the poke game. They're making Florida take tough risks, and so far for Florida, it hasn't panned out.
I mean, I feel like New York's winning in the everything game today. Just absolutely everything. From the strats they're playing, to the way they're actually executing on just the cooldowns and positioning level, to the way that their whole strategy comes together when the ultimate economy really comes into force. New York's on top in all three departments, and without any advantages for Florida, they're going to need to change something up here to find a way to win.
Well, if change is on the way, it needs to be now for the Mayhem. You don't want to open up the series down 2 maps, but right now, that very well could be the case.
BQB still holding on the Widowmaker. He really wants to find a pick. He's really taking a risk staying on Widow this long. And now Mono's up to the high ground to protect his allies, get them out into the fight. Looks like they're going to commit pretty hard to this Widowmaker setup. Oh, and I actually love this. I think it's really just supporting the rest of the Florida Mayhem to take the high ground uncontested.
Well, something that New York had the respect for the moment, and I think you're absolutely right. Florida right now, a better positioning, but now they still need to win the ground war. New York's still good HP. They drop the wall, they make the move. Nene right now, stuck with nothing to do. Mono, meanwhile, under heavy pressure, holding back, shield almost broken. But the New York, they're beating up a little bit, they're not down just yet, and Florida having to respect the Bionade just a moment ago.
Still though, Mono's shield is quite low. He's trying to regenerate it. We'll see if Florida gets aggressive. That's another great Naywall from Yaki. We talked about this player being a star for the Mayhem.
Well, he's definitely trying his best right now, but here comes Mono. Nano boost out, frozen immediately. It's gonna tamp down on a little bit of his expectations there, instead backing up. So the Mayhem fighting tooth and nail, but right now, New York, they're burning time.
Yeah, Nano Boost essentially baited out there, not really getting much. Karayan probably looking to get aggressive with the Nano of his own, and here he comes.
Ryan frozen, bionated. Meanwhile, Yaki moving forward, dropping the Blizzard. Nene, though, finds him. Yaki can't get away from the Deadeye, and New York still at a full 6. Hoppa gonna get D-Max, so about 5.5. If you want to call it that. Libero down, and here comes BQB off on the flank. This is looking good. Can he get Nene at the same time? Might not matter either way, as Karayan was able to finish off the front line.
BQB stuns the beat, gets rid of that sound barrier. That's basically the most important thing you could possibly do playing McCree this patch, is cancel that enemy Lucio sound barrier. That's exactly what the Florida Mayhem needed to get this first cap, get that cart moving.
And of course, this is what helped make this happen, as New York was holding back. Karayan here, waiting, shatter, perfect opportunity.
Ooh, that's a huge shatter. He doesn't even need to follow up. He knows his DPS are coming out. And now, immediate aggression. BQB catches Nene with the high noon. Florida, they're going to be able to control this area through the choke now, essentially for free. New York probably just going to need to wait for Nene. They won't be able to trade poke effectively without him.
Still a little bit troublesome for Florida. They have to make up for lost time. In New York, they're not wasting any time. They're just moving in. They drop the Nano on the Mono. Florida right now under pretty heavy pressure, but New York might have overextended. Animo down. Knocking down at the same time, 5-on-5. Florida saying, we want to fight this. They drop the barrier. They move on forward. We'll see if New York is able to disengage or not. New York, instead, they drop the wall. Waiting for the opportunity. Hop on, dropping bomb to the back, forcing Florida into the library. The Blizzard is down. Nene out of the fight. But now everyone's going to be reading. Moving into the library, and
oh, Mono with a huge shatter to somehow win that fight. They took it 5v6. This is incredible confidence from New York, and somehow it pays off. I was so worried about that decision to fight there 5-on-6 without Nene, but they have confidence. They understand that at this location in the map, that might be the best they're going to get, is to be able to fight at the choke point. New York having the overall, I think, highest win rate in the league when they're down 5v6, and this is just proving that they actually have the confidence to take those fights.
Also a turnaround from last week where that wasn't necessarily the case, so definitely just smarter play coming out from New York overall.
Yeah, they look like they've learned their lessons. Immediate self-destruct initiating from Gargoyle, though, and Mono's on the ground, isolated.
Mono immediately out as a result of that play. Nene can drop the Deadeye, make a little bit more time. Libero those down, and Florida off the early pickoffs. This is looking pretty free.
New York doing a great job, though, going 1-by-1 to the payload, trying to charge as much ultimate as possible. Looks like they're going to just evacuate with their backline, keep those crucial damage dealers in Jonak alive, of course, a damage dealer in his own right.
I think the problem you have here for Florida is that Florida, they're starting to get a little bit of momentum, Jake, but they're really behind on time if you look at what New York was able to set around to go.
And if you think strategically about the overall map standing here, I mean, this is exactly how New York needs to play. Take as many fights as humanly possible, melt that clock down, and you could just win in the overtime round.
Yeah, not only is it about winning, just lose ball. Oh, Yaki losing the Blizzard immediately. Hoppa devouring it. Karayan tries to shatter, gets precious little. New York shrugging up the Florida ultimates, and now they move forward. They win the poke war. Good Bionate sets the tone. And Florida's going to be pushed back, and Jake, it takes a while to get back here on point B.
You talked about the patience from Mono, not dropping his shatter in risky situations. Karayan not able to show the same discipline there, essentially wasting his shatter and just taking a blind risk on it there. It was actually Yaki's own Maywall that blocked Karayan's shatter. So a little bit of discoordination here. I can't help but worry. Arm the Mayhem feeling the pressure, and they've got no ultimates to work with. So this is a bad time to be crumbling.
They don't have many attempts left, maybe 2 if they're lucky, if one of these fights ends very quickly. Meanwhile, New York not showing a lot of weakness now.
Libero does have this first Blizzard, and we're up to this final choke point here. That's a great vertical Bionade from Gangnam Gym, though. Could be an opening for the Florida Mayhem, but they're not able to capitalize immediately. It's just going to secure their rotation to this right side of the map.
Ooh.
BQB finds Nene, though.
BKB, that is a very good opening. Now 6-on-5. We're going to test that New York stat of winning on 5-on-6 because here comes Florida. A full 6. Blizzard out early. Kryan getting awfully frosty here. BQB is down. New York, even the odds here. Now Florida trying to get back. Hoppa! The bomb connects on the Gangnam Jin. And New York, they fight it back in what was a 5-on-6.
Nene just, helping his team stack up that 5-on-6 win rate. No big deal. He's not worried about it. He can go down, and everyone else on New York just got them covered. Libero on this May. I love that awareness. We've seen him play so many of these corners, and that's such an effective way to use the May ultimate. He doesn't need to freeze the diva. He just surprises her, gets his ult out before she can react to that corner position. That's not what you expect. Usually you'd expect to see a Ryan hiding there for Shatter, but May is unlikely culprit.
To be the final opportunity for the Mayhem coming up to keep Kings Row in contest. New York right now still being aggressive, though now's about the time that you can hold things back a little bit.
Jonak setting up for a huge Bionade here. This could be a massive.
Goes back, Bionade is eaten, but the Nano was good. Beat out from Mayhem. In response, beat the on the same side. Not enough to save Nene. Both teams down one, Prime down, Nene out. The bomb from the Mayhem does not do enough. Yaki, meanwhile, was slept out of position. But the Mayhem, they can't go away. They need before Mamano dropping the shatter. Yaki is out of there. And the Mayhem running out of time. Can they stay on the cards? They're trying to, but New York in a dominant position right now, looking to finish things out. Libero, though, gets caught. BQB, he makes something happen. BQB right now off on the flank. The front line on the cart. Mono, low. Nene takes down BQB. And New York, they want to end this now.
Love the patience from Mono. He's just trying to hold defensively on card. Karayan with the advantage in health pool is able to take him down, but can he survive much longer? New York surrounding with flankers, but a huge shadow from Karayan could start be swinging this fight back in their favor.
It gets rid of Hoppa. Hoppa had the emergency self-destruct, could not get away. The Mayhem respawns come back into the fray. And New York, they have not held off Florida just yet.
Still, though, with no time bank, Florida still in a tough spot to actually win this map overall. Yaki does pick off Nene. Jonak trades on the BQB, but I should expect still a cap coming in here for Florida.
I think New York's going to try and contest this. They just got BQB off a hero play from Jonak. Now they move on in. They have the Blizzard. The Blizzard's eaten! Gargoyle smothers it in the fray, but it still might not be enough. New York moving forward. Respawn just about in. Yaki already out of the fight. Here comes Mono. A shatter coming up once more. Could this be the finisher? Waiting. They want to crack the shield. Mono's feeling it. Drops the shatter. Does not quite get what he wants. Instead, the man, they shrug it off.
It's huge from Karayan. Gets way more with the shatter and the sound barrier coming out. This should be enough to secure that point B captured.
Bomb to the back. The Mayhem still fighting. New York still delaying in a fight where New York will simply not fall. The Mayhem just wonder how much more do they have to do. BQB now in the Tracer, poking at the back. New York respawns about to be back in here. Jake and Yaki's down.
Jonak is such a hero in this fight. He's been healing so much. Another shatter from Karayan, though, puts 3 on the ground. Surely this is enough.
Karayan is going, please, let's take the point, guys. Just one last point as the Mayhem get point B. They got 1:30 left.
That was looking awfully desperate for the Mayhem, and now, in order to have a chance of winning Kings Row, they're going to have to cap with extra time. No mistakes left available here.
And of course, this was the play that finally put Florida over the hump. New York hitting the ground.
You can't ask for more than that from Karayan. I see why you bring him out for Kings Row to dominate on this Rhine, but it's Mono getting aggressive first with his nano boost. Karayan caught by the wall.
Karayan's out of there, Florida. They need to disengage in a hurry. This fight is not gonna go in their favor. Final 53 seconds here, Jake, and the real problem for them now is that even if they finish, it's gonna be an overtime. They won't get a chance to win the map, only draw it.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of huge mistake here coming out from New York, I think you're right. I think New York's guaranteed themselves a minimum draw and more than likely a map victory here. So Florida, they're going to need to pull it together, but massive ultimate economy advantage for New York. They've got this Shatter, Self-Destruct, and Mayfreeze, the Blizzard, all three of these control ultimates. It's so difficult to cap quickly against ultimates like that.
New York is completely stacked for what could be the final fight of the map. And now we look to Libero, looking to set the tone with the early Blizzard. Couldn't get the wall down, but Nene deals with Brian. Both teams down to Reinhardt. And Mayhem in more danger here. The Blizzard from Libero is down, zoning the Mayhem out. Nene off to the side, BQB having none of it. Takes him out. Both teams down to McCree. Turning into a bit of a slugfest here, Jake, as Mayhem fighting to stay alive, but Libero, 2 on the side, full HP, but now he's in danger.
Superior sound barrier from Onimo is going to secure that OT. Libero caught off in the flank, should be going down here soon, but they can't take him out, and the bailout comes in from Hotba, saving his ally.
Libero completely immortal, and here comes Mono. The Shatter locked right. Oh, he's taken for a ride, taken out by the Deadeye. Great coordination from the Mayhem. They're still not done. They got Karayan nanoed. They're moving on forward. BQB in the back, and the Mayhem, they're still fighting tooth and nail.
With the overtime spawns here, this should secure that final point. There's really not much New York can do. The Maywall comes in. Yaki also does have that Blizzard in case anybody does somehow miraculously get on the card and start fighting.
The Blizzard is dropped. Libero is down, and the Mayhem against the odds. They get to fight one more round.
Incredible stuff there. I love the pin from Karayan. Just as BQB is channeling that High Noon, he knows all he needs to do is get Mono's shield down, and the High Noon can finish him off even through that nano boost protection. But overall, I mean, New York, yeah, they don't win that round, but the best that the Mayhem can possibly do now is a draw. And with 3 minutes on the clock, New York capped last time in less than a minute. So, you know, this is going to be really tough for Florida Mayhem. This is a point where it's pretty rough to get the full hold in this current meta.
You know, I have to say, I had the experience of working with Johnny on the desk last week, and I can tell you right now, in the green room, he's telling the producers, I need the Reinhardt clips. I need all the Reinhardt clips because I love both of the Reinhardts right now. I think it's been a very good showing for both Karayan and Mono both.
Yeah, this match has been rich with fatty shatties as they're known in the game, so we'll see if Karayan can somehow continue a massive streak. I think they're going to need some sort of huge shatter plays, big pickoffs. That's the type of defense that you need to be running to actually secure this full hold and get yourself a draw. But, you know, maybe a draw, you'll take the draw at this point. If Florida can secure a draw, I'd say the momentum is in their favor because from this position, New York should win 9 times out of 10.
Well, doing a first point hold on Kings Row is difficult under the best of circumstances. And don't forget, for New York, all they need for the win here, they only need 33%. They don't even need a full capture. So that makes the job of defending even more difficult. We'll see if Florida can do one of the most difficult feats in Overwatch and hold this here and now.
It's going to be a tough test, especially when Ultimate Economy comes into play. And also this first fight could be tough, but that's a huge powder grenade from Gangnam Jim, finding all 6 players. Going to slow him down a little bit. Not getting too much value off of that, but it is a nice little delay there, burning a few crucial seconds off the clock. You'll take whatever you can get on defense.
Well, time is definitely what needs to be burned. Florida going to jump off the top already. Trying to punish Libero. Libero just going to sneak off and away. BQB, meanwhile, unable to get onto Lucio. BQB now under a little bit of pressure. Hoppa always pressuring the back line. As Florida right now just taking their time, trying to keep the health good, staying on the point. BQB off the side, looking for Jonak, gonna find him.
Gangnam Jim does have that nano boost, but the pin comes in from Mono. He catches off Yaki. This should be a hold for Florida, but they have some rough spawns here. They can't afford to lose any more players in this cleanup.
And the problem is, too, Gargoyle out of the mech right now. Florida actually not dealing with a whole lot of presence. New York about to be up to a full 6.
Oh, and Gangnam Jin using the nano boost was on to Chris there, so Jonak going to be the one with the nano boost advantage despite going down first that last fight.
Minute 40 left. Florida doing a decent job running time. Gargoyle gonna be like get back, not sure, but meanwhile on the other side, Nene and Onimo into the library. Florida just taken on out. They did not have the time to reset. It's gonna be New York taking Kings Row, going up 2-0 here in the series.
That's got to be the boosters of the century from Hotba as New York take Kings Row, moving up 2-0 in our series. I love that diva aggression from Hotba coming in on the flank, pinning everybody into the corner, and the cleanup is right there from New York Excelsior.
So New York looking refreshed, looking renewed. And Florida, they did show a little bit of life on Kings Row, but they're going to have to show so much more. Will they be able to bring it back? We'll find out after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Florida is trying to bring their namesake to bear in some mayhem to the New York, but so far it's been smooth sailing for the Excelsior, who are up 2-0. Welcome back, everybody, to our studio here in LA. It's time for a game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Let's kick it off, guys. First map, I'll be honest, I'm just gonna throw it out there. It looked like Florida kind of got pooed on.
Well, that's one way to put it. Absolutely, you're not wrong. That was very one-sided.
I don't know how many kills they got, but it was not close. In the first
Zero in the first round.
In the first round, they didn't get a single kill, and then they went to the dive on the second round of Ilio as well, and it just sort of didn't really come together for them. Like, Yaki got a couple of kills here and there, but there wasn't really any free-flowing. York was just playing their game and just getting free wins.
Yeah, to me it just looked like New York, they just subbed in the A-team.
Yeah.
After what we saw last week, they're like, okay, well, we're tired of losing, we're just going to put in Nene and Libero. And they're playing with such flow and aggression, and I love how they're setting up plays. They just look like their normal selves in my mind, so I'm really impressed by New York so far.
Yeah, it's Plat Chatter here in LA. It's Fat Chatter over in Houston. The first map, but even the second one, I feel like we saw Florida start to bring things back a little bit more than when it came to Kings Row.
The thing is, I think it can be very deceiving looking at that map and being like, oh yeah, on Kings Row they brought it back. I think it was more just individual plays from Florida Mayhem sort of coming out. Like, I don't know how many Karyan shatters he got. Mono seems to be off-angling and taking these different sort of paths, and Karyan's just punishing it and getting great shatters on the backline. But as I said, like, yes, it did go to overtime. It was closer than we all expected, but I think Florida we're just sort of making those.
Yeah, but still, it was like overtime pushes, and it felt like New York just let them cap almost. I mean, obviously that was not how it ended up, but there was like a lot of great biotic grenades from Gangnam Gym, etc. But New York, they were just in full control this entire match, and I love Hotba set up some incredible plays. I think that Mono played pretty well, although Karyan hit the biggest shatters in the game. But I just love how New York, they set up their own individual plays. They did some flanks, etc. Hotba with a nice eat here, so it looks like a new New York.
Sit down!
Sit down indeed.
Excuse me.
We talk about the aggression of NYXL sort of being off pace in the past, like with their run, but with Libero and Nene, it seems really on point. They seem to be really in sync and just going aggressive at the right times, not just throwing their ultimates and hoping that it works out. So it's with these new players of Libero and Neno coming into the DPS lineup, I've actually been really impressed. And, you know, this is the New York Excelsior we expected this year.
So you feel like we're seeing that consistency from New York, but they still have that aggression paired with it.
I mean, they still have a few things to figure out in my mind. I think the few times Mono got outplayed, it was because Hotba was off some flank and was trying to do something fancy, and that just kind of left Mono to die against Karajan. So there's still some things to figure out for New York, but overall, I think they played a lot better.
Well, let's stay there for just a moment. We're going to talk a little bit about that. It is crunch time now, presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Reinforce, who is crunching so far in this match?
I gotta pick Nene. It's one fight away from winning Ilios, and here comes up Clutch, just picking off.
The tech!
The tech. Sick. He just clutched this fight, in my opinion, and you're one fight away from winning. You get 2 picks, and it's just game over.
Crisp to the maximum.
Yes, so definitely crunching is Nene.
Nice.
I think the thing that's super important about this is Florida come into this fight, their defense, with an EMP, a Monkey Ult, and a Diva Bomb. If you're the attacking team, that's really hard to aggress into. Nene just walks forward. I don't know how he gets there. He just walks into the square and just flashbangs 1, kills 2, and it's just like, well, there's an opening fight for you, so just a free win.
Getting rid of both supports in the space of a couple of seconds. So Anubis is coming up. So Assault might be an opportunity here for Florida. We actually have seen New York try and play dive on attack on this map, but we don't really see who are you in the lineup here. So what should we be looking out for?
Well, I mean, I would love to see dive anyway, right? You're up 2-0 in the series. Perhaps the pressure is off. I mean, show us some dive. You know, nothing wrong with dive.
Libero is no slouch on the Genji as well. Like, we haven't seen it in a while, but, you know, he can definitely play it. I would be excited to see them go to the dive because they still have the parts that can do it.
Okay.
It obviously isn't as strong when you don't have Who Are You in the lineup or Sibyolbi on the Tracer, but you know, I think they can definitely pull it off, especially against Florida, who seem a little lost at times. So if you just tilt them off balance with a bit of dive, I think it could.
I know New York fans though. If they see New York drop 1 map against Florida, they're going to mold out of control.
Nah, come on, Florida's close.
Okay, but we might see Florida play that McCree Brig combo. It could shut down dive as well.
Yeah, but I mean, Costa said this was going to be a close match, so perhaps, you know, you let Florida win a match. You know, it could be.
Yeah, if you could
just be pretty good.
I don't like what you're implying or you're suggesting. I'm not really sure that falls under competitive integrity. But anyway, let's return to the action over in Houston while he gets fired, and we'll be back after the match for Watchpoint Reset.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
New York looking revitalized here in Houston today, where Florida, there was some talk that Florida might be able to come out here, upset New York, show that the new Florida is here, but New York just says, you know what, we're also really, really good.
I think more than Florida disappointing, though, it's New York coming out with this new look. Nene and Libero just putting on an absolute show here, especially think about these 5v6 situations in which New York's been down, and yet they commit ults, they go all in, and they've come out on top in these really unlikely situations. So it just shows the confidence they have in the 5-on-6. Even without the McCree, they lack the damage, but it doesn't really limit your control potential, and Libero's May has been just so perfect on these May walls. He keeps them in these fights.
5v6 New York is back. We were wondering where it was last week. Well, Libero, as you say, a really big part of that, where Libero's May, I think, has always been one of his better characters. And I think New York, they looked at things and went, okay, who are you? You're really flashy on the Genji, on the Pharah. But we're going to go back to Libero for this week. And so far, it definitely has been an upgrade for New York.
I think that more defensive playstyle on the May is just really paying dividends. We've been seeing Libero constantly, when the fight's looking tough, he's quickly moving into these corner positions, playing a hiding strategy with his ultimate. And, you know, it's a little bit risky. You might get eaten by the diva, but if she's not really ready for it, your reaction time has to be so quick to, you know, lock on immediately to that May in the corner. And he's usually freezing the frontliners, separating the backliners. That's everything you want from these Blizzards. So Libero delivering in spades so far.
Libero also has so many different spots for it, where it's easy to underestimate as a viewer and go, oh, he's just behind a wall. It's like, no, no, no. There's multiple different walls for times and situations. I know when you were a player, you were very proud of all the different areas you would put Junkrat traps.
Yeah, it's all about those great little hiding spots. You know, just you need to anticipate what the enemy's going to do. As soon as you see the first inch of a rotation, you have only a couple seconds to make it to those hiding spots before the enemy can actually see you in there, and it's completely useless to hide. So Libero showing he's got the awareness. He knows what the enemy team wants to do, maybe before they even realize it. So capitalizing off that game knowledge and that experience is Libero.
Well, there were some upsides for Florida, to be sure, particularly in the form of Cryan, where kind of lived up to his name. If you want to see his name as just a cheeky way of saying carry, because there was definitely some carry attempts coming in from him.
Yeah, big shatters coming back in that fight on the street phase, on the payload, keeping that cart moving. They weren't able to take King's Row, but it was quite impressive.
Well, we are moving into Temple of Anubis as our next map. Could be the final map if New York is able to complete the sweep. Florida, we'll see if they can find a way to turn things back around. It is still Cryan in on the Reinhardt, so no substitutions this time around.
Still strategically quite interesting here from the Florida Mayhem. They're going to drop the Lucio instead, prefer the Brigitte. She gets a lot of value in these close-range choke points. It's pretty hard to escape her bash range when you have to come through the chokes. And at the same time, they're also going to have BQB on the Hanzo. That's going to increase their overall shield DPS and pick potential, while potentially costing them some control in the form of that flashbang.
Also, I think if you're BQB, you just look to swap something up, because you look at the mirror between Nene and BQB, it feels like Nene has usually been in a position of dominance thus far.
Florida, we're seeing, has had a lot of success with this Brigitte, and I think it's a bit of an undervalued hero in the current meta. Lucio is so important, but when you can play defensively and hold position without really needing to traverse the map, Brig gets a ton of value.
New York right now going to be taking the left approach. Mayhem giving them at least that much, but it looks like they are going to be trying to defend the high ground here. BQB already sniping it from above. Heavy pressure in from Hoppa, where this is what Hoppa's been doing, just pressuring the DPS. And while he does that, New York, they move in, they challenge the high ground. BQB wasn't able to fire back. And New York a little bit wounded, but they've almost gotten this.
Still though, Chris, this is where he's going to get a ton of value on this Brigitte, keeping everyone up, everyone healthy so far on the Mayhem, but going on Jim, slept by Jonak. That's going to cut their heals in half.
Nene's out of it. Mono's been super low. Now he's not getting healed anymore. The Bionade doing its work. Gangnam Jin setting it up. BQB knocking it down, and the Hanzo swap looking pretty good so far.
Great defensive play from Chris on this break, keeping the team alive, even when Jonak was slept by Gangnam Jin. So, oh, and this is a savage delay on the Hadba.
And when you're playing Assault, just important to get that level of delay in. But of course, in case you missed it, BQB, really nice Hanzo stuff.
Just sitting in the back, but he's finding these crucial pickoffs, and that's just a total difference maker on Hanzo. Essentially, all you offer to your team is raw damage, so you need to be hitting those shots, but BQB connecting it up, making it look easy.
So now New York looking for another way in. Florida looking pretty stacked on the ultimate front here. It'll look even better if they win this fight. Got the Dragon Strike at the ready, Blizzard in the back. And New York right now is really taking their time, Jake.
They don't have much to work with, no real advantage here, so I like this rotation play actually from New York, slipping around the flank and Mono taking the Nano in aggressively.
Dragon Strike right down the middle. New York looking really wounded. Mono, Nano, or no, has to back out. Florida dropping the Blizzard. They're trying to chase it down, but have they gone too far? Not yet. No, it works out perfectly. Mono and Libero gonna fall. But on the other side, they got walled off. The bomb ends up taking down BQB, and New York is making this work even after the tougher start.
Once again, it's Hotba with these huge flanking plays, breaking it open for his team while the rest of the Florida Mayhem are distracted elsewhere. And the spawn advantage for New York means that Florida, they need to find big pickups here to actually turn this fight around.
This has gotten a lot more scrappy than I think Florida would like at the moment. New York about to be at a full 6. Florida gonna have to give up a little bit of ground. Gargoyle in danger. You don't want to lose that mech, but they are. Has to drop the self-destructive response. The Blizzard down to the ground, crying, dropping the shatter, but only getting Hoppa. I don't think it's gonna be enough. The Blizzard from Libero securing the space as New York looks to take control of point A.
The only bit of a blemish here I see for New York is Animo using that sound barrier. I think that wasn't exactly necessary. It seemed like they had so much control over the point. BQB forced to switch over to Tracer, so he wasn't really that much of a threat. So Animo would love to be having a sound barrier to potentially snowball. So Florida might have an opportunity to start building some momentum on this second point defense. Maybe transition that into a full hold. This map is still winnable.
4 minutes left for New York as they look to begin their attack on the point B. Not with a lot of tools to work with. It can be difficult for the offense in this situation.
We see New York moving up mid, but Hotba on the flank wants to try and trade this Diva out aggressively. Mono caught alone against the nano boost of Karai, and he's trying to retreat as quickly as possible. What a great Maywall from Libero, though. Cuts off the support from the backline.
Completely split. New York able to finish up there. And now we'll see if they can do a little bit more. They take down BQB, and now Florida respawn advantage. No, they gotta get back out. They sleep Mono. They look for a little bit of time, but Gangnam Jin ends up falling, and now it's New York on the point. Florida must come out soon. We'll see what's going to happen. Crying a long way away from North Shatter. Chris down again. New York looking to solidify their advantage here. One tick already towards them as Nene under pressure. Gargoyle was looking for him. Gargoyle might get healed up. That was playing it real close.
And so far, New York's had to temper their aggression, but now Jonak is back in the fight, able to deliver the heal, so expect to see the aggression come right back up for New York as they're all healthy, ready to fight.
Mono dropped the shatter there. Didn't get anything. Now Mono in a much more dangerous spot, but New York looking to fall through. They drop the Bionade. BQB is down. Yaki and Karai able to stay alive. They use the Blizzard to give a little bit more space. Deadeye out. Nene gets Yaki. Florida Mayhem gonna have to invest soon. Karai off with the Nano. New York respecting that. Not really wanting to get a little bit close, but Nene doesn't have to get close. Gets Chris from afar.
New York, they're playing this so careful, so slow, and Mono, again, back to the fight. So New York gonna have a 6-on-4 advantage here. Unless Nene gets out, they need to shut this guy down. He's so dangerous on the McCree.
Karai and Panic Shattered got no one on the other side, and now New York, they've gotten through most of the Florida ultimates. If they can survive the self-destruct, they're gonna be good. The Blizzard is down, and New York looking to have full control. How meticulous was this from New York so far?
Just really impressive stuff. Perfect boop as well, and Nene with all the cleanup frags. New York caps with 2 minutes to spare on the road to a victory here, potentially a 3-0. New York looking as clean as ever.
New York, strategic, precise, clean. This is the New York that we have come to expect. And it's the New York that is showing up today. Florida, do they have what it takes to swing this one back around? We'll find out soon.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Of course, this has been a season of great homestands so far, and you know what? Another one might be in your home territory. That's right, we're going back to Washington next week, March 7th and 8th. Get your tickets now.
Love to see that team playing in front of the home crowd. They're a team that really feeds on the energy, so I think those are going to be some matches to watch. And of course, yours truly and my good friend ZP will be there, so come say hi.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time, that much is for sure. And I mean, really, all these homestands have been, the crowds that have come out, it's been incredible. It's an experience.
It's really exciting to see Overwatch in these local markets succeeding so obviously, and the passion from the fans is really what makes that a possibility. So many people care so much, and you know, it's really infectious. I think there's nothing quite as awesome as casting in front of this hometown crowd, you know, feeling the energy. It really changes the game for everyone, including us.
Yeah, and I mean, I think about it where I had this first experience back in, it was Overwatch World Cup 2017 in Sydney, Australia, where one of the best crowds I've ever experienced. But now we get to experience that feeling pretty much every week. It's great.
Yeah, it's actually going to be the norm now, which is a pretty sweet norm to get used to, I think. And especially getting to see all the different communities that all connect over Overwatch. It's really inspiring to me as someone who cares so much about this game and is really excited to see it succeed.
And the Houston fans, they came out in droves here where we were pretty much packed early in the day. And of course, I can only think about how wild it's going to get just a few matches from now when we get into the hometown team playing.
Yeah, especially these Texas crowds always get psyched, and no one more than the Houston fans, known as well as one of the most passionate fan bases in the Overwatch League. So we'll see if the hometown can live up to its expectations here. Seems like people think they will.
Gotta love it. But of course, if you're just tuning in right now, the Florida Mayhem, they're in a little bit of danger against the New York Excelsior, where it is the old New York that has shown up today. The New York that simply does not lose in the regular season. And it's not over yet for Florida, but they definitely need a turn of course, and they need it soon, because New York, they've simply looked near perfect today.
I mean, you say a little bit of danger. I think it's a little bit worse than that. I mean, New York's aggression has been so intense when they're all together, when they're strong, and yet so calculated. When they're down one player, they play defensive. They just take powerful positions, try and increase the advantage rather than trying to capitalize too quickly and throw what they have away. They maintain those power positions. They play intelligently. They wait for their allies to return, and then they fully commit with that full advantage. So it's really just textbook Overwatch coming out from New York. Florida's going to be having to bring out some massive individual plays to overwhelm that.
And not only that, Florida's going to need to bring out those plays quickly. New York working with a pretty beefy time bank, so simply completing the map, not enough. Florida needs to do it fast.
And BQB on the Hanzo instead of the McCree might open the door for some insane aggression from this Reaper. Libero all in on the flank. Does commit the wave ball, but doesn't isolate anybody. That's so important.
So that means Florida will at least be able to get into that room without worrying about being split. New York gonna try and contest the next setup. Buy time for the next time. While the Libero's down, there won't be another wall for New York anytime soon. The Bionade to the back. Mono and Hoppa both wounded. Florida finding the doors open. This is a great advantage, 6-on-5.
We have seen New York win 6-on-5, but this is a really rough position to be losing players with a massive attacker spawn advantage. BQB getting attacked, but defended by his own Diva.
Mono could not stay alive. The pressure was too overwhelming, and Florida slowly, methodically working onto the point. And I think you made a great point early in the series, Jake, where New York has been winning 5-on-6s, but they do that via Libero. If you pick off Libero, it's real hard for New York to bring it back.
Yeah, losing your May first in this meta may be almost that worst case scenario. We talked about how important that first death rate is. It can really spell disaster, but luckily, Florida not having too many ults to work with. They will have that first nano boost to potentially counter Jonak's Coalescence. Gangnam Jin gonna need to find a Bionade here to shut down that healing potential from the Moira.
This is good for Florida, though, so far. They're on a faster time so far than New York was. They got through point A quicker. Now we'll see if they can get a little bit of momentum as they move in. They're holding on to the nano. Gangnam Jin using the Bionade for defense rather than offense. And Florida just biding their time right now, Jake.
This is giving New York time to charge some ultimates. Nano does come out, but it's not on Karayan.
I think it meant to go to Karayan. It was a mistake that it went to Yaki, but they're gonna try and work with it. They drop the Dragon Strike, and Yaki, nano or no, takes down Libero. 6-on-5. They've dealt with the glue of New York, but they've lost BQB in the process, and there comes the shatter. 3 to the ground. Mono there in the follow-through.
It couldn't be bigger from Mono. Cancels out Yaki's Blizzard. He loses that crucial ultimate. all off that pickoff from Nene, striking back onto BQB. And oh no, this could be an absolutely massive delay onto Gargoyle. Oh, JJoNak's got the sleep, they've got the freeze, the Maywa. This is a little bit funny, but it's also just completely disastrous. This is costing you more than like an entire lost fight as the attackers. Now I'd expect to see New York get aggressive. Florida gonna have to retreat to spawn and wait for their diva. It's such an important hero this patch. Getting staggered like that can cost you an entire chance at a team fight.
So all the time advantage that Florida had from having a quicker point A, it's gone now. It was wasted on that first attack and that diva stall just now, but they can still set a quicker time.
They do have tools to work with here on the offense, but with Animo's sound barrier, if he positions this well, it should be enough to keep New York alive defensively.
Brian, Earth Shatter ready to go. Moving forward, New York, plenty of space right now, just trying to keep it in the poke game. Florida just waiting for their opportunity, trying to seek an advantage. Deadeye out from Nene, here comes Brian. The Nano is invested. Now is Brian gonna find anything? The Shatter still in reserve. New York making it very difficult for Florida to find a good engage.
Florida advancing onto the point here. They do isolate Mono with the wall, but he's able to sneak back around to get support from JJoNak. That's going to keep him alive. Karayan with a desperation shatter finds nothing. This should be another hold for New York.
Brian saw his health bar going low and just dropped the shatter. It is a classic panic shatter, and it does not work out. So not only does Florida have to retreat here, Jake, but they're down in ultimates. What went wrong?
I mean, the real trouble there is that you use the nano boost from Gangnam Jin onto Karayan, but the High Noon essentially zones it. And if you can trade High Noon for nano boost every time, you will take that, especially on defense to CP. It's so hard to cap. You need to find a big advantage. It's not enough to just trade evenly.
So Florida, again, take another attempt, but this time it's New York with a significant ultimate advantage. It's not a great fight from the onset for the Mayhem. They're gonna try and find a way to work. Libero, though, was trying to get wall down, couldn't get it off, now isolated. BQB, though, down. New York looking to rescue Libero, get him out of this difficult situation. They do just that, they move forward, but Florida a lot of pressure, and Uppa delivers the exclamation point.
New York doing such a great job winning with minimal ultimate commitment, and it's another stall onto Gargoyle. I wouldn't be surprised to see a sleep coming through from JJoNak.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh my word. And doesn't even finish off the diva. It's costing them so much time.
Gargoyle's being bullied. We've fully hit bully tier here, Jake. Not a fan of it, except I totally am.
But this is exactly the sort of calculated play you need to see in the Overwatch League. Again, I've said it seems like a small, insignificant detail delaying this diva, but that's costing an entire team fight for the Florida Mayhem. They have a lot of ultimates to work with, but once again, Animo does have that sound barrier. That's that most important defensive utility. You can survive a big bank of ultimates. Florida Mayhem taking a very aggressive move down this right side.
Chris already down. JJoNak channel his inner DPS. Libero, though, caught early, but Nene's on the flank. Nene right now is going to completely flank the Mayhem. And now with 2 down, that's pretty much it.
Not only did JJoNak find that pick, Chris was trying to commit his sound barrier there, though, so it's completely lost. And, I mean, this just spells disaster for the Florida Mayhem. They've got ults, but it's worse than last fight even. Now, even more defensive utility available to New York. They have a nano boost advantage. No support ults available for Florida. They do have the other 4, but support ults are the most crucial variety of ultimate in attacking a 2CP scenario, especially on Anubis. You need that survivability to get through these chokes.
This could be the final opportunity for Florida. Definitely the final opportunity with good ultimates. New York looking to put this one away. Final minute remaining. Florida have gotten through the left-hand side. Moving in, BQB opening with the Deadeye. New York giving it plenty of room. They know they have time. And now they're gonna commit. New York back the other way. Both Ryans still holding on to Shatter. BQB looking for it in New York. Forced off the point a little bit. Now they move in. The Shatter into the ice wall. Gets Precious Little, and here comes New York.
Oh, Gargoyle turns it around potentially. What? New York still fighting, still trying to stay alive. Just Hotba and Animo, but those are the perfect characters to delay this point. New York trying to give up as much time as they can without losing position. We see the switch over to fast heroes.
What a turnabout from Gargoyle there. Just when you think everything's fine, the bomb comes in, explodes it all. And Mayhem now have an opportunity. Final 15 seconds left. They need to do this with time remaining. New York waiting, trying to delay. Final 10 seconds. If they can delay just 10 more seconds, the calculus is so much different. Florida, meanwhile, trying to secure it off. They need one more tick. Yaki gets down Hoppa. Mayhem still in a good spot, but here comes Nene. Takes down Karayan on the other side. Nene now working on the outskirts. Florida essentially down 1.5. Gargoyle working, Nene out, but Libero back into the fray, Jake. This might be enough.
It's so close for Florida, but maybe just not enough here. New York starting to hold strong, stabilizing with this spawn advantage. That could be enough, that big double kill from Libero, keeping them in this defense, and it should be all over. That's New York Excelsior taking the series 3-0. Clinical plays, Nene and Libero back in the lineup, and just looking so strong, so dominant.
Even when things went tough, when Gargoyle gets the miracle bomb towards the end, New York, they just delay, they drain all the time. Still a great situation. You know what's even better? Just completing the full hold then and there.
Just, you can't ask for more from this New York Excelsior squad. Everyone coming together, looking about as solid as we've ever seen them, and against a team like Florida Mayhem, who has been resurgent this season. They're not a weak team. They're not a pushover team, but New York, they're just so much more dominant. They're on another level. Seems like they won a championship this year.
I think if New York can play this roster, can look as good as they did today, they will be putting the entire league on notice, as they have done every season thus before. New York, never an easy team to play against, and once more, we see them taking the W here today.
Just such big stuff. I want to especially shout out Hot, but I mean, just making so many plays. Often he's not going to be on camera just because of the nature of D.Va. She's so flank heavy this patch. But Hotba, he's finding these solo kills, these big plays that turn fights around. Even when he's all on his own, even when he has no support, he makes it happen. That's what we know Hotba for, as this aggressive, flanking DPS style off tank. And he's proving why New York Excelsior chose to pick him up. He deserves that sort of honor.
It's been a very good pickup for New York so far, where many people wondered, okay, you've lost Meko. How is it going to go down? Meko, of course, still a great player, but Hoppa definitely performing for New York. But we do have an interview down on the stage.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm here with Jonak and Steven, the player manager for NYXL. First of all, congratulations on your victory, Jonak. Now, the first question I have for you is, most analysts said that you had a pretty weak performance last week, uncharacteristically. Why was that, and how did you change that going into this match in Houston?
안녕하세요, 조아수. 첫 번째로 오늘 이기신 거 축하드립니다. 네, 이제 첫 번째 질문은 이제 많은 분석가들이 얘기했던 게 저번 주에 이제 경기력이 많이 안 좋았어요. 근데 그 경기력이 왜 그랬는지, 그리고 이번 주는 어떻게 다시 좋은 경기력으로 돌아왔는지에서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저번 주는 솔직히 말하면 제가 진짜 못해서 졌다고 생각하고, 저는 그걸 이제 좋은 경험이라 생각하고 더 연습하고 준비해서 오늘 이런 결과가 나온 것 같아요.
So for the first question, what Jonak said, he didn't have a great performance last week. He acknowledged that, but this week he practiced very hard. He's coming up to the back to the stage with all the fans here, and you know, he's back.
So my second question for you is a meta question. I wanted to ask you what you think about the new dive meta we're seeing right now. A lot of teams experimenting with the Winston. We're seeing some Genji, a little bit of Sombra. What are your thoughts on that?
네, 일단 두 번째 질문은 이제 많은 팀들이 현재 지금 다이브 메타를 연구를 하고 있어요. 뭐 윈스턴이라든지 솜브라든지 겐지들이 많이 나오고 있고, 그 새로운 조합에 대해서 어떻게 생각하지? 그 다이브 메타에 대해서 어떻게 생각하지? 한번 말씀해 주세요.
지금 솔직히 다이브 메타를 어느 정도 잘하면은 지금도 메타가 될 수 있다 생각하고, 저는 개인적으로 다이브가 이제 좀 기본적인 메타가 됐으면 좋겠어요. 그게 다이브가 재밌어가지고 저는 그렇게 생각해요.
So Jonak still believes that there can be a dive combination meta will come up because it still can be usable, and also he wanted dive meta to become because it's more exciting and it's more fun to play with the players and the fans, you know.
That's a good answer. I think we all love dive for sure. My last question for you is, the first hero pool is going to be decided this weekend. It's going to be tomorrow. So do we get a chance to see some more Jonak Zenyatta, do you think, with the new hero pools?
네, 조작 선수 이제 마지막 질문으로 이제 이번 주, 그러니까 내일 이제 히어로풀이라고 영웅 밴 시스템이 도입이 될 텐데, 아무래도 영웅이 밴이 되다 보면 조작 선수의 제냐타 플레이 많이 기대하는 팬들이 있잖아요. 혹시 제냐타 플레이 다시 볼 수 있는지 한번 팬들에게 얘기해 주세요.
솔직히 지금 아나가 메타인데 일단 재밌긴 한데 밴 당한다 해도 저는 그래도 야타가 있으니까 좋은 모습 보여드릴 것 같아요.
So what Jonak says is currently it's meta for Ana, but you know he's not upset when Ana get banned. He still have Zenyatta with his side, so he's ready.
Well, thank you very much, Jonak, for the interview. It's a pleasure to be up here on stage with you, but we're going to throw it back up there to the casters.
Oh, that was your Coca-Cola victory moment, and I think the takeaway from there is that you can't ban Jonak. He has too many good heroes. Ban a Zen, he'll play an Ana. All good.
This is what I talked about coming into the hero pools. I mean, these top players, you may know them ounce one hero. You may think of them, oh, this is his best, but you haven't seen the potential that these top players have to offer. Players like JJoNak, I want to see him flex as much as possible, really put on a show for the fans.
Well, speaking of top players, of course, we do have our player of the match, and this time around, it is the one, the only, Libero.
Libero, I'm so happy to see him in the lineup this week. We've talked about potential weaknesses for New York on this May position, but Libero was absolutely not weak this match. He was so important for this team, securing 5v6s, great awareness, positioning in the corners for these May ults, perfect walls to defend his Rhine. Just textbook May gameplay. I love it from Libero.
And we talked about New York in terms of analysis. We said they needed better May play. Libero was the answer to that here today, where again, who are you as a great player? I don't think May has always been his go-to. Libero provided what New York needed here today, and it led to a completely different look for this New York team.
Yeah, showing that their struggles against the Philly Fusion may have just been a momentary hiccup. Nothing to worry about for New York fans, it seems, when they could field a roster like this.
And for New York, again, if you're a fan of New York, you go, yeah, it's fine. But this is the New York we're used to. Let's maintain the course.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't expect any change. I mean, this match was so clinical. It wasn't just a win. It was a complete domination.
Well, coming up next, we have the Toronto Defiant taking on a team we've yet to see this season, the Atlanta Reign. Stay tuned.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to our Overwatch League studio. That's right, the games might be in Houston, but Mission Control is here in sunny Los Angeles this weekend. Your only place in between matches to catch the highlights from what you just saw and to get you ready for the next match. I'm Uber, and joining me at the desk is Scott Custer Kennedy. 2 Australians, 1 Swede. Johnny reinforced last another desk. He's got the combo here.
That's greater than 50% Australians on a desk.
Isn't that
now.
mental?
We are taking over.
We're actually just really good at broadcasting, I think, in general.
We get an Australian.
Just you wait till Nevix retires.
Start falling in.
Yeah. What's that, Johnny? Say Sabiol before.
Just wait till Nevix retires. He'll be here with me.
Nevix doesn't say more than 2 words a day, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
He's still more right than Costa.
I'll give you that. Well, New York, they managed to bounce back from their loss last week with a nice win over the Florida Mayhem. So what did New York do well, and what did Florida kind of fail to do across the series, if there's any way to categorize it?
I think the biggest issue that we saw from Florida is they just weren't able to get their ultimates out on their attack. I don't know how many ults they lost after dying. We saw one from Yaki with his mail. We saw Karyan just throw a terrible shadow when he was already dying. And we also saw Chris lose a beat on an initiation fight. So they really need to clean it up in the future, because this isn't really the Florida Mayhem that we sort of had high expectations from coming into this match.
Yeah, it's not quite my tempo. I think they still have some issues to figure out within the team. I feel like they looked really good against a team like Houston Outlaws, but it's obvious to me that the team chemistry and the synergy isn't quite there when you face giants like New York Excelsior. I think that maybe you should stick with Karyan on Ilios as well and not swap between main tanks. We've seen how this works out in the past, so still a few things to figure out.
My personal highlight from the match was seeing Wolf's face after he asked a satisfying question to Jonak.
Yeah. That's me whenever I think of Jonak playing.
Oh, he's going to say something good. He's going to say something good, bro. I asked him about Zenyatta, let's go. He did like he looks just over his glasses, right? I love it. Never change, Wolf. Up next, though, we have a second match of the day, and Atlanta will be making its debut, finally, with Toronto, hoping to rain on their parade. I have only used that once, all right? The other casters have. That's my one time using it. Let's have a look at the roster, though.
Whoa.
Baby Bay, Ursa, Popo, Gator, Masa, Dogman. Throwback or what?
Baby Bay over Edison is obviously the clear-cut one that a lot of people surprised are. Not many people were expecting Baby Bay to play over Sharp and Edison, but the one you really need to look at is Pokpo as well, and Gator, double main tank.
Yep.
Orisa?
Can't really explain that one.
Are we expecting Ryan Orisa, though, like just off the top?
You would have to. You'd have to assume at this point that we're going to see Ryan Orisa. Obviously, Gator has a good Sigma, but we haven't seen Sigma at all.
That's right.
So, I don't know. It's interesting. You look at that. Another important thing to note, Dogman playing over, oh my God, the...
Kodak.
Kodak, yes. Kodak. Sorry, I don't know why that blanked me. A lot a expected Kodak.
He's a contenders player. You wouldn't know why.
Yeah, I'm useless with contenders.
Yeah, you guys on Reddit get mad at like Harshes because they don't watch Tier 2. This guy doesn't watch Tier 2.
I'd watch Tier 2.
No, in all seriousness,
he was in Tier 1 as well.
That's true. Kodak was.
He was in Tier 1,
so
that's
right. He's been on the Tier 1 line. Support Tier 2, guys. We're just kidding around. Let's have a look at Toronto's starting lineup now, though, and we can juxtapose these two teams against each other. Logic's Agilities, Beast, Nevix, Kellex, Kareem. A fan got mad at me for calling him Beast Taylor. Sorry, I called him by his old name. He's just Beast now. Get over yourself. So last week against the Fusion, Toronto seemed to do significantly better in team fights when they were on a dive composition. Do you think we'll see more of that today against Atlanta? And why is that their strength right now?
Well, I was hoping to see more of dive, but I doubt we'll see dive with Logix in the lineup. I think that Logix didn't have the best performance last week, but maybe he'll get a new chance to actually show that he deserves to be that starting McCree this week. I would love to see Surefour, because that just provides so much versatility and they can change compositions up mid-match. But I guess we'll have to see what Logix can provide.
I said this in the pre-show as well. I think Surefour is just more of a risky player, and he's willing to sort of make those moves and make those plays, which is what you need from your McCree. You're seeing a lot of flanking McCrees, taking a lot of sort of different spaces and angles. So that's what I liked about Surefour, and we saw in their last week's match that they really struggled in the first map because Logix is just sort of walking with the team. And I really hope we don't see the same thing today, because it kind of feels like a step backwards rather than a step forwards coming into this match.
And also, I'm guessing, right? But I would imagine that Agilities feels more comfortable playing next to Surefour because they have so much experience playing with each other in the past. Team Canada, several years. And when Agilities plays with Surefour, I think he gets freed up a little bit because Surefour can create space of his own and go for his own flanks, and that just means that Agilities can play a bit more aggressive like he tends to do and likes to do. So You know, we'll see how it goes for Logix, but I think there are a lot of arguments in favor of Surefour.
It feels evident to me that Surefour looks comfortable in a playmaking position. He also likes to be like a low-resource DPS player. Like, he likes to be flanking. If he's playing Sombra, obviously he's more self-sufficient. He can translocate out, get his health back, but he can start the fights, where Agilities, then all he needs to see is the starter's gun go off, and he can go in and dive on something like Genji or Doom.
Speaking of Agilities, I actually think he's the player that really needs to step up on this team if they are going to get the edge over this Atlanta team, because I was watching back the match and his Mei play was just pretty subpar. His Mei ults were getting very low value. I don't know how many freezes he was getting per ult, but it was very low. He had a lot of them eaten, and also his positioning was just a little off. So if he can tighten that up, you get Surefour back playing the meta. I think they can definitely take it.
Is that game sense that's hurting him there, or confidence?
I think it was probably game sense on the Mei. You know, Toronto has done a lot of switching their Meis around. We've seen Surefour play the Mei. There's been a lot of DPS changes as well, always. So I think it's really hard to sort of standardize your Mei play, because it's a very team-orientated role. So if they're changing over and over, I can understand why Agilities isn't really getting his...
You almost made Mei players seem like noble souls. I'm very impressed.
No, they're all terrible people.
Based upon Toronto's previous performances and Atlanta's lineup, how do you guys think that these two teams match up? We talked about the Mei here, but now we're not expecting dive out the gate from Toronto. So what's the matchup look like here?
Well, it's going to be so crazy because we don't have Hawk playing the off-tank for Atlanta Reign, right? So actually, if Atlanta Reign plays Rhino Risa, it might be harder for Logix to hit his shots. So we'll see how it goes. It's hard to predict when they're not playing mirror composition. So
I mean, Logix will hit his shots, they're just going to shields.
Well, the thing is, we've seen it before. The reason a lot of people don't play double main tank anymore is because the McCree plays pretty much for free. You don't have the D.Va to shut down the McCree. So I would almost expect Logix to do more if they are going to play the double main tank.
Well, it didn't work for Striker when they played against the Dallas Fuel, so...
Fair enough.
But maybe the Dallas Fuel are just really good.
But keep your eyes on that. So,
you can't say...
Really good!
You can't say
all right, I'm done. Tilted already. Let's keep your eyes out for the tank lineup here for Atlanta, should I say, and let's see if Logix can do a little bit more with its space. But for now, it's time to go back to Houston, Texas for the next match. Custer,
I'm sorry,
I'm so done with you, bro. We have a reputation.
Dallas could be good.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to you live in Houston, Texas at the Prevention Music Center. Got one match out of the way. NYXL able to take the 3-0 to start the weekend here in Houston, but we have plenty more action. We've got a packed crowd here inside the hall, and they are hungry for more Overwatch, so we will provide. I am Achilles, joined as always by Wolf, and it is good to be here. Thank you all for joining us live and watching back on YouTube, as we are getting ready to dive into our second series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this was where you and I spent in Texas, right? We went to the Dallas homestand last year. We got to meet the Houston fans, a lot of them at that event, but this time it's the home crowd, and they're going to be trying to cheer on Houston's first win. That won't be in this series, potentially, but we'll see how it goes for the rest of the weekend. And I got to say, the crowd has been pretty awesome. It's been great being back in Texas, and I mean, we haven't had a disappointing crowd since we started this homestand model, really.
Yeah. Well, we do have Atlanta getting ready to square up against Toronto. Go ahead and take a look. The Reign have added some faces, some from their academy team, but also some others from other places. Edison going to be one of those big pickups that they have added to this roster.
Yeah, Edison is definitely one of the players to be part of the conversation, but they've also brought on Fire, former MV player, and Sharp. So big DPS lineup here. The trio of really Arister coming in here along with Sharp and Baby Bay makes this team really strong in terms of that depth, where you have that bread and butter in Arister as well. So the hero pools that we do have upcoming, I think this is going to be really powerful. The amount of players you have that can shift into different roles, you could specialize in certain heroes, means that I think Atlanta is going to be solid for the season.
Yeah, I mean, 3 tanks, 4 different supports as well, so certainly a lot of depth. And the Reign, that's something that they showed us last season, was a lot of depth. They were the only team to take down the San Francisco Shock in the playoffs. Of course, from their Shock, went all the way through the lower bracket without dropping a single map, so it's certainly a turnaround performance for them. But the Reign certainly peaked in that moment, but now they're going to be looking to rise to new heights this year.
Absolutely. This was the series I think everyone will remember forever, with the C9 at the end, where they were just barely able to get it there right on that point of Rialto. You could see the cheers there for Atlanta. They did what no one else could do in the playoffs. But, you know, let's see how far this team makes it this year as we kind of zoom in on some of their key players.
Yeah, you can see dumbfounded there in that moment. But here we do have some stats from Arister. May, of course, going to be a very big part of the meta at the moment, and Arister put up some of the best stats that we had in 2019.
That's absolutely spot on, and that's one of our staple heroes before we have hero pools coming through, which, you know, may see May removed from play. It's the most important hero right now. It's in every single composition without, you know, accepting the dive that we're seeing very rarely right now. And I gotta say, Arister's been a terrifying projectile player. His May is solid. He's got the best team fight win rate if you look at the 2019 season on the hero. And that's one of those things that is going to lead you into getting caps on control. It's going to get those control points when you go into something like a hybrid. But you have that Blizzard control, you're building Blizzard quickly. And I mean, Arister is your guy going into this series, so he's the one to zoom in on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how he does. This is the first time, of course, that we are seeing the Atlanta Reign in this season. But on the other side of things, we do have the Toronto Defiant, currently 1-1. Did suffer a loss to the Philadelphia Fusion just last week, but they still looked extremely strong at moments in the series.
And they were running a lot of dive. They put agilities on the Genji, they put him on the Doomfist, we saw Surefour on Sombra, and we're seeing a lot of Beast Winston. So definitely changing up how the game is played right now. We'll see if that continues going into the series, because they are definitely the underdogs, most would say.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta gonna have a little bit of a tough opponent. We'll see if they're up to the challenge. For now, let's go ahead and bring out the Toronto Defiant.
Toronto Defiant in their third iteration of their roster since their start last season. They had a very weak finish at the end of the year, but they're looking to change the narrative heading into this season. Our starting 6 will be without Surefour this evening. It will be Logix, who steps into his shoes here, the DPS duo he's got with agilities. And this is a roster that otherwise you expect to see. Nevix coming in very strong on the Diva after being benched last year. Beast looking good on Winston in dive. And I think this team has what it takes to take out their titans of opponents in the Atlanta Reign here if they can keep those styles mixing up. I mean, Agility is a great dive player, but if you're going to go toe-to-toe with the DPS lineup Atlanta has in a mirror matchup against Arister on May, you're going to struggle. Toronto has to use this depth of roster, and I like their starting choice to bring out Logix, throw that curveball.
Yeah, we saw them trying to do that just last week versus the Philadelphia Fusion. They did end up losing that map, then brought Surefour back onto the stage and were able to make things a bit closer from there. So we'll see how Logix is performing. He's a very pop-off player, I suppose. So we'll see if he can get into that form and help get that first map victory for the Toronto Defiant. But let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. Please welcome them for the first time here in the 2020 season, the Atlanta Reign.
Atlanta Reign come in as a team that most analysts put in their top 3 of preseason power rankings. It's the DPS lineup they've bolstered this season. They've cut the fat, they've trimmed down the roster. Otherwise, our starting 6 will be with Baby Bay today. Bit of a shocker with Edison and Sharp on the board, but he'll be starting off with Airster. You see Gator, one of the top contenders players from the North American region, will join Pokefo, replacing Daco in this lineup. And it's night and day when you compare expectations for Atlanta going into last season, their first season of the Overwatch League. People look at it as, is this team going to be strong? They were pretty low in most people's preseason rankings. They had Defran, a streamer, as one of their main Zarya players. Now we're going into a world where people are putting them top 3. Expectations are so high. They had a great finish to their first season of Overwatch League in 2019. It looks like a bright 2020, but it all starts here.
We'll see how they can do, if they can get that first game win in the 2020 season, start things off with a bang and start earning those top 3 rankings that they have been having all throughout the preseason. Of course, Airster is going to be still such an instrumental player for this squad to find success. Think back to, of course, the 5K pulse bomb kill coming through on Eichenwald.
And it's going to be a series where we could see Baby Bay potentially pull out the Widow. That's kind of one of his specialty roles. We have seen teams try to beat the May Reaper, and obviously as that faded away, beat May McCree by outranging it, outpoking it with Widow. But he's also a great McCree player. So both of these teams bringing out the starting hit scan players you wouldn't expect to see in Logix and Baby Bay. And we'll see if we do get to see that Widow duel, despite the fact that McCree is so dominant right now. There are maps, especially on Control, where you can peel away with the Widow instead, and Nepal will be our starting Control map. And as we head into this one, there are certainly sightlines you can gain.
I mean, we saw Carpe in Philadelphia pull out the Widowmaker in that do-or-die situation on this very round of Sanctum. We'll see if that's going to be the case. For now, though, hovering on the Torbjorn, we've actually been seeing a little bit of that as of late, so maybe this isn't just a hover. Perhaps this is going to be the lock-in.
Could just be a tribute to Defran, but he will swap to the McCree.
Okay.
And Dogman hovered the Brigida for a moment. We have seen a little bit of Brigida-McCree duos to ensure that the McCree survives, but it is going to be survivability that's the issue here against the dive we once again see from Defiant. Logix on the Sombra, and
he's
it actually is the Torb.
So this is actually really great. He's kind of calling out that this is going to be a dive composition. He knows agilities, loves that Genji, and that Torbjorn is so effective at dealing with dive into the back line just by throwing down that turret.
Yeah, it's a safety turret. It's going to help bolster the shield if you dive past it with the Genji. It's going to put a lot of damage on you. It's going to burn your deflect really early, so Agilities is going to have a hard time breaking in.
Pushing forward, the right click's going to be coming out from Baby Bay. This ball a little bit low. Nade does connect onto 3 members, so Dogman will invest that immortality field to keep everybody alive, but Beast will be taken out. Dogman able to tag him up on that exit. They manage to trade back, so main tank for main tank as Pokepo does fall.
The point definitely in favor of Atlanta Reign here. They will grab it first. They've got this double shield to fall back on, and the Torbjorn turret at range. They dealt with Agilities and Logix very well by actually isolating them, calling Logix's flank, then cutting him off there, then collapsing onto the point. It's going to be very difficult to break free Dragon Blade. Grieve 60% of the way to the nano they need to get this unlocked. Look how safely Dogman is playing. Look how far back he is. He's gaining extra sight as well. He checked there to make sure that Agilities wasn't going to fly around the other side. There's a deflect already used, so this is going to be tough to break through.
Looking for the jump in. The hold from Gator does deny that pound damage from Beast, so he will be taken out. They're still coming in as Baby Bay fires away, manages to find Logix, and already it's going to have to be another reset here for the Toronto Defiant. They nearly have that Nano Blade combo ready to go, and this isn't going to be enough to break through.
Yeah, and this is where Dogman and the rest of the Reign really get tested. This is going to be the toughest defense they've had so far, is when the Nano Blade comes through. Torbjorn turret isn't going to be enough to stop that one from slashing through that backline, but they do have the Blizzard as a deterring ultimate. Look at Kareev here, he's waiting for the moment to unlock this blade. Meanwhile, on the other side, Logix on the Reaper. No death blast, but here's the dive.
Yep, jump up into the top. The blade will come through. Manages to get rid of the turret, but here comes the lava out from Baby Bay. He's burning alive. Skater will be able to take him down. Immortality Field bought them just a little bit more time, and so far Atlanta Reign will be surviving. The flip does come through, however, for the Toronto Defiant, but can they hold it is going to be the question. It's looking like no, as Beast gets taken down by the fire strike out from Pokpo. Erster goes into the ice block, pops back out, tries to chase down Logix, denies him a little bit with that ice wall, gets the chase through. They hound him down, they get the kill, they're back in control now, moving up above 60%.
It's tough to get that Dragon Blade to get extended value when you've got that hot and cold combo of the Blizzard there on top of Molten Core. You've locked the players in place, you've prevented them from fighting in that area where they want to break through, and it's the Torbjorn ultimate there that kind of makes sure that can't happen. They have no staying power, the Reaper can't come and get that extra lifesteal and fight, and then it's the extra healing that Dogman provides that allows them to stick through. Sure, they lost a point briefly, so we'll have a pause.
Well.
But it's the extra healing Dogman provides that lets them fight through that moment after the dive fails. So you and I are not, strangers to any in-game pauses. We've had a few of those over the years. Dogman's not.
It's certainly true.
Not fretting about it.
Yep. He's trying to get the crowd riled up. Looks like we do just have a slight issue over on the side of the Toronto Defiant, so we'll have to go ahead and get that squared away so we can jump back in and finish up this first round of Nepal.
I love what we're seeing from Atlanta, though. I mean, this is really, as you pointed out right from the get-go, I mean, this is a counter composition to the dive we've been seeing from Toronto on Nepal specifically. We saw in that 5th game set. So you're seeing the Torb come through, you're seeing the Blizzard place there with the Molten Core, and you're also getting to see, what feels like, in its strangest way, a Defran tribute with the Torbjorn coming out of control, because that was what he became very famous for early on in the season, as his Zarya was still leveling up last year. So there's not really anything to hate here in terms of the Atlanta side of things, and gotta say, Toronto playing the dive well, but it's just tough. You're running into basically a hard counter.
I think it's a really good call to go for that Torbjorn. Like I said, weren't sure if it was going to be legit or not. Decides to flip back to it, and it turns out it was just the perfect thing to have up your sleeve. And that's been playing out really well for them so far. We are going to go to a quick little break, however, as we get this pause taken care of. Got a little sizzle for you, a little Baby Bay action. So go ahead, check this out.
It's looking great here for the Atlanta Reign.
The star power of Baby Bay.
The Bay ain't stopping.
There it is, Baby Bay coming up with the plays.
I mean, look at Baby Bay right there.
Everyone take a breath. 1, 2, 3, deep breath.
Drop that.
Baby Bay is back on the stage. Baby Bay will not allow it. Baby Bay is not amused.
Everyone take a breath.
It's Baby Bay who comes up big for Atlanta.
Your boy Baby Bay's out there reaping.
There's the blossom from Baby Bay. He's gonna clear the point.
1, 2, 3, take a breath.
Atlanta Reign making it happen.
Unbelievable. Just so much pressure thrown in here by Baby Bay. Oh, this is a play from Baby Bay.
3 kills for Baby Bay.
Haha, there it is, Baby Bay. Baby Bay finishes it up.
Some great moments from Baby Bay throughout his years here in the Overwatch League, and he's looking to get some more moments. Another highlight reel by the end of this season, maybe even by the end of this match. We'll have to see what he can get done. But I mean, it's so scary, this roster that the Reign have put together. And it looks like we are back into the game. So guys, let's go ahead and get that energy up as we jump right back in here for this first round of Nepal. Keep things going. 90% now for the Atlanta Reign. Toronto Defiant have to break this down.
Yeah, Death Blossom almost ready here. That's going to have to be their engagement tool with the sound barrier. They've only got one more shot at this.
Turret going to be taken down. They jump up to the side. Shatter going to be coming through from Pokpo. Manages to find one. Beast hits the ground, so the sound barrier comes in, but that's going to be the knockoff coming through. Masa finds one. Beast goes off the edge as well as Pokpo just swings away. Gets rid of Nevix's mech, and that should just be the cleanup here. 99% bleeding down, no one to tag. Atlanta Reign will be able to take that first round of Nepal.
Not bad face there from our friend Dogman, who, by the way, knew that the engagement tool was going to be the Death Blossom, put himself positioned. You could see where he was standing up on that pillar. He was on a high ground where he couldn't actually be damaged by the Death Blossom while healing his teammates from above. You see Masa with that hero boop to eliminate Agility's. Agility's role on the Mei in that fight is to slow everyone so they get caught in the Death Blossom, especially when you're running a D.Va-less squad like that. It can be very powerful when you have the Mei slows, even without Blizzard. But the Death Blossom comes in is completely nullified there by Dogman's healing while the Mei isn't there for the slows, and they just lose a war of attrition there. And great play by Masa, very heads up early on in the fight to get that knockoff. The supports, the ones who make the big plays there in the end, and I'm having a lot of fun seeing this Torbjorn style, the counter to the dive. That's, I want to say, rising in popularity. You know, Jonak said in the interview I did with him earlier that he thinks it's definitely strong. It's definitely something that could be on our radar.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it. I believe this is the second time, or maybe perhaps the third so far in the 2020 season. As you notice, we do have a slight little pause, but it looks like things should be getting underway again as we can continue on the poll momentarily and see if we can get a tied up map and go to a third and final round.
Yep, we are headed in now.
Ticking down, and here we go, Village.
Village, that's right. So very important to see the compositions here and how they're going to operate, because, you know, we did see a little bit of Reaper coming through on the side of the Toronto Defiant, as we have a quick pause again. But just to talk about the comps, if you get a Reaper onto that point early and you have it locked down, it can be very strong because the control point itself is enclosed by walls. So it's difficult to kind of crack through that as a slower moving attacking team. So getting that first point is everything if they are going to be running that. Same goes for like a Symmetra.
Yep, see how the setup comes through. Well, we do inevitably get in for Village. Seems like Logic's just having some issues there, so we want to make sure that everything's taken care of.
Let's take a look. Yeah.
We didn't quite get to see these booms coming through.
Look at Masa's positioning there. When you see the Shatter come down, he's just ready to knock anyone off who gets caught. And even if they don't get caught by the Shatter, you get caught there. I wanted to point out as well, Dogman's positioning up on that pillar because he knows that that keeps him safe. He can also provide healing from above and won't be caught. Make sure he can get his immortality fields off, etc. It was a really beautifully executed setup. And the Atlanta Reign, you know, it's their first week playing here. It's their first match. They've had time to study the Defiant and played much more games. Obviously, recently shown that exact composition on that map. So it's easy for them to create a set strategy, but the execution was brilliant, and that's what makes it awesome.
Yeah, so very solid start, but while we get these tech issues taken care of, let's go ahead and take a closer look at Erster.
And this guy, Erster, is just phenomenal. He is truly one of our all-star, superstar players that we have in the league.
The stick from Erster. Erster just aced it. 6 kills for him. Oh my God.
Erster's been sick on the Doomfist. Oh, Erster! It's a second now for the superstar. Looking for more, but Erster sends him straight back in a body bag. What a play from Erster! Once again, Erster's just a monster.
It doesn't matter what he's going to be playing, you know he's going to be playing it to a very high level.
Erster shows back up on Tracer. No problem at all. He will get 3 kills and they will hold. Dude, Erster right now is just hard carrying.
Erster want to go in, but where do you look? Oh, how about 2? And Erster hits the slam dunk.
What a star player he has turned out to be.
Erster gets 5 kills to open up the point. We expect no less by this point.
So long as Erster is alive, you got a chance if you're Atlanta.
Thank you very much. My name's Erster. See you later.
And I'm sure we can expect many more moments like that from Erster. This guy has been an absolute monster since he came into the Overwatch League. And no surprise that Atlanta Reign did not want to let him go during the offseason. Make sure that you keep him close to home, as he is such a star-studded player.
Yeah, he's one of those lucky future Zenith players, Chinese contenders teams that team split up and gave us some of our greatest players that we had in 2019. And the irony of it is that that same team is now getting a lot of the players that we lost in Overwatch League this season as they rebuild. Dako being one of them was announced earlier today. So kind of ironic how the ebb and flow of that team is first going out to the Overwatch League and now pulling in some of the players who couldn't find homes. Still waiting to find out what's going to happen to our boy Bumper, but looks like we're in.
All right, fingers crossed, no more pauses. Let's go ahead and get this second round underway.
All right.
Go ahead and exit the drop ships. Teleporter coming out from Baby Bay, pushing his team forward with the Symmetra, but will not be sticking through with it. Does swap over on to the Reaper.
Dogman going with the Moira here for that extra healing on the control point itself. Agility's looking for burst kills, or essentially just picks, as we call them, The insta blow up is going to give you that first cap. If you can make it happen, he'll go through the shields.
And they do not have a May here on their side, but maybe it's not going to matter because Logic tries the first kill. Maybe they're going to be taken down. They only managed to find NYXL in exchange. An absolute slaughter in the hands of the Toronto Defiant. A couple kills going to be turned around here, but Airster will fall. And Masa taken down as the last. So first pickup on the point will go the way of the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, the attention there was definitely all onto Agilities as he came through. You see the Halt come in for Gator so he doesn't get punched into the wall. But not the Halt, rather, the Fortify, so he doesn't get punched into the wall. And then Logix comes, though, from behind and cleans up House as the majority of the damage. He's actually getting close to a Death Blossom very quickly. It's a slow-building ultimate, and it's going to help them control this point. High ground still controlled here for the Defiant.
Drop in, punch goes forward. Airster going to be taken down, absolutely deleted by the uppercut. Bionade connects on the two, both takes going to be softened up for now. And that rest of the Defiant will just push forward, sweep them up. Atlanta Reign, again, going to have to reset, come back.
Well, this is going to be a great look for the Toronto Defiant. They just keep rotating around this high ground. They win a fight, they jump back up, then they can operate with Agilities. Now he has his ultimate, but they can operate on setting up picks with that rocket punch, and then the staying power is in that Death Blossom, which will be gained. Here's a Nano, they're going early.
Yeah, Nano in, Seismic Slam comes down. Immortality Field going to be used by Dogman, trying to get him alive, and Baby Bay finds the headshot, gets rid of Logix. Moments before he can get that Death Blossom. A massive Seismic Slam now goes up the Meteor Strike, drops down. There's no way for Dogman to get out of there. He's absolutely obliterated by the Meteor Strike, and Baby Bay falls as well. Agilities put the team on his back at the moment with this Doomfist. Seismic Slam back down, punches come out. Popo will fall. 75% Toronto Defiant. Still maintaining control.
Yeah, very powerful setup here. NYXL has the Graviton Surge now, paired with this Death Blossom. They didn't take the fight on the point. They brought it to the Atlanta Reign with that Nano Boost. They knew that they get value in that room if they could get Agilities inside, and that's exactly what they did. They're going to hold this center once again. They've got a split. Logic's ready for the flank when the grab comes through. There's no Diva.
There's no Diva. There's no way to eat this. Bubble's going to be coming out, trying to build up some energy as the Blizzard does come down on top of the point. Baby Bay trying to find a shot there on the Logix. Can't finish him off before Dogman falls. Sound barrier will come through. Supercharger laid in as well for good measure. The flip is finally there for the Atlanta Reign, 10% on the board, but Toronto Defiant still playing close, still looking to take this, but with Agilities falling, might have to rethink it, might just have to let this go for a while. And yeah, Baby Bay gets himself a quadra kill.
Very impressive stuff to clean it up. NYXL holds the grab. They forced it. There's the Kareem stagger.
Okay.
But they held the grab because they weren't able to get that energy high. Take a look here at Baby Bay just cleaning house. You can see they're all waiting for NYXL to get that charge up on the energy here to maybe set up for that engage after the sound barrier was gone. But it just never came. Baby Bay cleans up house. He still holds the grab, but building that energy is going to be even more difficult now that they've got control of the point. They've got that extra poke from McCree and high ground control. He's at 0 right now.
Logic's already got it. Popo gets 4 with a fire strike. The Halt set up there from Gator, and they just wipe the floor with him. Team kill comes through. What is going on? Atlanta Reign just turn to this rounder.
We're going to take a look at this again. Look at this. Everybody's there in the center. Boom, the Halt combo.
Oh my.
Gator and Popo.
Disgusting.
It's the Halt set up there. And now they're down to basically one fight, the Toronto Defiant. And again, they're going to struggle to get value on the Zarya. Just because you hold a grab doesn't mean you're getting value.
Well, they're looking for multi-kills, but this time Baby Bay not going to be able to find anything with his ultimate. Does get taken down by the uppercut, but Airster pushing forward, gets that right-click icicle onto NYXL. Manages to eliminate the Zarya, so still no Graviton Surge in the fight for Toronto Defiant. Losing out on that, they have to pull back. Now Agility's going to be gone. They need that combo. They need the grab Meteor Strike, the Space Jam, but they don't have it yet.
I don't know if they're ever going to get it. There's just not enough time. It actually has to be Kelix who touches the point here, and already Masa is tracking his position. He has to touch this point for overtime to set this up. He does get on. There's the grab.
Grab does come down. Meteor Strike not going to be out yet. Defensive Shatter comes in, manages to knock NYXL to the ground. They almost finish him off, but have not yet done it. Wall comes up. Beast going to be holding on. Baby Bay in the back. Gets rid of Logix, and Beast will fall with the Shatter ready to go. Cannot use it. And it seems like the Reign have turned this on its head successfully. They close it out 2 rounds of Nepal to get the first map in this series over the Toronto Defiant. Man, what a turnaround.
I mean, it just goes to show you hold a grab. You've got one of the most powerful ultimates in Overwatch, but if you do not have the right composition, you will not be able to use it. They held the Zarya too long. Even with the grab, you've got to swap off in those situations.
Fantastic synergy, fantastic combos from the Rain. Let's see if they keep it going, or Toronto ties it up.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
That's right, of course, we do have the Atlanta Rain homestand coming up quite soon. The Coca-Cola Roxy Theater in Atlanta, so make sure you guys get your tickets while they last. We were in Atlanta last year for a homestand, much like we were in Dallas, and it was absolutely wonderful. The crowd over there was electric, much like you guys are here in Houston. It's always good. I love homestands.
Yeah.
The best part of last year, and now it's every part of this year.
I mean, homestands are, you know, what the Overwatch League was built to be, is having, you know, the crowds from their home, or the home team crowds, you know, as a thing. You know, it's even like an advantage you can get.
Yeah.
We've got such awesome people down here at this event. So Atlanta, you know, where I grew up, so I'm excited to go back and check out what we're gonna look like in the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater. But right now in this series, great play from Atlanta. I mean, we're just, we're up and up and up on Atlanta right now. We were hammering home. This team is not a team to be trifled with. I think the big takeaway is Babybay's great on McCree, we know this, but the execution of how to counter weird curveballs that Defiant threw. They handled the Zarya extremely well. They handled, you know, the dive coming through on Sanctum extremely well. They came in with a plan. They came in prepared. And that's something that I think we should really be championing, is good coaching and good preparation here in this league.
Well, over on the other side of things for the Toronto Defiant, we do have a substitution. And if you're paying attention last week, then this won't come as too much of a shock. Lane Surefour Roberts now going to be stepping out onto the stage. We saw a major turnaround for the Defiant versus Philly Fusion last time. So we'll see if Surefour is going to be able to have the same exact effect this time versus the Rain. Babybay putting up some incredible numbers, exceeding some of our expectations with the McCree, but we know exactly what Surefour can do when he gets into the zone.
I mean, Surefour is your all-around hit-scan player. He can play a lot of different heroes. His Sombra is the one notable hero that we're looking at with him right now that is a little bit out of the box, out of the meta, so to speak, because Defiant are running so much dive. You won't be able to run May Torbjorn on, heading into hybrid or going into assault maps, because it's just simply not going to work the same way. So dive can be very viable. We may see the Sombra come through once again. And he serves a lot of the same purposes that Logix does, but he's more focused on dive type compositions with Sombra right now. And I'd say he's probably the more consistent player that you could put him on a lot of different heroes right now, whereas Logix is more of a hit scan specialist. So I like that they're bringing Surefour back in.
Yep, so we'll be changing it up a bit. We'll see if that's going to be enough to tie up this series 1-1 as we do head into Blizzard World for our hybrid map. Let's see what kind of compositions that we're going to be kicking off with, as it will be the Atlanta Reign first on defense.
Yep, gonna head into this one with BabyBay staying in on the McCree. And we talked about how great Sharp is. We talked a lot about Edison in terms of the similar role, hit scan, McCree role. But BabyBay has experience with Dogman. He's got experience with Pokpo, and obviously Gator coming from the Academy team. No doubt they've played together quite a lot. And I look at this as perhaps just, hey, let's keep one of our big leaders here, one of our big shot callers for our first match. And he's played so well so far. They are going to run Masa on the Brigida. This is not only great against Sombra and potential dive, but it helps keep BabyBay alive, makes him tankier, so that killing him is so much more difficult. It's even hard for Divas to get in there and threaten McCree when he has that extra armor. As you can see, he's going to be the recipient of that armor pack every single time it's on cooldown, essentially. You'll see that a lot in the UI, the top right. See that armor come through.
A little surprising to see them pull off of the high ground already. Atlanta Reign just backing their way up towards the point. Dogman repeatedly seeing those boots to go ahead and jump up, trying to weave some shots in, but hasn't got him too much as far as the amp matrix is concerned, only sitting at 17%.
They see the wraparound here. They're very ready for it.
Yep, barrier's already in position. Get the halt together. No fire strike to be found. Nevix with the Diva is able to go ahead and deny that away.
Yeah, they're just going to have to regroup and try it again, using the ice wall from Agilities to try to give them coverage when they do expose themselves to the fire strikes, etc. There's one.
Wall does come up. Shots coming through.
Big
they
bang.
get that stun. Flashbang does hit multiple people, gets that dink on the Nevix as well, and now as the rest of the Reign pour down onto the point, they manage to find Beast collapsing onto the enemy Reinhardt. Calyx going to be headshot by Erster, finding him with the Icicle, and this is going to have to be an abandon on the attack for the side of the Toronto Defiant. 2.5 minutes remain.
Let's remember, too, the double shield that we're seeing here from Atlanta Reign was the composition that the Atlanta Academy team was using, actually, in the Gauntlet. Gator's very experienced with Orisa. It's one of his best heroes, but he's also great at flex tank. So he really slots into this roster very nicely. They have high ground advantage, so it's tough for Surefour to match them. McCree's going to swap.
That is a very bad start to the next push.
Rogue Icicle connecting there.
Gotta respect that lack of damage fall off.
You gotta just realize too, fans out there, it's not Surefour playing a bad McCree. He's playing its high ground. Now he swaps over to the Reaper, which is also tough to close the distance on against double shield. And it's kind of a losing battle on Blizzard World right now, one of our rarer maps in the Overwatch League. And it's rough without an ultimate to close the gap. And they need that Blizzard so desperately. That's their real shot at this. A nano boost with that might unlock this point. They're closer than they've ever been right now.
Oh, almost got the halt to pull Kareev over that side of the wall. Would have certainly led to him getting picked first again. Does manage to escape. Staying alive for now, but we're back to this ring around the rosy as Toronto Defiant tries to figure out which exit they want to take. Seems like they are going to be splitting.
Look at the halt.
Kareev and Surefour go over to the side. Maywall's coming up, but now Toronto Defiant do have the high ground, but it's certainly not over yet. Shatter online for Pokpo, drops it down, manages to find Calyx. Still gonna be stunned, but no one goes forward to try to finish him off. Deadeye gonna be coming up from BabyBay. Agilities and Calyx now gonna fall. The Deadeye finds Surefour, and it is just gonna be a clean sweep. And Masa the only one to fall.
That's their only tool. Agilities is Blizzard. They use it after the fight is lost, and they have got nothing else. It's looking like a full hold here as a great wall comes up for Arister, locking them in. Pokpo gets that kill onto Calyx, who doesn't get his sound barrier off. He's trapped. And this is just what feels like a free win. I mean, Atlanta Reign just have total control. The double shields give BabyBay all the freedom. He has the extra armor pack, so Nevix can't threaten him. And Defiant have to move as a unit. But Atlanta Reign, again, well practiced and well prepared.
That barrier dropped in. They still have the rally, they still have the Matrix with the Blizzard, so plenty of tools. Toronto Defiant just gonna try to survive. The sound barrier now going to be taken out of the fight. Kelly's eliminated before he can use it. Baby Bay gets the headshot, then onto Surefour as well, getting the double taps. He's looking for another one, and he will find it. 13 seconds remaining. People still getting taken down. They need the tag right now.
I mean, they realistically only have Kelix. He's trying to sneak around the backside. He's got the sound barrier. Here he comes.
He's out in front.
He will touch. Oh, no, he won't.
No, he will not. He cannot make it in time. They take him out. Baby Bay with another perfectly timed headshot lines it up. And that is a full hold on Blizzard World at the hands of the Atlanta Reign.
Easy shutdown there. They know where he's coming from. They track him. This is excellent play. This is clean Overwatch we are watching right now. And I think a lot of people are looking at Baby Bay. He's hitting the headshots. He's showing up in the kill feed. But Gator is setting up so many incredible halts. That kill on Kelix, you pointed it out. They lost a sound barrier right at the beginning before that fight. Gator gets that halt, pulls him over the wall there. We saw the halt fire strike, obviously, earlier on the Paul. He's setting up so many great engages and fights, and he's working with Airster to create another set of terrain. He halts people, and then the ice wall comes up. This team right now looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I know a lot of people are probably looking at this and saying, well, Toronto, lower placing team last year. You know, is it really fair to get that excited about Atlanta? I mean, they've given Philly trouble. This Toronto looks like a stronger Toronto than last year, and Atlanta is just picking them apart.
Certainly rough for the Defiant, but a very strong start to the season for the Atlanta Reign. I mean, we were kind of talking about before the broadcast had even begun, you know, whether or not we were going to be seeing Edison starting on the side of the Atlanta Reign. We wouldn't have been surprised because we know how good he is as a hit scan specialist, but Baby Bay is just absolutely destroying. Right now, we're looking at the Widowmaker, we're looking at the Symmetra. Is this going to be the TP forward?
It's going to be the TP shot,
strat?
yeah.
We've seen this once or twice before.
The most at risk is Kareev in this moment, so he needs to make sure he doesn't get caught.
Goes forward, but there's barriers, there's a Diva. So a cheeky try, but does not net them much of anything, so the swaps will just be coming through.
They only need one tick to win the map, so they're pretty okay with spending a few seconds to look for a pick that would have guaranteed them a win.
Yeah.
Might as well try it, take 15 seconds. All right, the wraparound here, again, we see Masa on the Brigida, giving that extra tankiness to Bebe, and there's no range damage on the Defiant. They're taking a completely different approach. They're trying to take this divey, you know, death volley style on the point instead, so this allows Atlanta to close the gap.
Yep, they are all hunkered down right in the backside of this point. Freeze is coming through, looking for agilities, but Beast manages to swing and get rid of Airster just moments before agilities would have been taken out. Seismic Slam gets him a little bit of shielding, but he will be eliminated at the end of the day. Airster now just going to be swapping back over onto the Tracer. Baby Bay finds one as NYXL will be taken down. Shatter coming out, gets absolutely nothing. There's two barriers there to protect the rest of the members of the Atlanta Reign, and it looks like this might just be the end of it. We're very well timed though, before it gets into the Wraith form, manages to take down Baby Bay, but will be eliminated on the back end.
Huge sleep
through, finds Dogman, Beast gonna be taken down, Airster now eliminated. Maybe not yet done here, as NYXL does return, doesn't have much in the way of a self-destruct.
Once Surefour gets back, they should hold. They should hold.
They've got Kelix staying elusive, riding along the walls, will be swung upon. Popo finds that kill, the stun isn't on the NYXL, and they're taking up, but he cannot make his way through. The stun's coming out, the crowd control just too much.
I mean, this was a map that Atlanta just took away from Toronto, didn't even allow them to play the game. Toronto played that death ball style, didn't run it well.
Yeah, positively brutal. Now a reverse sweep, but Toronto need if they want to win this series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio here in Los Angeles for our game break presented by Cheez It Grooves. And honestly, there's not actually been that much gameplay. I mean, I already mentioned bowel movements live on air earlier today. It seems as if it's happening again.
You used that one too early. I think this
really?
game really defines it.
I mean, I'm never too early or late. I actually arrive exactly when I mean to. Generally speaking, yeah. I mean, like this is rough. I think a lot of people are being vindicated now for having Atlanta Reign so high in their standings.
Yeah.
That first map was, rough.
And Costa thought it'd be close again.
Dude, I'm having a rough season so far. This is Atlanta being able to see Toronto Defiant's lineups and then coming out here. They came on Sanctum on the Torb to begin with. They knew that Toronto was going to lean towards the dive. They just held up in the corner. They had the Baptiste as well. And you saw a bit more signs of life from Toronto on this point. They played the Zarya with the Doomfist to try and dive, and it had a little bit of success, but not really.
So let me run it back really quickly. Why are they playing Zarya? Why is Nivix doing that?
Well, they wanted to apply the Zarya bubble to the Doomfist when he dives in, right? Because that's a bit more protection than perhaps... whoa. That was...
That fire strike, it does things to Johnny.
It was actually repulsive.
Whoa.
I had the shakes, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was good, but... where was I? Yeah, Zarya, right? I got distracted. Yeah, Zarya, right? No,
who needs fluffers when we've got clips like that?
Yeah, both me and Costa, we agree that we would have liked to see the D.Va over the Zarya because Zarya in this meta is just so easy to counter and slow down and wall off, and it's hard to get any kinds of value. D.Va just has insane mobility now with the 3-second boosters, right? So I understand where they're coming from. You want to apply the Zarya bubble to the Doomfist as you're diving in, but it just didn't work out.
Map 2, Logie Bear out, Shaw 4 comes in, and it's the same story again. Baby Bay dominating on this McCree. What a player he's grown into. But overall, it seems like Toronto, and specifically Agilities, is getting countered. His hero pool, it seems like Atlanta come out with this double shield tank, Orisa Holt to mess with the Doomfist. They got a Brigitte there as well, the May, the McCree. Everything is anti-Doomfist, or Agilities is just struggling.
They're really bunkering down, as you can see. They're playing the Baptiste. They're bunkering down. We have the McCree, and the Toronto just don't really seem to have an answer for it. They had that really cool pull that Gator kept doing where he was pulling them as they try and rotate around the fence, and it kept pulling people over, and they got picks for free pretty much. And then as soon as Agility threw that May ultimate and then instantly died with it, that was pretty much their entire offense done.
Yeah. It's very smart from Atlanta to come out with this strategy with Baptiste and then playing the McCree and double shield. They're just beating Toronto down, and I think it's an incredibly smart adaptation, knowing what Toronto was going to bring because they saw the footage from last week. So gotta credit the coaching staff on Atlanta Reign and the players for being so smart to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Baby Bay get subbed out often after map 1 last season and maybe back in for map 3. Also, Dogman said that he was benched on stream, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all.
It's really interesting because we always credit, like Atlanta, they made these incredible pickups in the offseason where they have all these things. They haven't used a single player that they've picked up yet, and they're just dominant. They've been playing really well with the Dogman. Obviously, they have a lot of synergy, Baby Bay and Dogman, obviously massive presences on stage, so they're just sort of riding with that, and they don't seem like they're slowing down. And as you said, they deserve to be where everyone said they should be this season.
All right, well, with that, it's time now for Crunch Time, presented by Cheez It Grooves, because that's what happened to Toronto. They're getting chewed up, spit out, boot off stage. Johnny, take it away.
Let me watch it again. I mean, let me watch it again. Just in slow motion.
Yeah, this is just not. It's not even crunchy. It's just.
Oh god, that the amount of synergy that goes into that, obviously coordination, the wall, the fire strike, and the pull all go down at the exact same time for the same strategy. Yeah.
Now, notice that Beast Halo took damage before that. Obviously, that fire strike gets pumped up to 200 HP.
Beast, sir, it's not Beast Halo. He's renamed. He's simply Beast.
Come on.
Okay?
I thought you were supposed to be
Please reference by his real in-game nickname. It's Beast.
Cut the cameras while I deal with this.
Sir.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's actually just one guy on Twitter. He's like, oh, you called me out on the show? Yeah, you should feel good. Assault is coming up next on Anubis. Is there any hope for Toronto here? Is it another 3-0? Like, what?
Well, they did play well. Last week, they did play well on Anubis because Agilities was able to play that Doomfist.
This team pushed Philly to the limit.
Yeah.
But Atlanta,
they look good.
But Atlanta have the counter. They have the secret sauce. They seem to know how they're playing it. They're playing it with the Baptiste. They're bunkering down. They're not going to let Toronto play the style that they want to play. They're going to make them play their game. And honestly, I think Toronto needs to do something drastically different.
All right, well, Atlanta are out there trying to bring the spice, trying to make Guy Fieri proud. So let's get back to the rest of the match at the Revention Music Center in Houston, Texas.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
All right, welcome back. We are just over the halfway point here in this series, but it looks like we've hit the point of no return for the Toronto Defiant. Atlanta Reign currently leading 2-0 after a full hold on Blizzard World. This is just clinical from them. It seems like Toronto Defiant just don't know what the hell to do to try to break back into this game.
I mean, taking candy from a baby, I think is like not even fair. It's worse than that. I mean, I'll give Toronto credit for the first map where they were trying to run Zarya, they were trying to run Dive, they got countered in both regards. They didn't change their playstyle on Blizzard World though, they didn't play range, they tried to play the Doomfist, got outclassed, and Atlanta is just one step ahead. And I think a lot of people are wondering, were we wrong, most of the teams, to move away from double shields right now? When you see how clean it is with Gator, it feels like double shield might still be very relevant regardless of map type. But I think it's Gator and his synergy with the rest of his squad, especially Erster, that's actually leading this team right now to such a great lead. And, you know, I think this, you know, everyone said in preseason, Atlanta top 3 as we head into Anubis. I think those feelings are solidified, cemented by this series that we're watching right now.
I mean, it certainly, at least for the start here, very long season still ahead for the Atlanta Reign, but this is a very good sign for them, especially just for the cohesion, because at the end of the day, you cannot take that away from them. The cohesion will remain there.
Looks like we're going to see some more Torb here, though, Achilleos. And, you know, again, this composition does very well against Dive, which is quite popular on this map. You can see Beast already highlighting that Winston at the moment. You know, Agility is a great Genji player. He's been playing it since 2018, back since In and Out. But I gotta say, it looks like Atlanta's got this one figured out. It's gonna be tough to break this, and Toronto Defiant are gonna have to think on the fly. They will have to respond to this composition, and that's gonna cost them time. We will see Surefour hide this Symmetra pick, keep it a secret.
Yeah, wrapped way around the right side. Then TP across, perhaps getting ready to come through. Ulta's getting used by Gator there.
They see him now, and yeah, Halt's early.
Trying to break down the wall. Surefour getting charged up.
There's the port.
Throwing that down, they make their way over onto the point. The turret not gonna last, was left out by itself. It does get taken down. Dogman hovering up above, is gonna be trying to keep his teammate alive. A wall's gonna be used. Baby Bay sitting on top, drops another turret. Gonna be overloading now. These pot shots, lobbing them into the corner, getting a couple connections, trying to build up for that lava. He's getting closer and closer now at 60% of Sure4 will be taken down by Airster. Babybay, it's another one. He's got the hammer out, Babybay. He's on the hunt. Let him have it. Doesn't quite get the killing blow, but he will get NYXL in the end.
He gets one. Nicely done by Atlanta Rain. Now, I gotta say, I like Toronto Defiant's style here, though. They wait to teleport until they have a clear shot at the point. They immediately destroy the turret, and then they're on the other side of the double barrier. Gator has to place a new one, and Sure4 charges up his left click on that barrier. Breaks early. It's a really cool strategy. They've got the coalescence now. If they can get another teleport like they just did onto the point, onto that turret, they're gonna have a good opportunity this time. Molten Core is also catching up with them. We've got that hot-cold combo coming through. Once more.
They managed to break through, don't lose anybody on the initial approach. 2 minutes, 18 seconds remaining. Kellex will be able to take down Babybay's turret at a distance, but he'll have another one ready to go. Now has
They're gonna teleport
core ready as well.
They're gonna teleport onto the roof, it looks like here. Kind of a weird angle. They'll have high ground.
They move their way up. Barrier pressure being applied to Pokebo. Notice that fire strike up top. Turret gonna be taken down again. Babybay pulls his way back. Here comes the Magma though. Slams it down all over the point. Taking a couple more shots and Sure4 again gonna be found by Airster. This time he manages to find a second. Babybay, you can tell he's feeling it, but instead we'll just go ahead, pull out the gun. Gets the shots onto Agilities, but he really wants another hammer kill.
Hey, I mean, if it takes him longer to get the kill, it's pretty good for Atlanta, so.
Well, remember, we have a tied record actually for most hammer kills.
That's right.
And Sure4 is tied for that record.
That's right. And Mangachu, former Defiant player as well, so a lot of Toronto flavor in this discussion. But I like the teleport on the roof. You're stuck out in that corner over there on the left side. You have to do something. You have to try to take that high ground. But Atlanta didn't even have to pair the Blizzard with that Molten Core, so they have that online. They have a rally. This Photon Barrier isn't going to do much against the comp that Rain is running.
Okay, they're trying to cut them in half. Teleporter not going to last. They get the freeze on the Pokemon, and Babybay has been eliminated. NYXL finding a very crucial kill. Now Immortality Field going to be taken down.
Remember, they still have Blizzard.
They still do have the Blizzard. But NYXL is here. Can he get an E? That is going to be the big question. Shatter going to be dropped in by Popo. Doesn't lead to much. Sound Barrier going to be drawn out as Beast will be frozen up in the Blizzard. Bomb coming through. Zones him back in the Coalescence is enough to help keep Beast alive for a little bit longer. Kellex manages to find Masa. Popo frozen, taken down by Sure4. Suddenly, there is a hope. There is a chance for the Toronto Defiant to be able to cap this point A. Becoming increasingly more and more likely as time goes on. Babybay returning, manages to find Karib, but does not stand a chance against Sure4. He's entirely energized now, gets that last little slap onto Airster. Take him down. They will be able to get this cap with sub 10 seconds remaining in the time bank.
Very well played here too. The Photon Barrier did cut them in half, as you mentioned, and forced a kind of awkward drop down there for the Atlanta Rain, and that's how Babybay died first before he could build up another Molten Core. The rest is history. The Blizzard was well placed, but they were down on numbers, and Sure4's damage output gets insane once he gets charged up. They're going to port to the pillar.
Yep, everybody keeping up top now, going to be dropping down. Magma coming through again.
An awkward angle here for that one.
This does keep them contained into the back of the point, however, and away from where they would be contesting it. Now Babybay just going to be taking some pot shots here.
Look at how much he's building up on that next Molten Core too with all this damage.
Yep, 22% for himself. Maywall's coming up, trying to break through those. On either side as the Coalescence does roll from Karib. Beast falling a little bit low, staying alive. Has to be careful. All to the side, the Maywall's coming down yet again, trying to keep them all locked up and contained. The Blizzard is here. Commercer, Agility's nearly with one online. Reminder that the Rain do not have a Diva, will not be able to eat this one. There's still that potential for NYXL. First one going to be lobbed in, however, and it's not going to be taken away. Airster does manage to find it. The pin is there. Popo gets rid of Beast. Sure4 falling shortly before that at the hands of Babybay. There's going to be one. Traded back as Dogman. Now Airster and Popo will be taken down. But still, the damage is done. It's very much Atlanta Rain who are coming out on top. NYXL, however, does manage to find another one. Gets rid of the Torbjorn. Now Gator going to fall. He can start ticking up. Will be the defender's advantage here for the side of the Atlanta Rain. They nearly get to that first tick. Karib, however, going to be taken down moments before he can get that next ult online. Would have given him a lot of self-sustainability. But now going to be lost.
Shatter.
Back, the Shatter comes down. NYXL going to be on the ground. They can't chase forward to try to pin him. The point has been abandoned for now by the Toronto Defiant, losing out on all that percentage that they had gained so close to getting that first tick to give them permanent.
Yeah, that's
stability, but
that's the exact thing that we have to really highlight is they just barely didn't get the tick, so everything is meaningless no matter how close you get. It doesn't matter if you don't finish that first 33%. Airster had the follow-up tracer. He's so known for that delay. Baby Bay didn't have to use Molten Core, so we're just going back to the May here for Airster, and they can hold on to this. The Defiant need that photon barrier. There it is.
Barrier comes down, but sure if we're going to be caught off, has to wrap around the backside of the pillar to try to rejoin in with the rest of the squad. Bomb out, not going to be able to find anything, but NYXL will safely be able to rematch. Magma cut off. Baby Bay still pushing forward. Playing on the bridge, looking for the shot there onto Kariv. It's a nice dink onto Beast. Is already back up to 20% now towards that next Molten Core. Lava has gone away. Beast taking so much damage every time he tries to step forward. Sound barrier out from Calyx now, trying to keep everybody alive. The Supercharger going to be dropped in by Gator. Mortality Field going to be taken away, as is the turret, but Beast going to be taken out. Maybe Bay finds yet another kill, but now Masa going to be eliminated by Surefour. Needs a lot more of that, though, if they want to get across the finish line. We will be going into overtime. Griff gets rid of Popo, Surefour gonna fall. Maybe they trying to stay alive, will be eliminated by the damage on Griff, who the Coalescence takes down Airster, takes down Gator. Can he get more? He's looking for him. Calyx finds one. Masa gets rid of Agilities. No more. Maybe the damage orb is out. They're ticking their way up. Two coming through as Beast rejoins. Shatter comes in, but Kareem dodges out on it. He's still going to be stunned up. They're kept alive by the Moira.
Airster almost has Blizzard.
Pile Driver comes in. Kareem falling low. Has to peel back. It's the mini pack. Beast going to be taken down by the lava that Baby Bay lays out on top of the point. As we enter into OT, Photon Barrier is there. NYXL going to be knocked out of the mech and has no way of getting back through. Surefour, however, charged up, dances around the barrier, trying to stay alive, trying to get the kills. He manages to find two, but they step away from it. They only get 73%.
They fall away. Great plays there. Again, they save the point by bringing in Popo. He comes onto the point with the Rhyme, buys enough time for that hot and cold. The Molten Core there with the Blizzard. They buy that time. Airster comes out just at the last second there, and they sustain through the point.
Well, that's the first half here. Trying to find, can they have a successful defense? We're going to find out in just a few. That's right. Of course, there's more homestands in Washington, D.C. pipe throughout the year. So make sure you guys get your tickets for the next one coming up on the 7th and 8th of March. I do believe that a certain team from Texas is actually going to be at those homestands as well.
Yeah.
So make sure, if you're a true Outlaws fan, that you travel across the country and go check them out in our nation's capital, because it's going to be absolutely amazing, much like you guys will be today.
Yeah, I mean, our Washington homestand that we just had last weekend was definitely a memorable one, and I think we're in store for more. A lot of great games.
We just got to keep, make them better each time.
Yeah, including Houston's series against Boston. I think everyone will remember that one way or the other.
Yes.
But,
that one will go down in history.
Certainly.
And shall not be forgotten, for better or for worse, as you say. But for now, we are still in it. We are still here on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah.
With the Atlanta Reign getting ready to go on the attack.
You know, it was, as confirmed by looking back through footage, that it was what I was told by production was a technical C9. It was technically
we'll go ahead and get
a C9. So yeah, take a look at
replay.
it. So look at this. Actually, the blizzard is there. You see the molten core, and the fight is, in very much favor of the Defiant with the photon barrier micro that we're seeing from Surefour. It's pretty sick. But actually, look at this punch from Agilities. He's underneath there. No one's on the point. There's some communication as they collapse onto Arister about him and getting that pick rather than who's on control of point. With how long they were on that point, the overtime ticks down instantly in a moment like that.
Well, high pressure situation. Not everyone on the same page. Sometimes you get a good old crunch 9 coming through.
There you go.
But Arister going to be taking a shot with the Widowmaker, not going to be able to find anything, so we will see him swap off.
And Baby Bay on the Sombra here, he's going to force the reaction here of the high ground members by decloaking on point.
See you later.
And then he just teleports back, yep.
Where does he want to go? It's just going to be good old Torbjorn yet again.
I mean, it's working. It's going to be a lot more difficult to make this one happen without any sort of mobility. They don't have a Symmetra to get him onto the point and set up a turret at range. So I'm not sold on this just yet, but he's going to set it up in this room for now and try to break the shield.
Making sure no one can push forward into the Atlanta Reign without taking a massive amount of damage.
He checks for
Checking the flank.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to spot anything. Nice brain wall will come up. Immortality Guild gets pushed through, however, by Dogman trying to keep him alive. Surefour cuts that down, then cuts down both tanks on the side of the Atlanta Reign.
I mean, it's fun to see the Torb. It's fun to see this kind of setup, but I'm not sold. I mean, you're not getting damage done, and Toronto can just wait for you to make the first move. And it's just permanently the ball is in Atlanta Reign's court, and they can't really force their way in. We do see the swap now to the McCree. It would have been cool, it would have been cute, it would have been showman-like if that had actually worked, but yeah, the McCree gives them much more of a better option crossfire-wise. Kind of chip away from two angles. They can split him up on the side once they get through this initial archway.
Still, though, fairly good ult build for the side of the Atlanta Reign as they try to get the reapproach. Coalescence comes out first from Kareem, trying to keep his members topped up. He'll be able to do so. It's a little bit of extra damage thrown out onto the members of the Atlanta Reign. So Shatter will be dropped in. Sound barrier coming through for Atlanta as Surefour will be taken down, and Nevix gets knocked out of the mech. Pushing back forward, falls down below 100 HP, tries to stay alive. Sitting in the blizzard, will be eliminated by Dogman. They managed to find Gator, freezing him up, but the barrier is placed in time to keep him protected. Does manage to become unfrozen as Popo continues to swing away. 57%, they're looking for the shots to finish off the Reinhardt. Too much healing coming out from the side of the Reign. Another triple kill now for Popo. Absolutely wonderful fire strike coordination coming out between he and Gator.
It's insane.
Another multi-kill, and now they are on the point. They are getting this cap.
Great synergy there between the tank line. And I gotta say, too, we have to criticize Kareem. Remember that moment where he chased down and got the kill on Baby Bay? He needs to be healing up the front line in that moment. It's your damage Moira you've seen in your ranked games. Sure, he gets the flashy kill, he sees Baby Bay on the side, but his tank line dies in the real fight, the big fight on neutral, on point. Baby Bay's gonna come back from spawn quickly. You can't be going off on tangents like that. You can't be chasing down DPS. You need to be healing your front line when you're running one shield versus their two, and you're running a Moira. You've gotta have that healing.
Pushing their way out now from the catacombs. Shatter ready to go, just drops it. Doesn't manage to find one. Can't quite get the kill though. Great knockdown there by Beast, matching poke post. Mortality Field has to come in from Dogman. Keeps him alive for a lot longer than you would have expected. Surefour goes in with the Death Blossom, manages to find one. Atlanta Reign turn around and manage to find 2 quickly thereafter. Babybay pushing forward, looking for his next target. Evix protecting Agilities, keeps them alive for the time being, so they can continue to delay for a little bit longer, but the flashbang is good, and Babybay has the headshots lined up. Now looking for Kellex, he hovers above. Coming out another Immortality field here from Dogman, manages to elongate the lives of the Atlanta Reign members. They continue to tick up slowly and steadily here on the point. Kellex drops the beat, match now by Masa. Babybay, the Deadeye, trying to find the pick. Can't quite find him, but has the flashbang ready to go. Bans the hammer straight into Agility's chest, gets the headshot onto the Baby Diva. The first tick is getting ready to come through for the Atlanta Reign. They still have near 3 minutes in the time bank. Someone gonna have to step onto this point, but they cannot make it there in time. Atlanta Reign will be able to take it.
And perhaps our most one-sided series of the 2020 season, Atlanta Reign make a phenomenal start to their season. Great preparation coming in this. The synergy between Gator and Pokpo unparalleled. And Babybay comes on to center stage saying, we may have picked up some new DPSs, but I'm still the OG. And I mean, that is what you want to see from a team who plays late in the season, and what we want to see from, you know, our Asian teams when they start their season as well, is this kind of preparation. You've got the extra time and it's utilized well. Phenomenal stuff there. I mean, that was a series that, you know, if you're a Toronto fan, you're upset about, but I think everybody else saw clean Overwatch on the Atlanta side.
Yeah.
And it's exciting to see what else they're capable of as we move forward.
Just absolutely gorgeous play after play there from the Atlanta Reign. Phenomenal to see. And I mean, Gator, what a breakout performance here in his first game on the Overwatch League stage. 62% kill participation just on that last map of Temple of Anubis. And before that, he was putting up similar numbers. So you could just see how much he was contributing with that Orisa. Absolutely wonderful to see. Everybody on the Reign can feel good about that performance. For Toronto, it's back to the drawing board. Practice up for next time. But guys, we got Jake standing by on stage with none other than Babybay.
Thanks so much, casters. I'm here with Babybay. Congrats on the clean 3-0 sweep, as expected, maybe, from the fans. Love to see the Torb come out. But even more than that, I'm excited to see you on the McCree. I mean, we've seen you on Widow for so many metas. It's been the dominant hit scan. How does it feel to be back up close and personal on McCree?
Oh man, I'm so ecstatic that I get to play McCree. Like, and you know what? We have really good McCree players on the bench too. Like, we have Sharp and Eddie, who are just phenomenal McCree players. But like, I've been playing this hero since season 1, baby. So I came in hot. I was like, let's go.
I remember you playing McCree since before the Overwatch League. So it's good to see you back out in force. Speaking of McCree, though, you've got a tough counterpart to go up against tomorrow. Xe on Paris Eternal has been looking clean as well. So how do you and the team feel going into your next matchup tomorrow?
I mean, we're not planning on like playing them any differently than we played Toronto today. Like, we're just going and doing our own thing. We know we're good. You know what I mean? We just got to do what we got to do. We don't have to worry about the other teams at this point. We're set, man.
I feel like that confident style has always worked out well for you. So congrats again on your win, Babybay. And back to you on the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Jake. And thank you, Babybay. We'll go ahead and get a nice little autographed hat out into the audience for you guys. That's that just shot up in value after that game significantly. What a performance from Babybay.
Yeah, always gotta enjoy our Coca-Cola victory moments here. And then somebody like Babybay.
Now we can judge how far he's able to throw this thing.
It's gonna hit you, man, now that you said that.
Yeah, right in the back of my head. That'd be impressive.
I didn't quite go that far.
You made it back a couple rows. You gotta work on that throwing arm, I guess, but doesn't have to work on the headshot accuracy. That was pretty clean all the way through.
I was really impressed with his target priority. He shut down Agilities every time. And that's going to help your double shield tank. You know, if you kill the May first in every fight, he just always had his flashbangs for Agilities. He just hit the follow-up headshots every time. You just take the May out of the fight, then your tank's going to be able to do so much more. It was a great series by Babybay.
By everybody, and that's why it's really difficult to pick a player of the match, but we do have to settle on one person, and that one, in his debut, is going to be Gator.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at this, and for me, yeah, it is tough to pick one, but Gator is the clear choice for this match for me. I look at how he played the Orisa, is, you know, bringing back double shield, making it look like it is the meta, like more people should be doing this. The halts were fantastic. His synergy with Pokpo and Babybay throughout the series were just awesome. I mean, there's not much else to say about it. The guy knows how to play with his tanks, with his DPSs on the Orisa. He's a great player who has the ability to, by the way, play flex tank as well. He's perfect in a double shield meta. He did great on the Academy team during the Gauntlet, got them to that finals as well through great Orisa play. And as long as he can keep this team in an Orisa meta, they can keep coordinating around him. I think this guy is going to be one of our better tanks throughout the season.
I mean, looking at his limbs per 10 compared to his deaths per 10, that is just disgusting numbers right there. Very
one-sided series, but you know.
Extremely. Well, looking forward to seeing Atlanta Reign and how they do with the rest of the season, but I'm also looking forward to that next match. Do you remember who's playing? I think it's London, Spitfire, and...
the green one, right?
Yeah, there it is. It's on the screen. It's the Houston Outlaws, your home team, coming up next, going up against the Spitfires. Stay tuned, guys. You do not want to miss it.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Welcome to our Overwatch League studio here in Los Angeles. This is Watchpoint Reset. I'm Uber or Mitch Leslie, joined at the desk by Scott Custer Kennedy and Johnny Reinforce Larson. Here is a Song of Ice and Fire in Atlanta as we saw the May and Torbjorn compositions leveraged by the Reign quite effectively. They ended up dominating Toronto. What are you guys' first impressions seeing that match?
The finale of Game of Thrones.
Oh, come on, don't bring that up. I don't want to think about it again. Come on.
You said a Song of Ice and Fire. I needed to play with you, you know,
you were
Death
there.
Synergy.
I was going to bounce off that, but like he cringed too easily. Look, there is something to be said for people that cringe too easily, right? You've got to, at some degree, like open yourself up to it. You're not 12 anymore, Custer.
No, okay. You know, this is my favorite moment. I cringe at this every time because he just runs in and he yeets in and he knew that I don't respect a Torb kill, hammer kill, that is on a baby diva. It does not count.
Okay.
They cannot defend themselves.
You don't even know what the definition of cringe is. Yeah. That was incredible.
I was trying to pivot to the gameplay.
That was
and
awesome.
I fell short. Well, let's talk about the game.
Yeah, tell me about Atlanta's debut. It was a little crimbit, yes, but we'll try and get along with this. Atlanta come out the gate strong, justifying their high positions on many people's power rankings.
They just looked so strong, and it's interesting as well. Oh my god, another 3 kill. That was awesome. The thing that's interesting is they're playing the double main tank, and pretty much every team we've seen so far play the double main tank hasn't really stuck with it. They've all moved away from it since then. We all thought the meta had evolved, but Atlanta's here just saying it still exists, and we're still doing it.
What is the purpose of double main tank? Here, at least for Atlanta.
I feel like you can draw some parallels to the original New York Excelsior that like to play pretty slow. Maybe it's a better composition if you'd like to punish your opponent's mistakes. And I think when you're playing against a team like Toronto Defiant, which is a bit more loose, I don't want to say they're the most disciplined team around. I mean, Karivos, DPS more a little bit, agilities, a bit risky play, etc. So I feel like Atlanta Rangers played this composition to capitalize on Toronto's mistake, and it paid off clearly, but I feel like when you're playing the double main tank against more refined teams like maybe Philadelphia Fusion, that is where you start running into problems. So I'm excited to see how it works out against other teams.
It was interesting seeing Baby say in the interview that they're probably just going to do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
I did expect this to be a Toronto more specific.
It was like a tailored strategy against
Exactly.
Toronto,
So if they're going to come in and they're going to play the same composition with the same players, I'd be very surprised by that because they are going against Paris, a team that plays pretty aggressive, and they have XZ who's been popping off. So are they going to get away with the same thing? Are we going to see them move back to the meta if it doesn't work?
Very quickly on that as well, Smex is probably going to be back in the mix for Paris here. So will Paris go with a double main tank setup like they were sort of trying, of course, no smite Benbez combo, or Smex come in there? They might also try and match that double main tank. So that's something for you guys to keep an eye on as we head towards that game. But first and foremost, coming up next, we have our last game of the day, the London Spitfire versus the hometown Houston Outlaws. Let's have a look at the starting lineups for the Spitfire first.
All right, bring it on.
What do we got?
Bring it on. Bernard.
So Glister,
back.
J-Mac, Bernard, Krillin, and Sanguinar.
It's interesting that they're switching back and forth between this because they play pretty well.
He must have been
without
sick.
Bernard.
He must have been sick.
Could have been sickness because Bernard did play well the first week, and we were shocked when he didn't play.
Yeah.
But Klesson came in and played really well. So I don't know, but it is good to see Bernard back in this roster.
I mean, you say really well, but Bernard is clearly the #1 diva on this team.
Yeah.
So I'm just excited to see what their peak potential is, because if they can beat the Washington Justice roster with Kleston in the mix,
wow, just go up and say Bernard analysis.
What?
Just go up to him and say Bernard analysis if you want to see his potential.
Yeah.
Come on, bro! It's a Westworld reference. Oh, we all have.
That went straight over.
His name is Bernard. I hate you guys so much.
I'm from Sweden. I'm sorry.
Okay, doesn't consume pop culture. Noted. We all like the Spitfire to win this match, but I guess where are their windows for the Houston Outlaws to gain the advantage here? From what we've seen from them, we know like they're still trying to function a bit between their DPS and the Diva of Mecco. They're trying to make this work. We don't know what they're going for in the flex support role. What are your thoughts?
I think this is the time where we need to see Linksa step up. Glister, obviously, we just saw an incredible McCree player.
Yep.
He's been popping off. They need to shut him down, and that does come down to Linksa at the end of the day. The McCree versus McCree matchup is going to be super important. But I will say this, Houston Outlaws, if we come back this week and Raucus and Repel are still trading time, I'm going to be very upset.
Well,
true.
Let's see who's starting for Houston Outlaws, because you mentioned Linksa. He said that he wasn't benched because he was Linksa back in with hydration. No, Jexer and Raucus going to be starting here on the support line. So let's write our love letter to Linksa, as it were. Keep it clean, guys. What do we want to see from him, especially in this game, in terms of picks, in terms of play style, in terms of presence?
Just pop off as McCree. That's all you have to do. And just be wary about the London Spitfire's playstyle. We know that J-Mac likes to charge in and be the aggressor. Just be ready for J-Mac to go in and just sort of peel back, do your thing in McCree, make sure you stay alive, don't take unnecessary risks, because all you need to provide is some aim and navigate your team a slight bit.
You think that's all he has to do to sort of just fill that role better?
Look, he's a McCree player, okay? Okay. It's not like you need the biggest brain in the universe.
Okay, that's a shot at Baby Bay, I'm sure, but that's fine.
I want Linksa to be confident, and I want him to be creative. I don't want to see him just playing passive behind the shield. We all know Linksa can aim. I don't think that's his issue when he plays McCree. It's whether or not he's willing to sort of take this off angles, take these flanks, and make the openings that the Houston Outlaws desperately need.
Does that mean that we see a buddy system? like a Brig McCree setup like we saw Florida try? Is there going to be emphasis on Lynx? Or
you can be a buddy with a Lucio too.
Yeah.
No, but honestly though, I agree with you that I think he should go for some plays for sure. And I think you can just see that in Reinhardt players as well. Like when a Reinhardt doesn't have the confidence, they don't really go for those flank shatters or even are willing to be the one charging in. So I would like to see similar things from Lynxer where he actually goes for those flanks and he maybe sets up some flashbangs, etc. And, you know, even if you don't pop off, you just have to be willing to do mistakes, okay? And that's the number one thing. If you want to regain your confidence, you have to be willing to make errors so that you can improve and feel good about your improvements.
So be willing to make mistakes.
Yeah.
Opens you up to some creative paths.
Yeah.
Try not to get punished by London, I guess, is the bottom line there for the Outlaws. It's time though to go back to Texas, where the home team's going to take the stage up against the Spitfire in front of some screaming fans. Enjoy.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Solgard. Download now.
A big fan favorite. The Houston Outlaws are in their third season.
Expectations have always been high from Houston.
We know that they are capable of more, but it has been an uphill battle for them trying to meld these two rosters together.
Big move by the Outlaws in the offseason.
Blase capitalizes. Jexay doing some serious work. Cracking skulls, and the Outlaws glide on through to B.
And he's opening up for Boomer. Outlaws are the ones coming out on top. And that is what you want to see if you're a Houston fan.
Houston Outlaws have won their first map of 2020 and they stay alive in this series.
The fan base has been described as enthusiastic at times, rabid at other times, rabid at other times.
Please welcome London Spitfire.
This ain't your father's London, it's not even your grandfather's London. It's a brand new team.
They set records today. Records. A rookie team. I can't believe it. The London Spitfire going with complete aggression.
The Outlaws, they are looking mighty fine.
It has been a decisive day of Overwatch here in Houston. Teams have come to play, and they have come to crush the opposition. And the hometown crowd here definitely hoping that Houston will follow in that trend.
Definitely, the energy here is absolutely palpable. Houston fans have completely delivered. Now it's time to see what can the team do. Can they break their losing streak? I feel like the energy here is making that a very real possibility, especially with some rumored potential shifts in the lineup that we've been hearing about for Houston. We'll see if that comes to fruition.
MVP here with Jake. And Jake, you of all people should know the energy that these Houston fans can bring to the table.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to it. It's amazing the level of support that the fans have always had for the Houston Outlaws during my time and now going forward with a much different look on the lineup. I'm excited to see this new roster actually get to gel together. I feel like they've been dogged by some unfortunate issues, being sick, with travel, logistical stuff. Some of that's unavoidable, but now it's time for them to see what they can really do in the ideal situation.
And of course, they're up against their longtime rival, the London Spitfire, and this has been one of the most interesting rivalries in Overwatch history, one where even when the Outlaws weren't necessarily on top form, they could still take games away from, at times, a championship squad in the Spitfire. And Jake, you had a little bit to do with that.
Yeah, I think I heard it first that the London Spitfire players particularly hated playing against my Junkrat, which of course really just added fuel to my fire in terms of wanting to pick the character as much as humanly possible. So that was a great Season 1, but of course Season 2 came up much more dominant for the London Spitfire. So the question is, can the Outlaws flip the script back to as it was in the beginning?
Our story in Season 1, our story in Season 2. What will the story in Season 3 be? Well, part of that definitely seems to include Glister, a player that has brought some strong hit scan dominance to London, and again, a player that has filled some pretty big shoes that Prophet left.
Yeah, definitely. He's been looking so solid on any hit scan he's played, even on this Hanzo, looking really clean and well practiced. That's the sort of flexibility and depth of skill that you really need to see from these rookie players, and Glister's certainly proving that he belongs in the Overwatch.
And for London fans, it's a really cool thing because they didn't know what to expect after the departure of Prophet. And to give it a testament to how good Glister has been, this is him up against Corey, another player that is known for his dominance in hit scan play in the Overwatch League.
Anyone who can compare favorably against Corey is a superstar in my book, so big eyes on Glister. Can the Outlaws take him down?
Of course, speaking about the Outlaws, we've had some new additions here. Muma, of course, one of the longtime favorites here of the Houston crowd, now backed up by Meko. Two players that have immense mechanical skill, even though this season they haven't quite gotten on the same page.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out ideally, but there have been flashes of greatness, and both of these players have shown that they have the raw skill, the potential to be able to bring the heat in these team fights. So we'll just need to see them gel together and hopefully succeed here in front of the hometown crowd.
And you see it in some of these clips, but of course, you talk about other players here on the Outlaws. There's a DPS favorite that we haven't seen in quite a while. Of course, that's NYXL.
The crowd is loving it, and I am too. NYXL, the Dinkser, Finland's gift to esports. NYXL, he's always been such a confidence player. It's crazy to me. Sometimes he gets down on himself while simultaneously delivering what in my eyes are some of the best performances on hitscan that I've seen in the Overwatch League. So this is a player, he needs your energy. He wants you cheering for him. So I want to hear you get loud, Houston, when we see NYXL come out.
And of course, another DPS player here for Houston. Didn't see him last week, but a big fan favorite here in the Overwatch League. New to Houston, and it's Hydration.
He's always been a low-key player, but great, intelligent plays, keeping his team alive and supporting them really effectively, always with these perfect Maywalls.
Yep, and of course, these are our Outlaws players, but who better to introduce them than familiar face in Malik?
Howdy! How's it going? You guys missed me? I missed you too. I missed you too. Yo, Houston, you guys having a good time today? Darn tootin'. All right, guys. It's the final match of the day. For the first time, we're going to see the Houston Outlaws take the stage. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I am super hyped about that. So why don't we go ahead and get into this matchup and welcome to the stage their opponents, the London Spitfire. Our inaugural season champions. But now, this team is full of fresh faces, and they're going to be looking to silence the crowd today here at the first Houston Outlaws home stand. The crowd's not having that though. Not at all, not at all. All right, guys. Houston, the London Spitfire is on stage, but it is time to bring out your team. Are you ready for your Houston Outlaws? Let's bring them on out. up first. You can call him skilled, you can call him worthy, but you got another thing coming if you call him thirsty. Give it up for hydration! Up next at DPS, this man has a deeper hero pool than the Atlantic Ocean. Make some noise for Blase! On support, he'll sleep dart you and sing you a lullaby. It's Repel! Next up at tank, the only man in the Overwatch League who can beat Zarya in an arm wrestling match. It's Spree! One of the most dangerous divas to ever play the game of Overwatch, Meko! He's sexy, he's thick, and he's ready to right click. The most handsome man in Overwatch, give it up for Ruckus! Also as support, the Boop Lord of Houston, Texas, himself, Boink! He's got the face of an anime hero, but brings the pain like an anime villain, the Finnish marksman, NYXL! This man has been rolling opponents since the Houston Outlaws were a thing. The man with a heart of gold, Mooma! He drops the beat to keep his team on their feet. Give it up for Jackson! And last but certainly not least, the man who helps his team cruise to victory while wiping out backlines, it's Dante! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Houston Outlaws! Oh yes, it is RIP headphones up in here. The Houston fans are giving us their energy. All right. Yo, starters, go ahead, take your seats. All right, I don't know about you guys, but it's time to get this thing going. So I'm gonna go ahead and send it over to the boys at the booth. Jake and CP, take it away, guys.
Thank you, Malik. The crowd is loving it. And we'll see if the crowd is the X factor, Jake, that the Outlaws need to get their first win here of the season.
It's going to be an exciting one here in Houston. Hometown crowd hoping for a victory, and I think they might just get it today. London has always been a tough opponent for the Outlaws, but they've come out on top more often than not. So we'll see if they're able to continue that narrative, extend their series lead. I'm so happy to see NYXL out here on stage, ready to flex his McCree skills. I mean, he's always been a clutch player on hitscan, but I think this is a perfect meta for him to really dominate.
Something we talked about a lot where, you know, there could be many reasons why NYXL wasn't playing to start out, but now that he's here, I can think of no better hit scan player for the Outlaws to make a difference here today against the Spitfire.
I absolutely love this from the crowd. So much energy, bringing the chants, actually keeping it inventive at an esports event. You don't see that every day, so shout out to the Houston fans representing out here. Couldn't be more excited to get into this series.
And you know, if Houston gets off to a good start, that's going to be crazy momentum on their side because this crowd is going to lose their minds. And London, they're going to have to put it out of their minds if they want to come back.
Definitely. Houston, this is going to be a tough opponent for them, though. We have seen London put up some scrappy holds, looking pretty strong against some more dominant teams, even New York playing them quite close. So this will be a tough test for both teams, the hometown crowd on Houston's side, but London, no pushover of an opponent.
First map going to be Busan, where the Outlaws hope to reverse the course of their season and kick things off right here in Houston.
Busan, such an interesting map here. I think this is going to be an important test for NYXL. This is a very open map, all 3 stages offering a lot of room for McCree to play with in particular. But of course that May as well going to be coming in clutch. So Houston, I love to see this. They're just running a classic meta strategy here, exactly what you'd expect to see. And this is going to be the composition that's most likely going to decide the series. So we really want to see Houston coming out strong, dominating the match with their DPS.
So we'll see just what the Outlaws have in store. It is a joy to see NYXL out here on the McCree. Of course, for London, we got the return of Bernard.
Expect some fast trades. Ryan's getting close now, soon able to match and swing that hammer. Houston opting for the high ground side towards point. Nade does come down on a few members of the Outlaws.
Early bound Nade from Philin trying to put the Outlaws back. NYXL looking for targets, under pressure from the Diva in the back. Muma down in the front. NYXL nowhere to go, taking on down the Spitfire. Looking to take advantage here. Bernard might be down, but the rest of the Spitfire just flooding onto the point.
Outlaws get aggressive, but it ends up being punished, so great awareness from London. The Bionade to keep Meko low, and Meko just gonna have to retreat to spawn, but at least he does live with that low HP. It's gonna let Raucus catch up in the nano boost and actually get a lead in that ultimate charge. So there could be an opening for the Houston Outlaws to play off that, but they're gonna have to make it through one of these tight chokes against the May, and that's gonna be real tough.
This is going to be a key fight, too, where right now London is not boosted up on ultimate just yet. J-Mac getting close to the Shatter. But there's a window for the Outlaws, but Meko just getting burned down right now. The Outlaws struggling to get good poke position as NYXL falls. The Outlaws, they still got to go. They go in 5 on 6. Muma with the nano, looking for it, but Glister got the flanking Deadeye. And this is all London so far.
It was a nice play from the Outlaws to delay there with Meko taking the poke damage, charging up the nano boost for Raucus, but unfortunately it comes to nothing. NYXL falling first to the pickoff from Shui, so great pressure from London, finding those flank pickoffs, and that's what you need to do to keep control of these COF points. Now it's London's turn to have their advantage in the ultimate economy.
They're gonna have the nano boost up, J-Mac holding on to the Shatter. The Outlaws must outplay London, not only in the neutral game, but also work around these ults as well. Nano boost in on the J-Mac, moving forward, Shatter ready. NYXL shut down. Bernard right in his face. And London still a full 6, walking forward, just pushing Muma back. J-Mac goes charge for charge, and the Spitfire still looking good.
It's such a nice wall from Shui, cuts off the Outlaws from their supports, not able to escape, barely getting out with their lives. And J-Mac still holding onto the Shatter. Bernard has his self-destruct. He's doing such a great job on this Diva, getting in NYXL's face and not letting him find any of the pickoffs he's hoping for.
So London, one fight away from taking round number 1. Absolutely loaded in options for this fight.
Nice wall from Hydration, though. Does disrupt the formation a bit from London. Now Outlaws moving forward. Meko eats the Blizzard.
Muma goes for the Shadow, puts Bernard to the ground. The Blizzard out of it already, so the Outlaws with an opportunity. Shui working on the outskirts. Muma finds J-Mac off the charge. And the Outlaws, 6 on 5, looking for it, moving forward. And this could be their first fight win of the series.
This should be the flip. Bernard electing not to commit the self-destruct, showing that his team doesn't want to make the full commitment. They're just trying to charge some ults here, but this is going to give Houston a bit of extra cap time here as Hydration even delaying Krillin for a moment.
So right now, you're shot calling for the Outlaws. You got your first fight, you're on the board. How do you ration your ults from here?
Well, now it's pretty much even ultimate economy. Both teams with the same tools to work with, and not much advantage for either side. Jexa a little bit closer to the sound barrier, Shui a little bit closer to the Blizzard, so it's very even. It's all about not overusing ultimates as you have to hold this point. You can't give London another flip.
Deadeye opened up here from Glister. Glister looking for anything. Raucus gonna use the nano onto it. Ooh, Raucus taken down. Glister got directly in there, and Glister's not done yet. Finds NYXL on the side, and it's just Glister working on the outskirts. The Outlaws trying to bring it back. Ooh, drops the Shatter, put one on the ground, but it's all Glister. No one is dealing with him right now, Jay.
He's just cleaning up, starting with the backline, now moving through, chopping up those tanks. Meko did find 2 pickoffs, but it just wasn't enough. Glister got way too much done, way too quickly. NYXL back on the Tracer. He's gonna have to touch just to keep the overtime rolling, but late spawns for the Outlaws are gonna make this a tough contest.
Outlaws down in numbers, down in hope. Have to get a miracle here and now. NYXL trying to make something happen here on the Tracer. Stalling, buying time. Muma out of it again. And the Outlaws are just hoping for a miracle. NYXL is gone, and they can't stay on the point.
Just clinical play from London. I love those defensive holds from their side. Doing such a great job playing in the phalanx around their Reinhardt. They leave him out almost as bait. But you've got Bernard up on the high ground flank. You've got Shui on the Mei on his left side, so really keeping that protection, always ready to save their Reinhardt, assuming that he's going to get targeted by the Outlaws. The Outlaws, they're going to have to break one of those flanks open, try and find a way past those defensive. I can't help but feel that JMac is being a little bit of a bait right now, and the Houston Outlaws so far have been biting.
And on the same note, I feel like Glister has been a little bit free, where Glister just kind of freelances. The one time he just dives in the Raucus and Raucus goes down. Look, I think Raucus should have been a little bit more protected there. Glister just kind of did whatever he wanted.
Now he's going to be on the Widowmaker, so this is going to be more of a question of survival for the Houston Outlaws. If they can just avoid getting picked off, then the McCree should outdamage over the course of a long fight, but Glister's been sharp on the Widow so far, so it's going to have to be perfect rotations from the Outlaws if they want to get this win.
The Outlaws need to buy a little bit of time, wait for the point to unlock, and go directly in. Sanguinar in some danger. Linkser was all over him. Just barely able to get away. Point unlocking 5 seconds. And the Outlaws so far have done a good job of avoiding Glister, but now they have to make the final turn.
Now making another point. I like this from Linkser, staying aggressive on the flank. Wants to get an opening pickoff, giving Meko the HP advantage. That should send Bernard packing, but Meko has to go back to the point for heals. First flip for the Outlaws. That's a big deal. Control now building up.
Outlaws doing a really good job of rotating, not letting Glister get the sight lines he wants. London, though, still at a full 6. Outlaws need to get something sooner rather than later. Meko going a little bit further out, backing on up. Both teams exchanging poke, all the while dodging Glister.
This is so important, though, because Outlaws are just stacking up the charge percentage. That's the most important pickoff Glister could find, though.
Glister finds one, and now the Outlaws gonna be way down and healing. London, they sense opportunity, and now it's time to go in. JMac swinging the hammer. This is gonna be a quick eviction and retake for the Spitfire.
Still, though, they had to wait so long for Glister to find the pick. That's almost 40% charge going to be built up for the Houston Outlaws, so they're still ahead from an objective pressure standpoint. Now the question is, can they retake into this defensively positioned Widowmaker? Glister does have the Infrasight ready. That's going to only further amplify this defensive power.
Glister hanging back right now. The Widow sight in reserve. The Outlaws doing their best to rotate around, and Linkser gonna open with the Deadeye, a May wall in his face, but he gets an elevator on the other side, looking for it, nearly gets it, but not quite, shielded away. Muma looking for the opportunity, has the shatter. Right now, Meko going down, Muma's still looking for it, as Linkser's in the back, down he goes! Glister finding Linkser. Muma, perhaps for better, gets to save the shatter for the next fight.
The Infrasight proving a little too difficult to outplay there. Great timing from Glister, saving the Infrasight until that very last second. So now London starting to bank up a few ultimates. Still, it's quite close on the ultimate economy. Linkser, though, gonna switch over to the Widowmaker. He wants the duel, feeling confident. That's so important. If he can take down Glister, that could be the opening the Outlaws have been waiting for.
You just hear the crowd trying to give Linkser their energy. They want to see Linkser take this Widow duel here and now.
You can definitely hear it, but it's Glister who will have the natural advantage, being able to defend and let the enemy Widow show himself first. So the question is, who can find that head first?
Linkser right now putting more of his focus on the enemy team, not necessarily hunting for Glister just yet. The Outlaws moving forward, Blizzard out from hydration. Spitfire respecting it, backing on out, and the Outlaws looking to get a point for Pierre Muma. A little bit further back, Shatter at the ready. Shui still hanging onto his Blizzard on the other side. Muma looking for any opportunity, has not found it just yet. Moving around, goes for the charge, frozen out as the Blizzard moves in. Muma's had the fight already. And the Outlaws struggling for something, and they're not finding it at all. Glister on the cleanup. And this is like London just about ready to take map 1.
Raucus commits the nano. They have to keep Meko alive, but Glister shuts down Raucus, so Meko, no heals left. He's gonna have to try to regroup. Linkser, though, does find Glister. That could be an opening. He needs more than that, though.
That's the first step. Muma comes back in, gets Sanguinar, the Outlaws. This is exactly what they needed. Moving back in, hydration, emergency Doomfist, but it might not be an emergency. Oh, but it Linkser with the other 2, and the Outlaws rally!
Linkser, the Dingser, is back in force. Does commit his Infrasight, though. That's going to be key when Glister has his available. That's going to enable the retake, significantly reducing the advantage that defending Widowmaker does have. So it'll be a tough test seeing if London can make the hold.
The Outlaws desperately needed this, and this is the Linkser they need to see all day long. They're going to have a chance, but it's a little bit good nostalgia there.
Definitely. The question is, how can they do with Glister? Infrasight advantage is online. Linkser gonna have to play very defensive, wait out this Infrasight before he can reasonably take that duel.
Listener right now praising the situation. Of course, he knows everything. He sees Linkser. Linkser knows where he is. It's Widow v Widow. But Linkser doesn't want to take the hydration, though. Gets caught. JMac dropping the shatter, knocks down 2, and JMac just silently putting it away on the other side. The Outlaws once more in a difficult position. Can Linkser do it again? It's going to be far harder this time. We'll see overtime ticking down, and no, the Outlaws can't get back to the point. Spitfire taking map 1.
It was a great attempt from NYXL, pulling out huge stuff on the Widowmaker that might be even more impactful as we go into these later maps. There might be more opportunities to bring that Widowmaker out, and I certainly hope to see it. Still though, London looking dominant, looking practiced on this COF map.
Well, London so far, they've silenced the crowd. Can Houston bring it back? We'll find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
This is what I want to watch. NYXL are going to work.
Oh, NYXL untouchable. Under a little bit of fire, but oh, he gets him mid-sleep dart. Your boy NYXL looking for some dinxes.
And if you didn't know, you better remember, NYXL is a hard carry.
Now NYXL starting to fire up.
Whoa, no! The heads are rolling, and NYXL is delivering unbelievable Widowmaker performance from NYXL.
Finland's gift to Esports strikes again!
Of course, that was some vintage NYXL. We saw some flashes of that just a moment ago. Houston Outlaws fans, let's hear it for NYXL. Give them some energy as we go on the map 2.
That was a great map from both teams. London coming out on top, though, seeming like just a little bit better ultimate management from them, but it was looking really close. I'm happy to see NYXL still in the lineup. They still have confidence in him, and especially as we go into this next map, Blizzard World's a place where, especially on that second point, we have seen a lot of Widows come out, clutching those defensive holds, sometimes breaking it open on the offense. So that seemed to be NYXL's best performance in the last map. We'll see if he can do it again on Blizzard World, but I expect the McCree to be dominating the metagame here.
I think that's very likely from what we've seen so far. But I will say, if we do get to a point of Widow v Widow, I have to say, even though I think other things were failing for the Outlaws there, I do think there's a potential for NYXL to turn this around. And, maybe a little bit of practice, just has to find his groove.
Definitely, and that's what it's all about in Overwatch, getting that team coordination, getting that energy on point. This is not really a game of solo carries. We say it sometimes, a player can come up huge, but usually when they do, it's because of great setup, great teamwork to take control of the map and actually enable your DPS players to do that crazy thing, click those heads.
So we'll see if the stability here on Hybrid plays a little bit more to the Outlaw strengths. Control, it can go a little bit crazy. definitely helps the Spitfire, where it's a team of new players that kind of thrive on the chaos. The Outlaws, more of a mix. We'll see if the veteran experience of the Outlaws here can pay off.
Definitely possible here. It's all about this first point hold. The difference between losing it quickly and getting a lot of time off the clock, it makes a world of difference as we go into that second point where most teams do end up getting held.
And I mean, for Outlaws, it has been tough. You think back to their draw versus Boston. Overall, a little bit messy this season, but again, they're here in front of the hometown crowd. If there's a time to turn it around, it's got to be now. But the gates are open here, Jake, and the Spitfire running the meta, up at the left.
Yeah, slipping up this left flank. I like this approach on Blizzard World, sort of cuts off a piece of the map, and it's going to push Outlaws off that high ground hold almost preemptively. They don't want to get caught off in their retreat by a Maywall.
Glister looking for opportunities behind the line, and this is what Glister does. He goes off for flanks, he freelances a little bit, but this time, Meko not having any of it. Shutting down the lane for Glister.
Now rushing onto point are the Spitfire, caught up by the Maywall of Hydration. Nobody isolated though, so essentially just a trade of abilities here.
Both teams desperately looking to win the poke war. Neither team had a huge advantage just yet. Spitfire, though, getting more on the point, challenging Houston. And Bionade, that's going to lead to some pressure. Lynx are immediately getting out of there. Good evasive roll. Meko, though, taking the snooze. And now Spitfire, they're going to look to take advantage. Hydration just barely able to get away as Lynxer gets Glister. Gets the poke he was looking for. Now can move over, put pressure on the Bernard. And the Outlaws looking pretty solid.
And Nano is committed from Krillin, but immediately frozen by Hydration, getting no value out of that. So losing a key offensive ultimate. Outlaws want to strike forward here. They want to get a solid cleanup. Don't let any of these players escape, but they could lose somebody here. So it's a little bit risky to be diving into that close corridor, especially Glister is already back on the McCree.
I like what the Outlaws are doing. They're being patient. They're playing with the point. They gave up a tick for free, Jake, but it wasn't really for free. It just gave them space that they used really well. But now we got Lynxer, Deadeye. London gonna be respecting it, moving back. But now the Deadeye is over. London ready to move on in. Ooh, Muma gets slapped. This is a big opportunity. London can take a lot of position off this. Raucus has to go over Nano, and it's not enough. But hey, Glister, getting Muma, Raucus, and the Outlaws, they're just not gonna be able to do enough.
It was a good defense, but a huge isolation wall from Shui and the Blizzard to follow it up. Nano means nothing in the face of the Bionade from Krillin, so Houston Outlaws sent packing, gonna have to hold the payload now, and a lot of time on the clock for London. That's about an average defense for Houston, still winnable for both squads.
The Outlaws doing a decent job of draining the clock in the last one, but now London going to be looking to get some real momentum here. Glister, very advantageous position. Meko, though, looking to open things up with a bang. Bomb over the top. Does precious little. London now with the beats, moving forward. Deadeye up. Looking for anything. Forces the Outlaws back, but not much more. And it's some time for the Electric Cowboy.
Glister looking dangerous, finding headshots, but no frags just yet. Just chopping down Muma's shield for the time being. They are securing a lot of free payload push, but Raucus charging up a Nano very quickly off all this damage that doesn't turn into kills.
At least for the Outlaws right now, they're doing a good job of avoiding early pickoffs. And now they're going to be a little bit more dominant on the point. They have the ultimates backing up. London going for a longer rotation here, Jake.
London able to take this high ground, though. That could be important, although the Outlaws do have card control, so they're not going to be able to transition this into an objective, and I love the side swap from the Outlaws, taking this defensive position away from the high ground.
Deadeye up from Glister, looking for anything. Outlaws don't peek. They do not, but they are getting payload progress as this goes on. Now for the Outlaws, time to go, but Krillin finds Raucus somehow. Now the Outlaws are going to have to engage in a 5-on-6. It's going to be an ult costly fight if nothing. Muma drops a shatter, knocks down only Krillin, and that's not nearly enough.
No follow-up there. It's so unfortunate losing Raucus before the fight really gets underway. That takes the legs out from under the Outlaws, and now they won't even really have much of a chance to defend this crucial final end of second point here. Meko's not up, and that's really the person you need to be touching the payload in this situation. So
I think they're going to try it. They're going for it. They nano Muma. Again, a little bit heals, but the Blizzard is down. Muma's going to fall in short order. And that was risky. They did it to have the contest, but again, all they bought was a 5-on-6 fight. They're going to burn every last ult they have here. Hydration gives his life for a Blizzard. But London, they're just not having any of it. They just back out, and then they push the point in anyway.
High Noon supports JMac to cap, so great textbook play from London Spitfire, not being overconfident there, kiting the ults very effectively. And now we're on to this final third point, and London, they've got so much time in the bank. Houston, they're going to have to find a new look, stop getting picked off. They need to be able to get a solid reset here because London just looking unstoppable right now.
I feel like the Outlaws have had real trouble using their ults effectively so far. What's been going wrong?
To me, it just comes down to this ultimate economy being played by London. They're staying in that tighter, coordinated group, and no one's getting picked off. They have a cleaner rotation playstyle so far. Baracus is getting back to the fight, but now the ultimate tempo once again in London's favor.
Oh, Muma swept with the ice block. That was fantastic from Hydration. Covering for Muma while he's sleeping on the job. Preventing JMac from having the biggest share of all time. Now JMac, though, nanoed. A little bit angry. He's playing the game is taken away. Further back we go, and here comes Meko. Surprise over the top. Takes down JMac. And the Outlaws buying a little bit of time.
That's such a perfect bomb timing from Meko, detonating right as it comes inside the Rhine shield. So perfect moment there, right as it drops low. That's what you're hoping for on this Diva. Meko delivering in spades, and now it's time for the Houston Outlaws to chase London back to their spawn, send them packing, charge up these ultimates. This could be the beginning of a potential stabilization here for the Outlaws, and that's exactly what they'll need to make a full hold here.
And Blizzard World C is one of those points that you can make up a lot of time.
Definitely, no matter how much time the attackers have, it's not guaranteed, especially with only the Blizzard available. But another sleep from Krillin sets up Muma, but forces Hydration to use an early wall. And once again, Muma isolated. Meko eats the Blizzard!
Meko doing his best to try and carry this. Links are though already down. London is not out of this fight yet. Bernard a little bit low, can't get healed up. Bionade ruining him right now. Meko just barely able to get around. Meko might get healed back up, still okay for the Outlaws. Blizzard out. Muma's gonna be back in soon. The Shatter is ready. Shatter coming in on the other side for JMac, puts Muma to the ground. Jexay out. And London pressure still coming in. Links though, he swapped to the Widow. He swapped to the Widow, he's got Sanguinar on the other side. He's gonna need more than that though, Jake.
Definitely needs to find some pickoffs here, but they could be coming. There's Shui.
And another! Another two! And this is what Houston needs right now.
That's exactly what they needed to clutch that defensive hold. It was great ultimate usage from the London Spitfire, but it means nothing in the face of the Dinkster. So he's already got his Infrasight almost charged here. That could slow down London even more, and the clock's starting to run out now. What was looking so good for London has been completely stymied by a huge clutch from Linkster.
Not just Linkster, but I think back to that hydration wall which just ruined JMac's day. Multiple members of the Outlaws coming up big here so far. Early wall from hydration. They're moving on forward. Meko again, a bomb. Is it gonna get another? Muma and Jexay, they go in front line, and that is enough.
That's a great bomb from Meko. I feel like that kill is really his responsibility. He forces Glister to essentially suicide dive into the back line, and Jexay more than happy to clean up that kill.
The crowd right now, they're starting to get more into the game here, Jake, and that has to increase the pressure on London.
Definitely. Glister switching over to the Widow, but loses his confidence. He's back to the McCree, so giving up some ultimate charge there potentially. Not much to show for it. Linkster, ooh, dangerous in this sight line.
They're giving him so many good opportunities. They're lucky he didn't get that one. Just challenging Linkster, and a scary proposition there, Jake.
Still an extremely hard shot in such a small sight line. Hydration very close to his own Blizzard here. This could be crucial. Bernard needs to find the E.
Both Reinhardt's getting close to Shatter. The Blizzard for Hydration, Shui ready to go. So the Earth's gonna be breaking, and it's gonna get awfully frosty very, very soon. Hydration deciding to go for it, moving forward. Blizzard out. JMac, though, dropping the Shatter. Doesn't get a whole lot. To the Outlaws withstanding the storm. Blizzard already down. And this Blizzard from Hydration setting a good tone for the Outlaws.
Giving them a lot of value. Now the Sand Barrier comes in. Outlaws charging forward with the speed boost. JMac so low on his shield, but the self-destruct's gonna force Muma to drop shield, get pinned. But the Nano saves him.
Great Nano by Raucus to keep Muma in the fight. Now Muma gets to move forward, takes down JMac, and the Outlaws gonna hold on point C.
Off the back of some absolute heroics from Yuri Masalin, Linkster himself out on the Widowmaker. This is what I love to see.
And what we saw there were flashes of what people thought Outlaws could be capable of all season long. I don't necessarily think they're there yet, but we saw good play across the board. Linkster, really nice pickoff opportunities. Raucus, great nanos. Muma, applying pressure but not going too far. This is what, and of course Meko, just immense pressure from his bombs.
Definitely, Meko looking so clean on the Diva. That bomb onto JMac was absolutely disgusting, right on his head. Somehow slips past his shield at the last second. But I also want to highlight Krillin on the London Spitfire. He's been sleeping Muma time and time again. That's forcing a lot of defensive utility to come out preemptively for the Outlaws. Hydration having to drop those walls just to keep people alive, and that's not really what you want. You'd rather be using those utilities aggressively or forcing some enemy cooldowns out. So Krillin's been really clean on this Ana. The Outlaws are going to have to watch out for that on this attack now.
Also, the Outlaws, they're a team that historically struggles at times to get point A on maps like this. So even though they were able to hold the Spitfire away from point C, there's still some very big hurdles that they have to leap here. Most notably, just their allergy at times to getting point A in these matches.
It can definitely be tough, especially on a map like Blizzard World. There is real full hold potential. We saw it earlier today. Atlanta full holding the Toronto Defiant. So Houston wants to change that script, do something different, and I love this. They're going to go for the bottom left play, just the same as London. That should prompt London to drop off that high ground, fearing the ice wall, and then we'll get that classic trade on point C. What sort of rotation the Outlaws want to go for?
And if I'm Houston, I'm looking at this going, where is Glister going to flank? Glister has still been one to always be off the flanks at this point in particular.
He gets poked this time though, but you can see he does want to poke those flanks. Both teams trading poke at this corner. Question is, who will get aggressive first? It's NYXL!
NYXL striking again, taking down Glister. He's growing in power as the series goes on. And when you're down to McCree, it is so tough to counter poke the other team. The Outlaws working at a fantastic advantage here for point A. And this might be a change here the Outlaws have needed. London, though, they're going to be moving back in one more time. Here comes NYXL, takes down Shui!
A second for Finland's gift to Esports, looking awfully close to that first cap on the first fight, no less. They're diving into NYXL. They know they need to shut him down, and they're able to do it this time. Nano comes in. This could be the beginning of a clutch.
London went for it, but that shatter does enough. Takes down Jexe. The Outlaws trying to fight it back, but there's hardly anyone left. Muma, one of the last people on the point. He's going to be taken on down, and as good as that was for the Outlaws, the return from the Spitfire far better.
The downside of dealing more damage on the attack is that the enemy Ana is going to have the nano boost first, and here we see how impactful that can be on the retake. They're able to keep their Ryan alive with the nano. That enables Bernard to dive in deep and get on NYXL. They had to stop him, and stop him they did, but it cost them all their ultimates. Now, High Noon and Shatter available for the Houston Outlaws.
This is a long, long road that NYXL is on right now. Will it be triumph at the end, or will it be failure? Way away from his team, and now all he's done is summon Bernard. Bernard knows where he is. The rest of the Outlaws in on the front. NYXL getting checked by Bernard all the way. The Blizzard, or not the Blizzard, but just normal freeze on the hydration. Putting him low. The beat in from the Spitfire as they try and hold the Outlaws off. Both teams dropping the beat. Muma hanging onto the Shatter in the front. J-Mac cannot respond as NYXL finds Glister on the side. One more time, Shatter in from Muma. Not quite off, meanwhile Bernard, the bomb to the middle. Finds NYXL. London off the Blizzard. Doing a great job of staying in this fight. But Muma, back the other way.
Muma, maybe the last tank standing here. He's got the support of Raucus behind him. London just looking to touch point from the corners with Lucio and D.Va doing a good job of that. They're trying to dive on Raucus, but he manages to survive. Just trying to fend off all these attackers. London doing such a great job on this stall, but Houston is going to take control and start moving that payload.
The Outlaws finally get through point A. It was looking like it would be a quick take. London rallied back in style, but now roughly even. The Outlaws with 3.5 minutes to get through point B.
And we saw NYXL coming up huge on the Widowmaker. Now it seems he's heating up on McCree as well, but Glister takes him down this time.
Glister with the nice shots, gets rid of NYXL early. A little bit of return fire in a matchup that NYXL's been doing surprisingly well in so far, but here's Glister, the Deadeye to the back. He'll be forcing the Outlaws to move back around. Muma just charging out of there, but does get away with his life.
Still though, this is securing a lot of free payload time for the Outlaws. They're moving it down this crucial slope. London electing to try and hold this corner. I wonder if we'll see another high ground rotation come in now that J-Mac is committed to the low ground.
London moving forward. Oh, J-Mac! 4 down to the ground. Saw the opportunity and created an earthquake here in Houston.
I can't help but feel that J-Mac coming out on top of the Rhine trade here. He's been blocking so many shatters and delivers an absolutely massive one of his own. London transitioning into a forward spawn camp, but Mecco's capping the cart. They're going to be forced to retreat very quickly. You got to focus on that objective.
Mecco's just like, just ignore me. It's fine. I'm not back here, I swear. And he's winning the D.Va battle. Just forces Bernard back. Meanwhile, though, the Outlaws, I don't know if they can get to Mecco in time. Mecco kind of back here. Muma already down. The Outlaws are very split right now, but kind of making it work as hydration gets 2.
The objective gameplay so on point for the Houston Outlaws. They're sending NYXL and Mecco together on the flank, and with the heals from that payload, you just can't win the D.Va one-on-one in that sort of environment. And now Spitfire, they're going to be forced into a sort of last-minute final contest. Raucus won't be here to support the team, though, so if London can get this fight going long, it could be good for them.
Eva bomb out over for the Outlaws. Mecca looking for it, gets Sanguinar! Clipped him off on the side. Blizzard invested by Shui, but Link's here with none of it. Deals Bernard. The bomb, though, ends up with 2, so it's not a waste for Bernard, and it forces the Outlaws back.
Able to clutch it out are the London Spitfire. We've seen a lot of teams fall here, but at least Houston, they do have the ultimate advantage. There should be one fight here that is an opening for them, but once Sanguinar gets that beat online, I think that advantage is kind of gone for the Outlaws. They're going to need to move quickly here.
How aggressive do you be if you're London here?
I think they want to take this fight. Ideally, you can win it off a Shatter, off of the Nano boost, but of course, Raucus does have his own Nano to respond, and Muma has his own Shatter, so very equal tools. Muma diving forward with the Nano. J-Mac immediately crushed.
J-Mac just got mobbed. The Outlaws came up and over 6-on-1, and now they don't have to worry about J-Mac on the other side. The Spitfire have very little tools to defend this here, and they're going to invest the Nano. They're going for the Nano. The Outlaws, they drop a Blizzard. Should be easy clip, but oh, guess what? J-Mac's back, drops the Shatter. Won't be enough. Raucus is down. Blister is still around. He's in the corner. Blister is free firing. He's moving around the backhand side. This is dangerous. Blister gets Muma. He's looking for even more. No one's looking at Blister. And Blister finally under a little bit of pressure, but London making this contest work to a degree, keeping the Outlaws back. The Outlaws are going to give up.
Yeah, the big difference here is that spawn advantage. London is at a huge advantage in trading these pickoffs. So, like I said, that sound barrier from Sanguinar making that huge advantage play, enabling Blister to go for a really crazy flank, not something you normally see, but with the sound barrier, there's no one able to actually punish that. And now Jexa still a little bit slow on his own sound barrier. He won't have that crucial initiation tool, at least not at the start of the fight. They're going to be relying on Meko with the self-destruct, but Meko might need to even touch the payload here. This is looking grim for the Outlaws.
The Outlaws looking to stay alive here on map 2 after a hold on point C. Heavy pressure on the Glistener, forcing him back, not giving the opportunity to the Deadeye. Here it comes Meko. Is it a miracle bomb once more? Over the top, no. In fact, Meko pays with his life. Glistener fires back. The Outlaws down 2. As the Spitfire stay on board. Glister locked and loaded. And now Linkser going for the emergency Deadeye, hoping for anything. And no, Glister shuts that one down too. It is Glister everywhere, and it's going to stop right here. Spitfire take map 2.
So many teams have been held at that point. It's so hard to get your momentum rolling over that tough defender spawn advantage. And London, they're playing it perfectly from that position, going for flanks, trading frags, and with the spawn advantage, that's always going to come up in your favor. So they managed to make it work despite some tough situations there.
The Outlaws may have the crowd on their side, but the Grams don't look inside for more. We'll be back after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Houston, we have a problem. Not looking good for the home team at the half. The Outlaws are down 2-0 against the London Spitfire in their first ever home game. This is the game break, of course, presented to you by Cheese It Grooves. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Scott Kennedy, Jonathan Reinforce Larson. Okay, we've had a pretty quick day today. I feel like, I'm glad I'm not getting paid by the hour. This is pretty smooth sailing. First map, let's start there. It was pretty much London Spitfire from the get-go. Oh, you're getting paid by the hour? Oh, sorry, bro. That's rough.
You know, at least they're playing Linkser, and at least we've seen Raucus in 2 consecutive maps. You know, there are some good takeaways from this match
Okay,
overall.
so what about the game, though? What about when they started playing?
I think the issue that the Houston Outlaws are having is that their front line is getting sort of taken apart. And I said this last week, whereas like I like that they have Linkser in now. I like that there's consistency in the backline, so then we can start identifying the issues. And when I'm looking at now, I think their front line is just really struggling. JMac is just hitting shadow after shadow. Mumu is getting isolated and killed first every time. It's really rough for them in the front line.
Guys, is this a checkup or an autopsy? Like, is this fixable for Houston in this series, what you're seeing going on?
Oh, in this series? I do think it is fixable, okay? I definitely think they can find their sea legs. Is that a sort of
I guess,
but sort out their sea legs and just ride out the storm. Oh my God.
It's not the London Triremes, it's the London Spitfire.
Wow, I'm popping off over.
Oh my God.
But I do think that they actually can have a better end to this series because Linkser has shown us some great moments. And I think hydration back on the May is a great sign for the Houston Outlaws. So there are a lot of positive things going on. But as you said, Costa, J-Mac on that Reinhardt has just demolished Muma.
Yeah, is our boy Muma just getting worked here? He got shattered multiple times here.
It doesn't even feel like sometimes we see people getting shattered over and over again, and it's because their shield is breaking, or they have no control, or they just can't do anything. It just feels like he's getting shattered when he shouldn't.
But who is breaking the Rein shield when it's a Widowmaker May composition? Like, why is Muma getting shattered against that kind of damage, which is not good against shields?
It's not always about breaking the shield either. It's just about putting pressure on Muma overall. I feel like they're nanoing J-Mac a lot, which means that Muma has to drop his shield and jump back to disengage from the fight. So Muma's just under a lot of pressure, and I feel like the Spitfire have maybe identified a weak point in the Houston Outlaws and are capitalizing on that. So maybe some credit to the London Spitfire coaching staff, Mitch. What do you think? What do you think?
They pay it off. Blizzard World is where Linkser came alive for the Outlaws a little bit there. We kind of gassed him up in that hype video, which I love, but it was the Spitfire that kind of rolled through here.
I think we saw better signs from the Houston Outlaws on defense. They didn't. They actually held on the third point. Linkser on the Widow, some great signs. He has the confidence. Linkser, you're not bad, as you said in your tweet. You are a very good player, and that he has been getting space. But I think the outplay might be, I think the London Spitfire and Shui is getting a lot of value from their males. They seem to be always winning with these team fights, other than the couple of times that Meko did eat it. When they are placing down, they're winning. While the Houston Outlaws, it feels like their males are just never getting value, and it's such a team fight winning ult that you really need to be getting at least some form of value for.
To be fair, I feel like you have to credit London Spitfire with Bernard back in the lineup. I think he's looking very clean on the Diva. And then you have Glister as well. This is a pretty good rounded out team when they're all playing and they're in form. So you got to give some credit to London Spitfire. I know it is like the Houston Outlaws.
It is.
But London Spitfire, they're looking pretty decent and
Okay.
something to build on. They have talent, they have a good coaching staff, maybe they can rack up some wins. Bernard, Lester, Costa, come on.
Spitfire coaches must have gotten his DMs to pay.
You were the ones who brought them up.
Yes, but I bring that up because they said that they feel like the team was more receptive to coaching, whereas they let the old lineup sort of find their own way a little bit more, and it worked in 2018, but not so much in 2019 when they actually had to play as a team. But now it's crunch time, presented by Cheese It Grooves Reinforce. You've got something for us, I'm sure.
Yes, I do have. I think this was very smart infrasight usage from Glister. He's zoning out Linkser, means that Houston Outlaws has to be more passive, and J-Mac capitalizes. No, big shatter coming in. You know you love to see it, the big shatters. That's what it's all about. That's what Overwatch is all about. So you gotta credit.
I don't think it's all about. I think that's a main tank speaking.
Can we play this? Can we play it again? Costa, it's my segment. It's my segment.
Oh, sorry.
You're not crunchy enough for this segment, bro.
What I'd just like to point out again, I don't know if you can play that clip again, that I would love to see, I think it was really cool to see Glister using the infra site, which means that Linkser has to hide from the Houston Outlaws, which means that the tank line of the Houston Outlaws has to disengage so they can buy more time for Linkser to win the Widow duel. But that is the time when London Spitfire capitalizes and they push forward. And so they gain momentum in the fight.
Scotty, let him have it.
The issue with that is there is no reason Muma should get shattered like that. Okay, they had already lost hydration.
No.
Falling back.
J-Mac had a no-no. Muma can't just take a head-on Reinhardt fight.
He still shouldn't get shattered. He missed the mind games. He's lost it. He's been losing the mind games too many times. We saw a crazy one on Blizzard World as well, where J-Mac just walks around the shield and just shatters and hits like 4.
So
Muma has to do a better job.
So not just specifically that case where maybe it's acceptable that if the enemy Ryan's nanoed, you're going to be jumping back with shield and trying to get away, but in general, he's getting pressured hard and maybe getting mind gamed out of it. Well, let's get back to the rest of the match now in Houston. I think we've covered things right.
Next time, it's your place next time.
Right, you guys need to behave yourself. And of course, stick around afterwards for the Watchpoint post show where these two monkeys are going to keep flinging feces at each other. We'll see you when we get back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
We're back in Houston, but so far it has been the London Spitfire flying high as the Outlaws continue to search for answers.
Yeah, there's definitely been moments of flashes of brilliance, moments of greatness for the Outlaws, especially NYXL on the McCree, on the Widowmaker. He's really been putting out, finding those first picks that you just need in this meta to open the game up and give your team that sort of advantage. But so far, it's been London able to clean up in the long team fights, playing strategically more effectively on these maps.
I feel like London's been getting a lot more off flanking plays. It's definitely getting a lot more in the frontline matchup, where so far we're talking about it during the break, but J-Mac kind of has had Muma's number.
Definitely blocking almost every shatter that I've seen and finding a few huge ones of his own, and that Rhine duel is oh so important in this meta, heavily skill-based.
Well, we do have some substitutions here for the Outlaws side. Let's see who it's gonna be. And it looks like that is Blase coming in for NYXL. It's an interesting decision. Maybe that's something to do with some of the play style that you'll see on Anubis.
From my perspective, it makes total sense. I don't think this is a question of confidence in NYXL. I really think this is, you're going to Temple, and the Outlaws maybe want to threaten a dive composition. They had success with the Doom Genji before against Boston Uprising, so I think they probably just want to repeat that, and who better to bring in than Blase and Dante, both highly skilled dive players, and Blase obviously no slouch on the McCree either.
It definitely does lend to more of a double projectile setup. Maybe they run him on McCree for a certain point, but I'd hope that they'd be running him more on projectile, given what we've seen so far. But of course, Blase not the only sub that we have here. We also have Dante coming on in for hydration.
Again, you know, this really sets up that full dive combo. Makes total sense on a map like Temple of Anubis. We've seen a lot of teams succeed with dive here, notably the Vancouver Titans, making it look like the metagame when they play it. So the question is, can the Houston Outlaws step up to that level of play with the dive?
I feel like on some level, you look at the potential of these players, what we've seen in the past, they should be able to play at that level. But so far, we haven't seen it all come together. Houston, they've been a chaotic team. Not everything functions at the right time. And while we've been seeing flashes of brilliance, and we know that these players can do better than what they've been doing, it just hasn't panned out so far this season.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of close calls, but not enough to secure a win yet, and that's really what they need to get their season started. Here in front of the hometown crowd, a reverse sweep would be a massive shift in momentum for them.
I mean, more than that, I think we would lose our hearing. This crowd would go absolutely wild if the Outlaws were able to engineer that sort of comeback. But for any sort of comeback, Jake, it all comes down to step one, and step one is taking Temple of Anubis here and now.
Definitely, and bringing out these fresh players, the question is, will this sort of dive strat pay off effectively on Anubis? I think it's a good idea, but the question is, will the execution be on point? It's a very difficult comp to play effectively.
It's going to be difficult for sure, and also, so far, I feel like the best answer the Outlaws did have the Glister was Linkster in the head-to-head matchup, and I feel like this is going to be a little bit more complicated for them, where the goal, of course, you know, you called it a little bit before, just go heavy dive, don't give Glister any sort of room.
I like the support setup from the Houston Outlaws. The Onum Brig, I think, is really effective at defending this first choke point. And Brig as well can transition very effectively into the second point with a rally. Or you can switch to Lucio if you want to start charging that sound barrier, if you feel comfortable enough in the ultimate economy to drop that rally charge. But the very interesting pick here is Blase on the Doomfist. This is very unexpected, but if there's a map you can make Doomfist work, it might be here on Temple of Anubis.
I don't mind this decision from the Outlaws, where if you're going to be running Blase, let him run a hero that he's truly great at. Do not force the McCree.
Yeah, definitely. And with Glister on the Hanzo, it's going to mean there's no flashbang to shut down Blase. It's going to be pretty much all on Bernard and Krillin to go with the classic defensive utility.
Blase right now on top, waiting for an opportunity, relying on his team for calls to go. Wait, when do I go in? Oh, the time is now, moves on in. Oh, what a great reaction from J-Mac. Charges into Blase, stops himself from getting punched into the wall. And the Outlaws getting poked down heavily as J-Mac takes out another two. What a highlight reel moment for J-Mac.
Outlaws getting a little bit over-aggressive there. You need to be aggressive with the Doomfist, but London seemed totally prepared for it, absolutely shutting that down and moving on to second point with relative ease. Not much ult charge to speak of for the Houston Outlaws, but not much either for the London Spitfire, so it's relatively even as we go into the second point. Big advantage would be Krillin on the nano boost. That should give J-Mac another lead in the Earth Shatter when he gets the first nano. Should be able to swing pretty cleanly on Muma.
So I do have a replay of J-Mac here, and this was just great, where remember the lead-in. He charged against Blase. He stopped him from punching him, stayed alive, swung the hammer, took down another two. Nice stuff.
Krillin has the nano ready. I'm expecting to see London get very aggressive on the back of this. They get a freeze, but they're not moving as quickly as I'd like. Rocket's going to have his own nano to counter.
They're waiting for the opportunity. Bernard, though, self-destruct, ready to go. The Outlaws looking very unhealthy right now. Everyone poked down and low. Blase doesn't quite connect, has the nano on him, but spending most of his time down in the trenches at the moment. But here's Bernard, he's looking to start things off with a bang. The bomb to the back, doesn't do as much. But oh, Jexay walks into J-Mac's Fire Strike. Blase, Meteor Strike down, finds Glister, and that's big.
Super important, wants to find a second pickoff, and he does with the help of Meko.
Meanwhile, Bernard eats Dante's Blizzard, then eats Dante entirely. As the Spitfire, they're still looking to stay in here. They're on the point, they almost have a tick. Shui off the barrier, looking for a little bit more, and this is rough for the Outlaws.
Shadow comes out from Muma, but doesn't find anything. Blase, though, getting the pick up on Bernard. That could be exactly the start the Outlaws need to come back in this fight.
They need something.
Eliminated.
It's Blase. Blase got to open the way after Muma's Shadow did little. Nothing.
Denying that second tick so important on Temple of Anubis. That extra time to enable the defenders get out. If you do lose the fight, you want those stallers to be able to get out on point and have a bit of time to work with. So even though London gets a lot of progress, they're not able to secure the second tick.
So in the end, they just walk away with 33%. Still not a bad opening here. About 4 minutes, 18 seconds left on the clock for the Spitfires. They move in on this attack.
With no ultimates available on this attacking side, though, the rally could be absolutely massive. J-Mac, though, pins Blase.
J-Mac is playing out of his mind right now. Shui, though, caught by Raucus. A little bit difficult now for the Spitfire. They're not going to have the Mei for control. We'll see how long they stay in here. No, wait, why is Raucus back here? Raucus is in danger. Raucus is out, and J-Mac another charge. However, I think London is going to live. J-Mac drops another shatter. Is this really happening? I think London's trying to make this fight happen.
Great plays from J-Mac, completely shutting down the nano onto Muma, getting not much value at all. J-Mac just the stuns and the control, but spawn advantage for Houston might be too much. These could end up being just wasted ultimates for London. Looks like they're going to go back in with a quick self-destruct.
Well, London was just trying to get out, and they took advantage of the opportunity. The self-destruct head back doesn't work, but J-Mac again finds Jexay. And now Nano looking for Muma. There's very little Muma can do if he goes in, but Nemo, Blase to the back, gets two. It's Blase keeping the Outlaws in the game.
Perfect plays from Blase using Doomfist to perfection, and that's going to enable Outlaws to secure this hold. It looks so good off the back of the aggression from J-Mac, but Blase to counter. I love Doomfist on this second point. Temple of Anubis might be one of the best spots in the entire game. So many ways to initiate. Blase making use of them all.
I got news for you. Regardless of this being a good point for Doom or not, Blase plays Doom so much better than he plays McCree. Even if you go to a McCree area, I still want this play Doom.
Yeah, and I think it partners really well with the Brig. Those armor packs really let Doomfist get kind of out of control with the amount of HP he can amass with the help of his adaptive shields.
The Spitfire, about 2.5 minutes, running into a bit of a roadblock here on point B. The Outlaws finding their groove. No small part to the Blase.
Once again, London coming over this flank, gonna boost up with a Mei wall of their own. But so far, neither team able to find much of an initiation here. Blase with the nano boost forces London back. They're gonna just take a full retreat, but that does bait out the nano boost.
The nano is gone, but Blase looking for the flank right now, considering where to go instead. Goes more towards the front. Oh, nice shot. Shui immediately plastered against the wall. And Blase again, the one setting the tone for the Outlaws now.
Winning the fights this way is so important. Meko able to hold on to the self-destruct, and Muma hanging on to the shatter makes a big difference. And now Bernard getting staggered absolutely massively here.
Spitfire have been in trouble here, and right now, it's been because of the Doom. Is Muma really taking his sweet time there.
That's a big delay, and it's going to cost London the team fight, but London, they are banking up ultimates, almost everything online. It will be everything when Bernard is back in this fight.
How should London deal with this Doom from Blase?
Well, that's the question, and with the Meteor Strike, I don't think there's any reliable counters. It's going to be up to Krillin, essentially, to find some huge sleep dart, but Blase's been so elusive so far.
The Outlaws holding back Muma on the top rope, holding on to the shatter. This might be the time. The nano boost is out. It's on the Blase to start. London using the barrier in response. J-Mac dropped the shatter, put Muma to the ground. Muma, though, well healed up, still okay. Blase frozen and down, but meanwhile, Muma on the other side gets on Blister, and the Outlaws just collapse into the Spitfire.
Love the aggression from Muma, paying off big time here, trying to find more, but London, they're just delaying themselves. There's no way they can win this fight in the face of the spawn advantage from the Houston Outlaws.
So the Outlaws have picked themselves up after a tougher point A. It's been a lot of Doom heroics, but now they're charged up, they're ready to go, and they very well could hold here on point B.
And now Dante does have the Blizzard. Krillin probably just gonna have to use the nano defensively to keep his Ryan alive if Dante can find even one target properly frozen. Bernard, though, caught off. This could be an opening. 30 seconds left on the clock. Not much to work with for London.
Blase does it again, and now, as you say, Jake, they are down to very little time, only 19 seconds remaining.
Could be seeing an aggressive initiation. No Diva here ready to eat the self-destruct. Not quite yet. They're trying to speed him back, but with only 10 seconds left. It's going to be London enough to make a mad dash to the point.
Dante looking for the split off. This puts J-Mac in a tough spot. Charges that point, gets slept. But J-Mac's still alive. They need to finish him off. Bionade seals the deal. The Outlaws up 6 on 5. And now the Spitfire looking for a way in. The Outlaws looking stalwart. Blase, though, sleeping off on the side. Blase gonna get off his life. He does. Meanwhile, here comes Shui. A Blizzard directly onto the point. The Spitfire desperately trying to move in. They get Muma. That's one part. They get more. Jexay in danger. Down he goes. J-Mac back in on the Hammond. The Spitfire, they're not done yet. The Outlaws, they're falling one by one.
With OT spawns, this could be rough, trying to make the defense work. Meko drops the self-destruct. Are they able to take him out? Yes, they are, before he can get back in the mech suit. Muma on the Hammond trying to stall.
The Outlaws in real danger here. The Spitfire, they've completely flipped the script, and now so close to getting point B here in overtime. But Blase back into the fray. Finds Shui. Can this man do it one more time? The Outlaws, they're almost back to a full 6 on the point. Jexay's down. Here comes Blase. Meteor strike away from the Deadeye. Nice reaction. And here we go. What's he gonna get? Dives up. Over. Looking for it. Stunned. Still in there. In Glister's face. This is the threat you gotta deal with. Can he get him? Move in, and it does!
Outlaws make the hold off of some absolute heroics. Blaze's Doomfist, just an absolute monster here on Temple of Anu's second point. If anybody can make the hold, he can.
What a fantastic show Blase just put on for the defense. This is the energy the Outlaws needed. Will they carry it into the next round? We'll be back after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
The Outlaws needed a surge of energy here today, and they've gotten it thus far in Blase. Subbed in. His Doomfist has been a shock to the system, and certainly a shock to the Spitfire.
Those pickoffs couldn't be more crucial. Even at the beginning of that final fight for London, when they started to find those opening pickoffs, Blase was able to take down Krillin, and cutting the head off the snake, as it were, it really stifles that offense. They're not able to get as aggressive as they'd like to be without their flex support. So that made such a huge difference, and able to convert it into many more pickoffs was Blase, looking very clean the entire defense long.
I mean, really just channeling some raw Ultra Instinct energy here. You got Glister, he has the Deadeye. Normally you respect this, right? Blase moves in. Wait, up he goes. Away.
And the perfect timing, even baits the draw out, so Glister not getting any value off of his ultimate. Just perfect timing and gameplay from Blase. Now coming up on the Genji, this makes a little more sense on the offense. Doomfist really does struggle without those defensive setup positions. Genji a little bit more flexible, and he's gonna have all the boost he could possibly want. Mercy and Ana finding this Nano Blade, potentially with a damage boost that can be absolutely devastating against London Spitfire.
Opens up with the reflection back the other way. Dante, meanwhile, gonna be going to under a little bit of pressure. Needs to teleport away sooner rather than later. Hold some decent ult off that.
In the back line, but Muma caught off by a great Maywall from Shui. Blase and Dante, though, should be your focus right now. Muma dying is not that important as long as this Sombra and Genji are able to charge their ults up. But so far, not too much out of that. Oh, Blase is going to make the switch back to the Doom. Seeing the lack of the McCree on the defense, Mayfield make him feel a little bit more confident, able to dive in. No Ana either, so really no stuns at all to stop this Doomfist reign of terror.
I feel like we might have just sort of grown from the London side going, oh no, he's at it again. Let's see if Blase can deliver on the attack like he did on the defense.
Still, though, it's a lot tougher on the attack. You need to find some much more creative angles of initiation. It looks like he's going for exactly that.
Definitely puts May in a tough spot. looking for the backline, forces Reaper the shift. This is a nice opening. Blase is going to leave with his life. He just might. Challenges the main, takes down Shui. Blase is a one-man army.
That's exactly what they needed. Now the Nano comes out. Krillin still does not have his coalescence. Muma just diving in on the advantage.
This is insane carry energy coming out from Blase. The Outlaws, they're going to get point A immediately, but they still need more. This is not a draw situation. London came very close to getting point B, but should the Outlaws cap point B in full, that's it. We go to a map 4.
One thing's for sure, we will see no overtime here, but the question is, can they survive Dante's EMP? Dante's gonna have a lot of chances with 5 minutes on the clock. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities, more than this one, but right now it's just Krillin with the coalescence. If that gets EMP'd off, these could look really bad for London.
This is an opportunity for Houston right now. They have such momentum. They're gonna have the EMP. Dante, are you gonna go in now? Is it time for speed? He does, drops EMP, hits 4, and the Outlaws, they're moving straight on in. There's no chill in this offense. Blase finish off an R, and here come the Outlaws, directly onto the point. No one down yet, Muma. Shadow Shui on the other side. This is insane.
Blase gets the pickup. The EMP was absolutely perfect.
The Geet! Echo devours the Blizzard just for good measure. The Outlaws are here.
The crowd is feeling it, and so are the Outlaws. Absolutely all green in this kill feed, and that's what the fans want to see. It's Blase wiping the floor with Blister, getting the cleanup. Sunbearer does come out. London fighting for their lives, trying to stall this point out.
Spitfire hoping for any sort of reprieve here, trying to delay. But I got news for you. The Outlaws got 4 minutes on the clock. This will be one of the biggest delays in OWL history. We'll see if it happens, but right now, it's not looking that way. The Outlaws so close to their goal.
Absolutely everyone just running out to stagger, but London, they need to find kills. It's not enough to stall. Like you said, so much time and able to work with. Blase just putting on a clinic on this Doomfist.
What a ridiculous mid-air punch. Like, oh, you're going to land Hammond? I don't think so. In the air, down you go. The Outlaws continue to clean up. And okay, one good Doom deserves another. Glister says, I can do that. Meanwhile, Blase, Meteor Strike, Blister already down. It's good delay from the London Spitfire. It does not matter. The Outlaws take Anubis.
Blase looking like an absolute beast on that Doomfist. I said he would struggle on attack, but he made it look even easier than the defense. Keep this man in on Doom. He's an absolute monster on Temple of Anubis, where Doomfist can really succeed with a lot of those rollout options. But really great stuff from the Outlaws. Could this be the beginning of a reverse sweep?
Right now, that was the first step. They still have a few more to take, but if you're an Outlaws fans, you have a little bit of hope. Will they deliver? Find out next.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
London ran into a roadblock, and that roadblock was Blasé on Doomfist. Just when you think the Outlaws gonna end up getting swept, it's not quite the case here, Jake.
Some of this potential for the roster really starting to show here. Blasé on the Doom, as you said, coming out on a map like Temple of Anubis, it makes total sense where those flankers can really dominate, dive strategies can really dominate. I like the quick switch from the Outlaws on the offense, though. They were starting with the full all-in dive with Sombra Doom, but instead they switch over to the Reinhardt, giving themselves a little bit more of a dominant backline, more of a solid tank line, and they're actually able to capitalize off the Doomfist anyway, even without the dive tank. So I really think that's well played from Houston strategically.
I mean, Houston, I think the difference here is they're playing to their strengths, and at some point they realized over the past week, wait a second, Blasé's a pretty good Doomfist. Maybe we should run more of that.
Dante as well on his famous Sombra, one of the most dominant Sombra players in the league. I think one of the original Sombra players, one of the first players to really innovate that hero and find success on it before others even considered it viable.
Well, we do have some substitutions here, and this is going to both thrill the crowd and thrill some people at home, but also, you know, a little bit of depression, I'd say, given what we just saw in the last round. It's NYXL coming in for Blasé, but it makes sense. You're going into Junkertown, you need a Widow.
I mean, you're going to one of the longest range maps in the entire game. This is the moment for Widow to come out. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Widow is just absolutely broken on Junkertown first point. You can't compete in terms of hero picks, whereas Doomfist completely suffers for exactly the same reasons that Widow is dominant. How do you cross that massive range? You just need a Widow duel.
And to be fair, given what we saw early on Blizzard World, there were definitely points where NYXL looked like his old self. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't for the entire time. But now that they've had a little bit of time to get into the groove, maybe this is the map that NYXL truly makes his return to form.
His best moments in the series definitely have been on the Widowmaker, getting multi-kills at many points, clutching out that Blizzard World third-point defense with huge pickoffs, finding some big moments as well on Busan. And I felt like Hisman Krieg was also really stepping up on Blizzard World as well, so I'm not worried for the Outlaws, even when they get into these more close-range sections.
So, the Outlaws right now hoping to continue the resurgence in front of the hometown crowd. But let's not forget, as they go into Junkertown, it is do or die. They must win every map from here on out, and they're going to be looking to NYXL to help guide the way as they look to shock the Spitfire here today.
The big question in my mind is this Reinhardt duel. It feels like JMac has been getting the better of Muma, frankly, slipping those shatters through, finding the openings, and Muma getting stuffed for the most part. So he's going to have to step his game up to another level to be able to compete with JMac. I feel like that's been kind of the story of the series, but NYXL's been looking solid on this Widow duel, so Lister, gonna have to keep your eyes peeled.
Well, you know what, Jake? You don't have to be better at the Rein v Rein if you just don't play Rein. Muma coming out in the Orisa.
I'm pretty surprised to see Orisa, even if Hydration opts for the Bastion. I still think it's a surprising choice. Orisa's shield's so weak nowadays, but with Lister on the Widow, you don't have much shield break at all.
I take it all back. It is gonna be Rein v Rein. The Outlaws not going with the Bastion strategy. Instead, gonna be putting their faith in NYXL here on the Widow as they play this a little bit more close to the best.
Muma, a known troll with his pregame hero pick, so no blame there. Outlaws diving forward under cover fire from NYXL.
So right now, looking for the sightlines. Hydration already down, went a little bit deep. I don't think he was able to get the ice block off in time, but the spawn point is right there. Spitfire, though, they're just trying to delay Jake.
Still, though, this is going to be a momentary stall for Houston. They need their Mei back in this fight. You can't afford to contest the enemy Rein without a Mei wall ready to separate him away from his Ana.
NYXL eating a little bit of fire there. Muma slept as the Nano hits, but he's woken up only to get frozen. Muma getting CC'd at all levels. The Nano not doing much at all. He is able to get Krillin before falling here. The Spitfire, it's JMac. JMac off the Nano just continues to stay in, and just means the Gallows might turn the fight. Not quite.
JMac finds a lot, but I don't think it'll be enough here. Spawn is way too close for Houston as Meko gets some cleanup frags in this Pilot Diva form. And he's even got some enemies left to charge up his mech suit on. That's going to be very important coming into this next fight.
So the Outlaws, they get through that one, but it takes them a lot longer than I think they would have liked. And the Spitfire still have plenty of time to come back in as Meko has to wait and get his mech back.
Gonna take a long walk off a short pier there for Meko, so backed quickly as he can on the Diva, but this should trigger the Outlaws to potentially back up and wait for their ally to come. Ooh, Blister dangerously close. Both Widows have the Inversight available.
Well, there's no secrets here from either team. Everyone, they see everything. And right now, NYXL is just seeing a Widow in hot retreat, not really worrying about Blister on the other side. Blister likely doing much of the same, but NYXL finds Shui. Muma though down. Outlaws gonna have to compensate, and ooh, JMac immediately dropping the shatter. But Fire Strike mitigated. Hydration still totally fine. So the Shatter, not ultra impactful in the end. The Outlaws, though, are being a little bit sluggish moving in here, Jake.
Pushing forward without a Reinhardt could be a recipe for disaster up against Glister. So Muma's back. This should signal the moment to get aggressive. Shui as well is returning to the fight very soon.
Muma's just walking forward directly into the sleep after the nano, and this time no one's waking him up. The bomb to the back, the blizzard from hydration. London just kind of playing around it, but J-Mac got caught by NYXL. The Outlaws finding a way through even without Muma.
Jexa protecting his ally support in the back line from the aggression of Bernard. This should allow Outlaws to cap this first point with ease. Glister, the only DPS left alive in the flank, does pick up NYXL, but too little too late. Jexa diving in.
Little bit of Lucio aggression coming on in there. That's always one of the more embarrassing things is Widow, where it actually can be difficult to fight, but you go, I don't want to lose to the support. Yet sometimes you do.
I mean, once a Lucio gets on your head as Widowmaker, I'd say Lucio's the one with the real advantage. Widow really only can win that duel at a long range. Once Lucio's on top of you, booping you and punching you, it's not easy to find that shot.
As evidenced there, the Outlaws, they get through point A, and not too bad of a time either. But here comes Spitfire, the nano tried to J-Mac, and now his time to take a snooze. Bionated immediately, but there's Sanguinar. The beat gonna keep him alive. Muma, frozen, has the Shatter once he stops chilling. Let's see what he decides to do here. London actually trying to back out of this fight. They want a different engage.
Glister caught in the corner, has to move past, but it's Jexa there with Meko cleaning up that frag. Now Meko on the off angle, so dangerous on this D.Va.
J-Mac is out of it, and the Spitfire starting to crumble a little bit here on point B. The Outlaws finally getting a bit of momentum on their side.
And so important that they play this fight as cleanly as they have. This is going to be such a late death on Shui. He won't be there for this final fight. It's going to be something of a 5v6 on cart and no real ultimate advantage to speak of for the London Spitfire.
If I'm the Spitfire, I don't even go for this. I let this point go. I don't even think they can get there in time, and no, they don't.
Yeah, and especially with that infra sight, but NYXL is still going to have some time to work with. Glister, though, will have that infra sight advantage for quite a few seconds. Ooh, Glister doesn't want to peek with the advantage. NYXL wants that fight. Ooh. What a god.
Widow v Widow, but so far both Widows with their life. Raucus, though, ends up peeking, ends up getting punished. Meko tries to open up with the bomb, gets very little. Just a little bit of positioning at that. The Outlaws right now might have to take a breather.
Definitely going to need to regroup here. What's really important, though, is that the door is closing, so that's going to make it a little bit tougher for the Outlaws to make it through these chokes. J-Mac should have an easier time finding this Shatter, but both grinds locked and loaded. Ultimate's ready.
The Shatter's up on both sides. Who's going to be the first one to strike? The Blizzard in hydration to set the tone. Muma right now looking awfully purple. J-Mac stuck frozen mid-nano. Here's the Shatter for Muma. Knocks him right on down, and J-Mac nowhere to go. Heavy CC onto the main take of London. The Outlaws continue to keep it rolling.
Muma gonna have to stymie his aggression for a moment there, getting bionated by Krillin. Krillin has been so on point with these delayed plays, but so far, London Spitfire not really getting any control on this third point. Krillin is gonna fall. Sanguinar does find Raucus. That should limit the aggressive potential just a little bit, but if NYXL can find a pickoff, that could all change in an instant.
It's time. This is one of the best areas in all of Overwatch for a Widow to get a key pick off. The window is there, both literally and figuratively, as NYXL is looking for his shot.
Both Widows so important. Who can find that first pick off? And it's Glister through the shield of J-Mac. Muma unfortunately slept there by Krillin, so the team play working out for London.
And Glister doing more than that. Glister with 3, and that's the penalty you pay when you lose the Widow duel. It lets the other Widow just go wild.
You know, that's just a moment that really shows the impact of team play in Overwatch. Both Rhines shielding in the Widow sightline, but it's Krillin who finds the sleep onto Muma as he's done all series long, and that means no protection for NYXL. Glister's able to get the kill.
Of course, this is going to give us a bird's eye view of what just transpired. And yeah, as you say, the sleep comes in, and Glister, free reign.
Now, so many ultimates as well available for London to work with. Oh, these are beautiful headshots from Glister. What a god.
Well, NYXL, again, neither Widow keeping secrets from each other. Everyone can see everything. Not too late for that, but now we got the nano directly on to J-Mac. J-Mac clearing out the high ground. Meanwhile, Bernard taking a snooze at tough area. NYXL looking for the damage, and NYXL in danger. Takes an icicle to the head. You have to go for the health pack. Hydration, the Blizzard is up, squeeze down. Nice pick off from NYXL. And now the Outlaws working on a 6v5 with the Blizzard good to go.
Oh, but a huge shatter on the flank from J-Mac. Picks up Jexa. He's low at HP, though. He's probably not going to be able to follow this up much. Doesn't get the sound barrier, so things could be falling apart a little bit for London here.
Bernard dropped the self-destruct, but couldn't get away from Muma. Takes a rocket hammer to the back of the head. A little bit of a painful thing, if I do say so myself. Muma.
So crucial, though. Sanguinar's beat essentially wasted. Jexa is going to be coming back with a beat of his own.
Muma hanging on here to the shatter, waiting. The Blizzard's eat in. Meko all over it once more. A big opportunity for the Outlaws. Shui completely destroyed. And so is Linkser. Off the other Muma moving forward. You gotta think he wants to shatter. When's it gonna come out? His team is dying all around him. And so will Muma be joining him soon in all likelihood. 25 HP. Holding back, and the Outlaws are staying in this fight. Goes for the shatter, knocks down J-Mac. Gonna be able to take him out, looking for the pin, booped away.
Sanguinar, great protection of his allies, manages to be up on the wall just enough to avoid the shatter. Houston, they're going to have to reset, but with only 15 seconds on the clock, someone's going to have to sacrifice himself just to keep the cart going, I think.
This is so little time left for the Outlaws. That's why you got the Hammond out over here. That Hammond is getting destroyed.
Absolutely melted by the DPS. Glister's in a free sideline here, and that's as far as the Outlaws are going to be able to get it. But all the way to the end of third point, that's more than enough to be able to hold aggressively on defense.
This is winnable still for the Outlaws. You don't always see teams complete on Junkertown. Does happen, but it's not a map where it's sort of like, you didn't complete. Well, I guess it's all but over. No, no, no. The Outlaws, they could get a hold on point A, they could get a hold on point B, or just a slightly better hold on C. Junkertown, definitely a map that can enable that.
And I think with point A, it's time to see Linkser on this Widow. Maybe we'll see a little bit more dueling action than we've seen so far in the map. Mostly Widows avoiding each other, infrasighting at the same time, so there hasn't been as much dueling action as I was hoping for. But Linkser has been looking clean on the Widowmaker, finding some crucial pickoffs. For instance, on Shui on that Mei, enabled that last push to get as much hard progress as the Outlaws were able to get. So on first point, it'll be time to see that Widow dominance.
You still hear the crowd. They have faith. They have hope. They want to see the Outlaws bring this one back. And we'll see the crowd is rewarded for that here and now. As the Outlaws are in a tough spot here, Jake, because should the Spitfire bring this one to the end, it'll also be the end of the series.
It's do or die for these Outlaws. No mistakes left in the tank. Already down 2-1, but they could also, by that same token, tie up the series with a win here on Junkertown.
And of course, if you're the Spitfire, you don't really want that. You just kind of think, this is really way too close to what we did to Justice the other week. It doesn't feel great to be on the receiving end of that. So if you're the Spitfire, you really want to end this one right now.
Definitely want to win on Escort. We'll see which Widow's able to come out on top, or if this ends up being decided by that Ryan and May.
Linkser right now, taking off angle, going to the sky. Brief moment of opportunity. Not quite yet, but good poke on the Bernard.
It's going to set back London on their aggression. They're going to have to heal up Bernard. That's going to be less kills on the Rhine, but it looks like both teams essentially resetting here. Muma does take a bio nade that's going to slow him down.
Oh, Linkser had the opportunity. Did not quite have the shot. The Outlaws, though, doing really good in the poke game. Both Mays out of the fight. Slight advantage, Spitfire with the spawn advantage, but it's not bad for delay so far.
Neko has the Matrix advantage, fighting for this high ground. But the Outlaws, much closer spawn for London's going to give them a big edge. Their May will be back first. Hydration still running back from spawn, so it's a 5-on-6 here. Outlaws potentially looking to just stall the card as much as they can.
Meko got caught. That's really going to hurt their ability to stay in here. And if you're the Outlaws, I think you have to retreat.
Oh, no. Oh, so important. Hydration with the wall, time and time again, protecting his allies. They're trying to catch Muma out.
The Spitfire's still going for it. They drop the shatter. Oh, Linkser got Glister. The shatter, not quite that effective. Muma gets the nano, still alive. Fighting J-Mac tooth and nail in this icy cage between the two. But Krillin just threads in the Bionade. The Spitfire get the better of that one.
And Muma there losing his shatter to the freeze of Shui, so all important cooldown is lost. And J-Mac using his shatter earlier, I mean, although both got nothing out of it, J-Mac has been able to charge up a new shatter, but huge infrasight lead for Linkser that's going to give him a big edge. Might be exactly what they need to attempt a retake.
Well, they're going to attempt to go for this now, but it's real dangerous. Bernard's bomb is going to have great opportunity. Both Ryans charge into each other, but Muma pays the price out of the fight immediately. The Spitfire, they're going to drop the Blizzard. I think they want to save ults here if possible. They're going to be able to do just that. The Blizzard, more than enough.
Let's cost them the Blizzard, though. That is a key ultimate, and they're securing this capture point, but with only 2 minutes on the clock, that's about an average hold for Houston, so this map isn't decided quite yet.
And getting to average holds, what would you say is the amount of holds that Outlaws need to get here on point B to feel good about themselves?
I think absolute minimum, you need to be winning at least one fight. You don't want to be giving London a 5-minute time bait going into this third point. You want to be limiting it to 2 to 3 minutes, ideally on the defense, or potentially getting a hold here, but Infosight's going to make it tough. How do you get the approach when the enemy knows exactly where you are?
Blister right now sees everything, knows everything, and the Outlaws do not care. They just walk forward, move off the Nano. J-Mac, though, dropping the Shatter a little bit later, puts Mooma on the ground, takes it for a ride. Mooma hoping for a little bit of extra HP, gets the extra HP. Raucous right there at the heel. And the Outlaws hanging in for now. They drop the Blizzard, they put J-Mac into the ground. Bomb for Bernard, though, back the other way, deals with Jexay, and this is back and forth.
Spot advantage, though, is going to play towards London here, although Glister is in all the way in the back with Krillin. They need to find some pickoffs in this location, but looks like it's the Outlaws who may be slowing down here, running out of time, and with the spawn advantage heavily in their favor, they're going to be able to get the win, but not until after a massive stall. And Shui is out of the Genji. That's a very strange choice here. Maybe he wants to add some pressure on the Linkster, but Linkster's going to switch quickly over to this McCree.
Yeah, Linkster does not want to play any part of that game, but so far would you say the Outlaws have drained enough clock off of point B, or do they need one more?
Well, I think this is fine already, but you might be able to win a fight here. Shui on the Genji is going to struggle. He doesn't really have much of a dive counterpart, so it's going to be up to him and Bernard to dive the backline, but it's no longer a defenseless Widow. You've got McCree to contend with, so could be tough for London Spitfire. Another massive sleep on a Meko, though.
Mooma gonna protect him. Meanwhile, looking for the Shatter attempt. Fire Strike comes in. A little bit of pressure from the back. Meko and Mooma, the front line, unable to be healed, but there's Nano blocked by Mooma. Pretty nice block, now moving the other way. Heavy damage on the J-Mac, looks for the stun. Counter charges there. Shatter ready to go. Linkster's down. He's doing some work in the back line. And Mooma cannot find an opportunity to drop the Shatter. He's getting pressure on all ends, and down he goes.
Perfect defensive play from J-Mac, keeping himself alive, buying time for Krillin to charge up that nano boost. But as I was saying, Outlaws, they're able to get the clock down to 2 minutes. It should be less than a 4-minute time bank, and it is. Still, though, that's a lot of time to work with for London Spitfire. The awkwardness is, though, it cost them a nano to cap that point, and you've got this Dragon Blade, no nano to pair with it. It's going to be tough to get value for Shui here. It's really rough to get those blade kills without the nano boost to charge you up for the one-shots.
You got opportunity, though. Imagine if you do have a great Dragon Blade without the nano. You don't have easy mode at that point. Do it the old school way.
It is possible, but I'd be surprised. He's going to go in for it, very aggressive.
Well, he's going for it. It's going to work. Ends up with one. Slices on over. Shui says, I don't need no nano. Does the work. And the Outlaws now in a tougher spot.
Linkster, though, does find that crucial last-second pickoff. Going to mean Bernard is not available to be in this fight, but Linkster's going to get caught out even later than that, and Shui escaping with his dash reset.
This is looking kind of clean from Shui so far, and definitely it's giving the Outlaws a little bit of a fit here, Jake.
Definitely, they're going to have to stabilize. They have to win a fight here. Backs against the wall in the map, in the series, but they do have ultimate advantage. Hydration has a Blizzard, and there's no May on the other side.
Blister, plenty of room to work with, under a little bit of pressure, not a big deal. Gotta go for the recon site. Now he knows where Linkster is. He's looking for the opposition. Linkster not giving the sideline. Oh, wait, Linkster peeked.
That's so important for Linkster, though. He gets the scout. He knows where the enemy Widow is. He's able to play defensive now.
Blister decides to go for the team as a whole. Ends up getting Meko into space for his trouble. And now the nano goes on the J-Mac. Blister, those down. Hydration, long-range poke. Shatter, though, in. Puts Raucous to the ground. J-Mac is his own follow-through off the nano. But there's Mooma. Shatter knocks down 2. Is it gonna be enough to take down J-Mac? Meko's bomb doesn't quite clean up. And the Spitfire there withstanding off the beat as Shui gets 2.
Shui on this Genji is making it work with a very non-traditional comp. No Mei at all for the attacking team, but it's looking good for them. Shui with the Dragon Blade wants to clean this up.
The Outlaws, they're down to their final opportunity. 1:40 left to keep the series in contest. The Spitfire all over the payload. Here comes Shui once more. The Dragon Blade is out. Looking for it. Applying pressure. Hydration already down. Blister's done that much. Shui a little bit lost towards the end. Blister gets caught by Mooma. And Mooma coming into play. The Outlaws do not fall just yet.
Blister finds that pickoff onto Hydration, but I think that's going to cost them because it led Shui to waste his dash, and with no dash resets, he's not able to chain that into multiple kills as he was surely hoping for there. So this is a crucial stabilization. Shui going to switch back over to the Mei, but he's got no ultimate charge, and Hydration is almost on his next Blizzard.
This is real tough for the Spitfire. They had a good thing going with the Genji, but as you say, they wanted the Dragon Blade. They're not going to have it. They go back to the May. The Outlaws have a real chance to force a map 5.
Definitely one pickoff from NYXL could spell disaster, but just as easily it could go the other way.
We'll see what they got. Muma holding on to the Shatter to start the fight. Not a lot of extra support for him so far. Meanwhile, JMac opens with the Nano, looking to build a Shatter of his own. Drop the Fire Strike. He was eaten. Moving forward. The Outlaws just holding back right now. JMac still not there. Bernard looking to clear the way. The bomb to the back. Everyone dodges. And now Muma frozen, but protected by his own May. They're looking to turn the tide. The Shatter blocked. A nice block from Muma, but Neko gonna get demec'd. That's one for London here. Glister gets another. It isn't Glister time. Muma finally drops the Shatter, gets nothing! The Shatter does absolutely nothing, and Glister's free to roam.
Soundmaker does come out from Jexit just in time, trying to keep these last remaining members still alive. Muma, though, he has to just hold shield on card, buy time for his teammates to get back out. NYXL has the infrasight. He's going to need to find more than that, though.
We'll see if NYXL can get a pick off this game. Oh, he does! Takes down Glister! The Outlaws need that one, but Muma is down. NYXL gets another! NYXL, the hero the Outlaws need! They just gotta make sure to stay on the point. NYXL with 3! Does he have 4? Looking for the Ana! Ruckus on the assist! And this is the Outlaws. We're in overtime, and we might be going to map 5. It's over! Map 5 it is!
I said he needed more, and he absolutely delivered. Finland's gift to Esports. The Dixer is back, baby, and it feels so good.
What a gift to the crowd here. It was looking like it might have been a sweep. But now, Jake, it very well could be a reverse sweep of a different variety.
Yeah, looking really good for the Houston Outlaws. Momentum now surely in their favor, winning the last 2 maps and looking so great in so many markets.
So now for the Outlaws, we'll see if they can finish the course, finish reverse sweep. We'll find out soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
There is life here yet in Houston. Down 2 maps. Now they've brought it to a map 5, and we get to see if they can complete the reverse sweep now.
I love to see it. It's certainly looking possible. The energy is palpable here in the arena. Houston fans have come out in force to support their team, and it looks like it's making a difference. Houston coming back from the brink, forcing a map 5 at this point. There's been so many great moments from this Houston squad. I'm really impressed to see this total turnaround.
It's been great to watch. In particular, you think about how it all began back on Anubis. Blase putting the team on his back, just saying, we got this, we got this. Then we move into Junkertown. Great performances across the board, whether you look at Meko, whether you look at NYXL back in form. It's been a transformation. We do have some substitutions here. NYXL, he's back out, but Blase back in the fray.
Blase, we'll see if he's able to keep up that Doomfist domination that he put out on Anubis. As we're going to this control map time, Doomfist can resurge here, can find some openings. But as well with Dante in, I'd be expecting that this means Houston wants to play a dive-heavy style. They want to focus on the flanks, but that's shown, we've been seeing more and more teams started to do that, started to succeed with it.
And I think we have to see a different style from Houston here, because you think back to map 1, they opened with NYXL and Hydration, which is more of a hit scan oriented setup for the Outlaws. Today, their game plan has been far more clear. Run Blase on the Doomfist. Do not mess around and run hit scan with the setup. So I do think this will be a different look Outlaws than what we saw back on our first control map earlier in the series.
Definitely, and I like that momentum switch. After losing the first control with the more classic, meta comp, the hit scan with the May, they're going to switch over to a dive strategy for our final control to decide it. So at the very least, we're throwing London off, giving them something, a new look, something to think about.
And the other thing, too, that London has had to fight the entire time is that you hear it in the background right now. The crowd has been the 7th man for the Outlaws, and we knew this would happen if they came to play.
And we talk so much about NYXL being a confidence player, but I mean, he better be feeling confident after this series. So many huge plays from him. Even though he's out now, he's clearly been a total star for this team in the series so far.
Ilios is where we're going to decide this one. And I have to say, we've talked a lot about the Houston story, but if you're a London fan, you're just looking at this going, oh no, we still lose to the Outlaws. It doesn't matter what the season is. Is this going to be the case this time?
We'll see as we get into our Ilios control series. We've seen a lot of teams play dive on this map, but different iterations of it have come out so far. Very interesting, though, we're seeing Blase on the Pharah. This is a very rare pick, with McCree being almost universally chosen. But if Glister comes out on the Symmetra, then I think Pharah could absolutely dominate the match.
Dante also going to a more historic pick of his, even before the Sombra, known for a great tracer.
Oh, you basically can't ask for a better matchup than this if you're a Houston fan. The Reaper and Moira comp, it's going to have a lot of point presence, but very vulnerable to getting picked off, and you've got no range hit scan to really pressure Blase on this Pharah. Yeah, Dante as well is going to be free.
Step 1 for London, get to the point without losing anyone. Easier said than done when there's a Pharah in the air, but now they're making their move. They're trying to get Ord to the point, and so far, Shui got slept. The rest of London in on the point. Outlaws poking from the side, but London gonna get first control. So far, London is doing their objectives.
Still, though, this is pretty much expected. Now it's time for the Outlaws to poke and prod, find a weakness in this team, but it's actually Muma who falls first.
Muma went a little bit too much into the box there, where it's stacked with London players. You gotta be more patient than that, Jake.
So far, Blase not able to find much of an opening on this Pharah. That's Bernard really shutting him down on the Diva. Glister as well, just doing his job, standing there on Reaper, putting pressure on Muma whenever he comes in. So Muma not able to charge much Primal Rage. Blase is going to switch over to the Doom, but this is going to force Houston into a much more brawly style. They do have a nano boost, though.
I would trust Blase to play Doom regardless of the situation after what we saw earlier today. We'll see if that trust is well-founded. Blase under bit pressure, and okay, well, down he goes. Maybe I was at fault for that one.
Maybe a bit of caster curse going on there. They do force the Coalescence out, though. That's a crucial defensive ultimate for the London Spitfire. Without that healing, they might potentially get caught off in the next fight. Sanguinar, though, 80% to the beat, so Houston would have to act fast to be striking before that window closes.
They are seeing their time quickly bleed away. 60% already for the Spitfire. This is a fight they need to get. Dante holding on to Pulse Bomb, looks for it, hits nothing but shield. Not what you're looking for here. Muma, meanwhile, getting very low on the outskirts. Blase unable to find a pick, but there it is. Gets Glister. That's a good way to start. Muma might be down, and so is Blase. Muma just kind of getting bullied right now, Jake.
So close to that Primal Rage, probably going all in, hoping he could finish it off, but London are just too quick to focus him down, and the control point is just ticking higher and higher. London, they're getting pressured on point, but still, oh, Dante's able to find the pickoff. That's massive.
Dante was not afraid of the Ryan in the corner. 6-on-5 for the Outlaws, and Blase is back on in. 91% for the Spitfire, but the Outlaws, they'll get their shot. This should be a point flip for the hometown team.
I should not have doubted Blase on the Doom. I take it all back. He's looking so clean, and now this is his moment. He's able to take whatever defensive position he wants, potentially disrupt London's move to point. I love this position from Blase. He knows London, this team comp, they have to rush to point. That's essentially all that this Reaper enables them to do. They don't have the range to fight in an open area, but Houston gonna look to stymie them, stifle that movement before they can actually cross.
You hear the crowd. They're chanting the Outlaws' name. Let's see if that's enough. Muma holding on to the Primal Rage. This is a fight that is usually pretty good for the Winston. Right near the outskirts. And can he knock anyone into the ocean? Let's find out. Blase, meanwhile, finds the Moira. The healing for the Spitfire completely devastated. And the Outlaws, once more, a great team fight. And Blase will not stop.
Very well played by Muma with the Primal Rage. First, he forces Krillin to use that Fade ability before actually committing the Primal, and then the Primal, along with the help of Blase, is able to clean up that Moira, and without that insane amount of burst healing, there's no way to survive the pressure that the Outlaws are putting out.
You know, it's a fun reminder. Doom got nerfed a little bit before this Overwatch League season. Tell Blase that.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to know or care, and I love that from Blase, playing with confidence, playing his best hero, and it's really working out. And another Nano Boost is available for Raucus. Who will get it this time?
Dante holding on to Pulse Bomb, shatter in from J-Mac, puts Muma to the ground. Muma, though, able to escape the Nano, a big part of that. He's frozen again. Muma again, under a rough spot, ends up falling. We'll see if Blase can bring this one back, but it's going to be more difficult. The Outlaws, though, this is overtime. They cannot retreat. Blase is down, and that might be the rest of the hope for the Outlaws at the same time.
Too many ultimates in the tank here for London. It looks like it's just all cleanup for them on this first round of control. They should be able to secure it. A last-minute contest from Muma on the Hammond. Quick rollout, but ultimately for naught, as everyone from London still alive, holding down the point. And that's the first round of map 5 going to the London Spitfire.
If you are the Outlaws, you're going, it's fine. We'll just make map 5 a microcosm of the entire series. We'll have our mini reverse sweep.
A mini reverse sweep to complete a macro reverse sweep. I'll take it. As we move on to this next control point stage, I want to see Blase starting off on the Doomfist. Bernard was just a little too adept at shutting down the Pharah. I think the Doom gets a lot more value. Even on that first map is arguably one of the weaker maps for Doomfist in this pool. So happy to see Blase on the same hero as we go into this Ruin stage. Should enable him to cross the map and follow up on what Dante can scout for him on the Sombra.
Also, I think Dante being on the Sombra is just a better pick in general. I think Sombra's a little bit stronger in this meta. Definitely, I think, an even stronger hero for Dante. So this is the best look for the Outlaws coming on out for what could be the final round.
Muma as well on the Hammond, gonna get vision on absolutely everybody. Call this out to his team. Lucio wants a fight, but I think Muma's ready for that duel.
Muma's ready for it, but he does have to get out. Doesn't want to spend too much time behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, Glister looking for his shots. The Outlaws, meanwhile, looking to dive on in. Muma, been all over the place right now.
He's eaten all the megas, and he's looking for more, but London, they're gonna have to cross the point soon. They can't stay in the backfield forever. J-Mac essentially all alone here, and a great punch from Blase pushes him off point again.
Meanwhile, though, Raucus is down as Muma, who is playing Hungry Hamsters, a little bit hungry for Glister in the back. Not a bad trade. The Outlaws with more progress on the point, as Blase waiting for the next opportunity. Again, too low, and ooh, can't quite get to the health pack.
But Jexa and Muma starting to find the pickoffs. Both supports falling for London, so no sustain left for this tanky comp. Now Muma able to just dance around them, put the pressure on. This should be first control for Houston with another huge spree by Jexa.
The Outlaws maintaining control, gonna get the first cap. And so far, the Hammond for Muma might be his best look all day long.
Definitely, I'm excited to see it. I think Winston gets targeted a little too quickly by this Mei, by this Reaper. Hammond a lot more durable, able to survive those dives into the backline, even if they get frozen, able to sometimes escape, unlike when Winston can often suffer in that same situation.
The other thing, too, about going to the Hammond, it got Glister off the Widow. They don't have to worry about the Widow threat. They just try and keep one off the point, but ooh, Raucus somehow gets picked off by Shui. I think it was a little bit deep in. That's a little bit difficult. The Outlaws do not have the healing to fight straight up now.
Definitely not. They're going to have to stall point, but they do have a lot of options for that. They are going to shatter Meko, but he's got the self-destruct as well with the EMP. There's no shields to block it.
EMP bomb out. It's enough to take down Shui, but I'm not sure it's enough to win the fight. London still looking pretty healthy on here, but Blase can change that real fast. Muma, though, down, and Blase finds Krillin, but J-Mac there on the punish.
Everyone from the Outlaws going in, just trying to stall this point out. Raucus is going to die again after control is flipped, so about halfway there for the Houston Outlaws, but so far, it looks like London now able to take control. They've got the sound barrier, no EMP just yet for Dante, but looks like both teams going to make a switch back to a more traditional Rhine comp, and I feel that Houston has a bit of an advantage here. Shui, with very little farm on his EMP, not going to have an opportunity to hack a Hammond because Movement already switched off to the Rhines. Great intelligence swap there.
The Outlaws are also working with a pretty big advantage in progress. So right now, this round is... Oh! Krillin just right hooked into the pillar. Really nice stuff from Blase, and that makes the fight easy. Or so you would think. Glister starting to bring it back on the other side, and the Outlaws might have counted their blessings a little bit too early here. But still looking for a way back in. London is still in control of this point, Jake.
Still, though, it cost Sanguinar his sound barrier just to keep that fight alive for a few more seconds. Glister stalling the point as well with his Wraithborn, trying to get these teammates back into the fight. And now it's JMax's turn to try and hold point. So you expect to see the aggression from the Outlaws coming in. They need to get this cap closed out. EMP from Dante to secure it.
Immediately drops the EMP. It's a 4-man EMP, and it's enough to seal JMax's fate. The Outlaws now swarming the point, looking for the retake. London at 63. But Houston looking like they're very close to getting it. London just trying to delay here, Jake.
Still, though, Shui able to farm his EMP up during the chaos, just delaying point here, but just delaying the inevitable, it seems, as Houston now in full control. The only issue is Shui does have that EMP, and Dante had to use his to secure the point. So what is Houston going to do to be able to survive this EMP Shatter combo? Kind of a classic Overwatch combo we saw so much of last season. They're going to have to be ready to let Muma take the Shatter and just try and keep him alive with the nano potential.
More than that, maybe don't let them get a clean team fight. Get an early pick with Doom, and okay, Muma a little bit far forward, immediately down, but there's Blase. The counter play on the other end deals with Shui. There won't be an EMP, and that means the Outlaws very well could take this fight. They just kind of baited Muma. It's like, yeah, take down Muma, it's fine. We got Blase, he's got 3 kills, and the Outlaws are doing it.
Blase, what an absolute hero for the Outlaws in their darkest hour. That's exactly what they need. You can't EMP if you're dead, he says. Muma, though, caught out with that default hack. Should signal opening. Bernardo, that's such a late pickoff. He won't be here in the final fight. Shui's going to have to touch point and teleport out. It's going to make it much more difficult to get a good EMP.
Just like an Optimus Prime here. Optimus Blase taking down the Decepticons. But now we'll see what Shui has. He still has the EMP, an upside of not having to use it last fight, but okay, he's in danger. Jexa chase him down as Brigida. Shui just barely able to get out. And now is the time for the EMP. Up, over, hits 4, and Muma immediately erased from the fight. And Glister gonna finish the rest off. But for the Outlaws, Jake, they still have time.
Definitely a retake will be coming in here. Unfortunately, though, for the London Spitfire, the only ult that might be ready is that sound barrier, and Dante has his EMP online already, so Outlaws, they've got a ton of ultimates to work with here. This is an advantage fight for them, but with only roughly 15 seconds left on the clock, it's time for the Outlaws to rally, make their way back into the point.
The crowd is on their feet. They want to see the Outlaws take this round, force a final round 3. Dante, all you have to do not fall. Get your EMP off. The Outlaws should have it. Moves to the back, drops the EMP, hits 3, Krillin's in danger, JMax down, and the Outlaws right back onto the point. And this is looking like a round 3 is very much in the cards.
It's very possible here. It's all Houston on the point. Bernard does find Raucus, but it shouldn't be enough here. JMac, desperation mode, gonna switch over to the Hammond. Shui has to teleport out again, can't even keep the OT going. And we're going to our final round of our final map. Can Houston do it? I believe.
What's better than a reverse sweep, than having a second mini reverse sweep on your final control map? The Outlaws, that is what they're looking for here. And it's all been powered by Mr. Blase.
Absolutely monstrous performance. I love seeing Dante back on his Sombra. He's been so comfortable and so confident on this hero before. Bring him out on it. You know, like we've seen other teams have success on this comp. Why not give it a try? It seems like this is something that Houston could really succeed at, given the star power that they do have on the roster.
The Outlaws, they were down in a hole, but they've fought it back. It's all even now between the Spitfire and the Outlaws. We'll see if they can bring this one home in front of the hometown crowd.
Very interesting, though. It's going to be a dive mirror, and with Shui and Sanguinar on that far Mercy, could give them a bit of an advantage. Doomfist can struggle in a dive mirror.
Shui up in the air, just going, if I'm in the air, surely the Doomfist cannot one-shot me. Mostly true.
Meko, though, going to be an absolute thorn in Shui's side. He's only just now able to turn his attention to the rest of the team, but Muma's dropping quite low, and Krillin dives in and on top of some good spam on Raucus.
Raucus, I think, went forward trying to heal Muma, but it wasn't enough. Instead, both are out of the fight. It's going to be an unceremonious, easy first take for the Spitfire.
Raucus getting picked off a lot in this final map. He's going to need to clean it up and stay alive, survive long enough to potentially match. But I love the switch from Blase onto the Tracer. This is going to give them a little bit more potential to poke up at that Pharah Mercy. A stick onto Muma. They need to finish this kill, but they can't. That's only going to charge up Raucus' Coalescence now.
Muma was real close to falling there. Luckily, right near a health pack. And the heals from Raucus kept him in the fight. Now the Outlaws looking for a way back in, putting faith in the Tracer. However, the air dominated by Shui. They're really waiting for the EP, but there's Blase! Wins the Tracer v Tracer. We'll see if it's enough. Right now, both teams 4 on 4. Shui, a lot of room to work with. Gonna be taking down Meko soon. There's the barrage over to the side and takes down Meko. That should be enough.
Maybe, though, Raucus still alive with his own Coalescence, keeping this fight going. Muma charging into the backline.
And right now for the Spitfire, how long do you try and delay? You still have Shui in the air. You still have a threat. But the Outlaws, they have more on the ground. And the Spitfire, right now, they're deciding to go back in, and Muma falls! Shui was able to find him, and Shui finds a little bit more than that, takes down Blase, and Shui can't be stopped! It's 3 for Shui!
Oh no, this is starting to look really grim for the Houston Outlaws. They've given up so much control, not able to get the flip during that fight. London able to build up their ults for another cycle. This will be Houston's last chance, really, to win a solid team fight, but they do have the tools that they need to potentially make it happen.
Now Houston truly down to their final chance. They fought so hard to bring this one back. Can they rally one more time? Blase moving on in, the pulse bomb ready. Holding on to the opportunity. Blister's pulse bomb does little. Jexay though down. Taken down by Bernard, the Outlaws fighting 5 on 6. Puma mid primal looking for the disruption. The Spitfire getting forced back a bit, but it's 95%. The Outlaws have yet to take down anyone on the Spitfire, and this is looking grim. Overtime it is, and Muma's down.
With D.Va out of suit, nobody's here to stop Shui's barrage. He is hacked though. Dante standing tall, trying to keep this fight going. Raucus with the Coalescence as well. Able to take down Shui. This could be the start of something. But still, the Outlaws, they need to regroup. They're spread all over the map.
They dealt with Shui right now, which is one of the bigger threats. They've bought themselves a little bit of time. Meko though, D-Mac the Spitfire holding on. But the Spitfire also have some room to play with. They don't have to invest everything into this fight. It's 9-0. Oh. Pulse bomb sticks! Jexay's down! Glistener making an impact right back into the fight. Shui's back in. The barrage, the finisher over the top. Outlaws, you came so far, but it wasn't quite enough. The Spitfire take the series 3-2.
Wow, the Houston Outlaws put on an absolute show there, almost making that reverse sweep happen, but it's London in the clutch. Shui's Pharah coming in so clean there, and it's so effective on well in the dive mirror. That Pharah able to slip past Meko, a known dominant diva. So Shui, we've got to commend him for that, able to stay alive, keep those fights going long, and that Pharah Mercy just really starting to clean up as the fights really drag out.
Seems like a really tough round for the Outlaws at the same time, where you look at that, it's really not a great Doom moment, especially when you're dealing with the Pharah. The Pharah play, very, very big brain. But of course, now you see it, the players shaking hands in our Coca-Cola victory moment. And you got to think both teams absolutely taxed after that one.
That was such a close series, blows being traded both ways. Houston not able to get their first win yet, but things look so good for them. So many great moments, especially seeing Linkser back in the lineup, dominating on the hit scan. Great moments from him, so hopefully his confidence able to return a bit, get some of that dominance back. But I mean, after the series, I could totally see Houston turning this season around.
I think if you're Houston, you look at the series and go, okay, you didn't walk away with the W, but it was still a positive takeaway here. It's not like you got swept, you almost brought it back.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the toughest thing to do as a team, especially when things are going pretty rough for you, to be able to be down in a series and still have the confidence, the hope, the trust in each other to be able to bring it back, or very nearly. And they did. They brought us as far into the series as humanly possible. I really think it was ultimately just a strategic issue here at the end, coming out on that Pharah Mercy, preemptively countering Blase's Doomfist, maybe starting to expect it at that point in the series. And it really gives them the first control. And from there, London doing a great job, to be fair, of snowballing that first control, staying aggressive on the dive pump, not letting Raucus in.
One of the key parts for London that really enabled this all day long, you gotta give it to J-Mac. in the main tank battle. He was blocking shatters. He was bullying Muma. He was everywhere, especially at the beginning of the series.
Yeah, we saw so many great plays from him, and as well, I want to highlight his Winston play on that final round, getting a lot done, being aggressive, following up those plays from his Tracer, from his Pharah, and opening things up as well for the Moira. J-Mac, such a dominant player on the ride, new face in the Overwatch League, but he's showing he belongs here. I saw him all series long, late, exactly last second charge blocks onto Muma, finding those shatter blocks for his team, just showing, doing everything that a Reinhardt needs to do.
And he was a player that people were a little bit critical of early in the season, going, I don't know, J-Mac looks a little bit shaky out there. Well, he's still a new player to the league. Sometimes it takes a few matches to really find your rhythm, and J-Mac today, one of the brightest spots of the Spitfire roster.
Definitely, what a great match, but let's check out what we have coming up for you tomorrow. Lots of very exciting matches in the docket.
It's a 4-match day. We're going to be kicking it off with the Uprising taking on, that's right, the Fusion, the #1 team in the league. After that, it's going to be the Eternal taking on what looks to be a very scary Atlanta Reign team. Then we move forward to Spitfire, looking for a little bit of mayhem as they look after Florida. And then we're going to end the day with the hometown team once more. It's going to be the Toronto Defiant, who did look mortal today, up against the Houston Outlaws. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in now. But the fun's not over quite yet. We got Watch Point to break down all the action we just saw.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Download free now.
Well, the GGs may already have been called in Houston, but fear not, fam. We've got you covered here on the Watchpoint post show in Los Angeles. Over here, joined by Custer and Reinforce, still going strong. We thought we might have a quick day on our hands. Couple 3-0s there, and maybe the game that we least expected to go the distance actually did. I mean, let's start with you guys on your standout players from today before we get into the meat and potatoes of it.
Ooh, standout players
or the things that stood out to you the most?
I think I'm going to go with recency bias, and I'm going to go with J-Mac. I think J-Mac was really solid. He was aggressive. He hit a lot of good shatters, and I think across the board, he sort of outplayed Muma. So I just a lot of impressive things from him, and looking forward to London and them playing more aggressive, because ever since they have started playing this style, they have won. Yes, it's been in both map 5s, but it's still positive signs.
Yeah. Look, this is an entertainment industry. He's not the best player in the world, but I'm a new fan of Shui.
Shui?
He was
I
good.
just love everything about Shui. He's not the best player in the game. Probably not even the best player on his team. But I just love watching Shui. He has a funny name.
So is that why do you like Shui then? What, so you said things that he's not good at, but what do you think?
Well, you know, when you watch so much Overwatch that we have, you feel like sometimes you can predict players, you can predict their ability usage, their ultimate usage, their hero swaps. I can't predict Shui. I feel like Shui's a madman, and I love it.
Dude, the Genji on Junkertown was the least. If you told me what could Shui go, I would never say Genji. And he went Genji, but he popped off. He ended up pushing it through the second point. He had that really good nano blade on third that looked like it was going to be awful, and then clutched it out. So
well, since we're on that last match, we can go a little bit deeper, I guess, into the one we just saw. Of course, we saw the home team, Houston Outlaws, make lineup adjustments and push the series to 5 maps. What did you like from Houston then specifically, as we spent a bit of time sort of waxing poetic about the Spitfire?
That they didn't swap Rockets and Rappel every map.
That's true.
You did like that.
I did like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you said like, right?
Yes, of course.
All right, that's my big takeaway.
All right. Do you prefer any one of the two of those on this roster?
I was gonna say Rappel, but you know, you gotta take it one step at a time, and you know, we got to see at least a stable flex support role, so you know, tomorrow I might bring you a new answer, but for today I'm satisfied with seeing one guy stick to it. Tomorrow I'll tell you whether I like Rappel or Rockets. One step at a time, Mitch.
That's fair. I'm good with
we
that.
talked about it. It doesn't really matter which one it was. We just needed some consistency, and Rockets played pretty solid. Like, I don't think you can really question it and say the reason they lost was because of Rockets. I did like the consistency. As you saw, they had Hydration Linkser whenever they wanted to play the meta with the McCree and the May, and they went over to Blase and Dante whenever they wanted to play some more dive and stuff like that. And, you know, we've given Blase a lot of, you know, disappointing looks throughout this season so far, but he showed that he is a great player and he does deserve to be in this league, especially on the Doom.
The problem with Blase was never that he's a bad player. We just think he was on the wrong role.
Well, he wasn't.
He gets to play
He
Doom.
wasn't a hit scan player.
Yeah.
First, he goes to Boston and gets forced to play Diva because RCK is out with an eye injury, and then he has to play hit scan. Now it feels like he gets to play something that's in his wheelhouse. So on one hand, you've got Blase, looks very good on the Doomfist, as we expected. That's his reputation there, sort of preceding him. But Linkser is back. Did he make the impact you guys were hoping to see from him?
He made some impact. That's better than none.
Yeah, there were positive signs. You know, on the hit scan, he looks like the person who should be on this role for this team. He went toe-to-toe with Glister on Junkertown, and you got to credit a lot to Linkser of that is why they won that map. He had a lot of clutch moments. He was sort of, you know, pushing back. Glister played an incredible game, and Linkser held him at bay for this match. And that's something that we haven't seen from the hit scan role from the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, London Spitfire was just a better team, and they had the better front line, and that contributed massively to their victory overall. But I think when you look at the DPS and the support matchups, okay, London Spitfire were better, but there were some positive signs, at least, in those departments for Houston Outlaws.
Is Meko getting the help he needs on this roster? Is he being set up?
That's the real question, right? Like, Meko seems to be getting punished a lot, and it's hard to really know looking from the outside. Is it all Meko's fault? Is he going too aggressive, or is he not getting that support? Meko needs to be putting pressure on the backline of the London Spitfire, and if he's not getting the healing or the support when he needs it, then it will make him look bad.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably a fine line, and I think Houston Outlaws are trying to figure it out, because it feels like at times Muma wants some more help, and that means that Meko has to be the one responsible for taking care of Muma. But at the same time, Meko's job should be, as you say, to harass the backline of the enemy team. So it's a fine line between helping your main tank and going for the enemy backline, and I don't think they've figured it out yet, because they look a bit off.
Let me button this up. Houston has lost matches against Boston, against Florida, against Washington, and against London. Who do they beat in the league. Who can they beat in the Overwatch League right now? For their fans who are looking ahead to the rest of their fixture, is there any... I mean, you already look checked out.
You've got me lost in thought now. Like, we...
When do they play? Do they play Boston Uprising again?
They might.
I think if you're looking towards the other teams that they're probably going to play soon, maybe Dallas Fuel, but Dallas have, they had some positive signs. Maybe Toronto Defiant. There are teams that if they
maybe Toronto. That's
if
nice.
They tighten things up, like obviously they have lost to who I would put 17, 18, 19th, and now they're 20th. So it's unlikely that they're going to beat any of these teams or that they're going to get a win anytime soon. But as we said, there are positive signs from Houston Outlaws. Yeah. They could improve and they could get better.
Okay, any last thoughts on Houston before we move on?
Please move on.
Okay, no, I'll do it. So coming up next, we're going to dissect everything that went down today between the NYXL and the Florida Mayhem, as well as the Defiant and Reign match. We'll see you in just a moment. We kicked off week 4 with New York taking on Florida. The NYXL looked dominant in the lead up to this match and in this game, Johnny. What are your thoughts on the damage shuffle up? We saw Libero come back in. A lot of people were asking for, a lot of people online said they wanted him to come in and fill that May role, and he comes in instead of SBB and Who Are You? What's your report card for Libero?
Well, very good. Great job. A+.
A+.
Love to see it. No, well, I mean, it looked really good. That's what I'll say. Yeah, it looks like they subbed in the A team. So I love to see Libero and Nene in the mix. They looked a lot better. So for sure, it looked really good. I love what I saw from New York. They played a bit more aggressive. They set up their team for plays. They started flanking, making individual stuff happen. Yeah, overall, just a great series from York Excelsior. I mean, it was a quick 3-0 against Florida Mayhem. Can't ask for much more, A+.
I think the positive signs for NYXL is we talked about it in the past that they're sort of struggling to go aggressive. They're trying to go aggressive and change up their style, but it was just off tempo, going too aggressive at the wrong time, using ultimates at the wrong time. But we didn't really see that from them today.
Yeah.
And Nene and Libero were being the proper amount of aggressive. They were really working and synergizing as a team. And they were sort of flexible with their players now that you have Nene and Libero in, and that's a great sign for hero pools coming in. They have 4 incredible DPS players that can play a wider variety of things, so it's exciting because, you know, they need to get these wins and then move on to better things when we get here.
Yeah, if there is one thing I'd like to, you know, highlight, it could be that maybe Manu and Hotba needs to work on their tank synergy a little bit, because Hotba was setting up for some plays sometimes, going for some flanks, and that left Mono to kind of die as a main tank. So there are some things to figure out. We'll have to see if they can perform well against a top team, because remember, they lost against Philadelphia Fusion last week.
And it wasn't
they have to perform against a top team and establish consistency. Because remember, New York Excelsior, the past 2 seasons, they were the dominant ones. Everyone was scared to play the New York Excelsior because they always lived up to the hype and they always performed really well. We have to establish some consistency this year from New York.
Now, quickly, it looked like Mano was trying to take some off angles of his own. He was trying to get big shatters to make plays there. Do you think that kind of hurt NYXL on Kings Row, especially when things started to fall apart a little bit towards the end? They got more aggressive.
I'm sorry, Costa. No, I'm sorry.
Maintain
love to
that.
see
That's
it.
fine.
Yeah, love to see it. Okay, maybe once you get to bumper levels, you can start to reel him in. Okay, calm it down. But for now, great stuff. Love to see you taking engagements and setting up for your own plays. If it gets out of hand, okay, we'll address it. But for now, it's better than nothing.
I think it was a lot of Mano trying to sort of set up for those plays, as you said as well. He was taking a lot of pressure. His shield was getting hurt, so he didn't want to just fall back into death. You know, a lot of main tanks get stuck in this idea of they just keep backing up into their team and then they get caught in a corner and then they just lose.
And then everyone goes down because the shield's still there.
Exactly, they have nowhere to go. So Mano seems to be taking these off angles to sort of divert attention and then giving them. Yes, he did get punished every now and then from the enemy Reinhardt, but you sort of got to take those and the team just needs to adjust accordingly when Mano makes these moves.
I think you guys brought up a great point off air. It's that as Reinhardt, when your shield gets down to about 600 to 500 health points, you already need to start moving out of the way. So with the nerfs to Reinhardt's overall shield health, you feel like you only have about 1,000 hit points of shield to play with.
Yeah.
Which even though it's more than obviously Orisa and Sigma, it's not a lot. So, you know, if you stand there doing nothing and let your shield get run over without trying to make a play with that time you've bought, I guess it can kind of hurt your team.
Yeah, and we saw Florida capitalize on that in this series where Karajan hit a lot of great shatters because they pressured Mano off and pressured his shield a lot. So credit to Florida for pressuring shield well.
Hard to estimate how long the shield's going to survive when the enemy team starts turning up the heat. But earlier we saw the Defiant taking on the Atlanta Reign in our second match of the day. Baby Bay was in, and he and the rest of Atlanta had their pretty impressive debut, making quick work of Toronto. Custer, what are your first impressions? We see Atlanta Reign out of the gates, but the first thing we see is that they don't make any lineup changes from last season.
It's kind of interesting because, as I said, they had all these amazing additions, yet they went with their tried and true roster. On top of that, they didn't seem to be just wanting to play the meta. I don't know if it was exactly a Toronto Defiant setup idea, but they played a very slow, bunker heavy with the Baptiste. Just every time it gets you right. They also played a lot of Brig though, and they had their like opportunities, and they played the double main tank. So it was just a sort of something different that we haven't really seen from a lot of teams. So it's impressive to see them playing their way and playing their style.
Yeah. We had a lot of question marks about Atlanta going into this year because we said like, okay, everyone rates them number 2.
We hyped them, right?
Yeah. Number 3, very hyped up, but we hadn't seen them play, okay? This is what I loved about Atlanta Reign. It looked casual.
Yeah.
They just dominated Toronto and it looked casual. And when you dominate so hard that you just play Torb and go for hammer kills against a good team, Toronto Defiant, I mean, that just screams dominance in my opinion.
Tell me about this comp, all right? It's double main tank with the Orisa. You've got Baptiste, Brigitte, and Torbjorn. Is this a counter, or is this, as Baby Bay put it, Atlanta playing their way? Because in the post-match interview, Baby Bay said that they were going to do the same thing against their next opponent.
I want to see how it works against a better team and someone that plays the meta really well. We've always sort of harped on Toronto that they don't seem the best at the McCree-May setup. If someone plays straight up meta, there must be a reason that they are playing the McCree-May and they're playing the straight up style. And Atlanta must have something figured out. If they are going to play this style, it is a very defensive and reactive way of playing the game. So against a team that's very proactive and very efficient with their ultimates, will it work? And that's the question that everyone...
Johnny, does that comp have any weaknesses that you can see?
I mean, it's just, on paper, I think that it is a weaker composition with holes in it that you can expose.
Is less mobile? Is that why? Or it's less...
Yeah, it is less mobile, and it's one-dimensional. Me and Costa, we've talked about this a lot this season, that if you play that double main tank, you are very one-dimensional, because all you can do is sit back and wait for picks and try to capitalize on mistakes. If you have a player playing the diva, okay, you can peel back, you can be defensive, but you can also go on the aggressive if you have to. So that is the one complaint with the composition. It's very one-dimensional, and when someone figures it out, you cannot make that swap to diva in the middle of a map. You have to wait for someone to take that spot like Hawk to sub in with the diva for the next map, so it's harder to adjust.
The issue is you have to play reactive as well, right? You have to wait for them to come to you. You saw them do a really good job against Toronto. Toronto, every time they're trying to set up, they made these, Toronto making these crazy moves of teleporters over here. It took them a minute and a half to set up any play that they wanted to do. And that's just Atlanta just making it incredibly hard for Toronto to set up. And they're also very good at reacting at the right times and making the right aggressive moves, because that's the hard part about playing these defensive comps, is finding the time to move, because at some point you do have to do something.
I feel like that Atlanta Reign defensive comp with the Torbjorn was started back with Defran when he made his debut. I remember the Ilios.
Just a throwback to the good old days.
It seems like it's part of their team canon right now. But there you have it. We've wrapped up a little bit on those. We'll come back after the break. We'll have Old Economy, and then we're going to preview tomorrow's matches. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
As previously announced, starting next week, March 7th and 8th, 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPS heroes will be unavailable for teams to select in the Overwatch League. Teams will only be allowed to use heroes from the available hero pool. Heroes will be randomly selected from a group of eligible heroes based on play rate data from the previous 2 weeks of Overwatch League matches. Only heroes that are being played at a rate of 10% or more from those past 2 weekends of matches can be rotated out from the next hero pool. No hero will be unavailable for 2 weeks in a row. Hero pools will not be used for the mid-season tournament, the play-in tournament, playoffs, or grand finals. All heroes will be available for those matches. So be sure to tune in to tomorrow's Watchpoint post show after all the matches have concluded for the Week 5 hero pool draw to see which heroes will be out of rotation. Whew, got that one out of the way.
That's
great.
I can't believe they gave us this responsibility.
Wow, great job, man. Red prompter. So quickly, we saw a lot of ultimates fall by the wayside. We saw some very good ones today in general, Johnny. But this one sort of stood out to us the most. It's time for Old Economy, presented by State Farm. Custer, take it away.
Yeah, so this is one that we saw. We have NYXL coming into the lineup for the Houston Outlaws, and he pops off. Okay, we haven't seen it right here, but this is Glister taking advantage of it. NYXL in this previous fight got 3 kills, but after he gets the 2nd kill and they've already won the team fight, he ends up using the Infrasight visor.
Mid-fight, right?
Mid-fight, when the fight's already over, and he ends up not having it for the next fight. Glister comes into this next fight and gets maximum value with the visor and pretty much secures this point win. And that's sort of a player getting a head full of steam whenever they use like the walls. And just sort of being like, I want all the kills. Okay. So now I'm trying to run with it. So it's kind of sloppy play by NYXL, sort of using that greedily, just trying to close the fight up.
Why is he using Infrasight after he has 3 kills and has this information? Like, isn't Infrasight to gain information in the first place?
That's sort of why I'm saying, like, it's just not good. And a lot of people do it. I do it in my ranked games because I want to get as many kills I can. But it is unfortunate because that did cost them. It was a massive thing. Having wall hacks in this game isn't a massive thing, and you saw Glister use it to full potential in that game.
No, it's different when you play against Widows that are above plat. So.
But my plat games are just equally as good because every time I play against a plat Widowmaker, I swear they're smurfing because I always lose. I don't understand it.
Right. You lost to, I mean, Sideshow on Farah.
Yeah, but Why'd you have to bring that up?
I would barely
we said we weren't going to talk about this.
Sideshow commentator there.
So I'm just throwing him under the bus. So what you saw in that video was what happened after the fact. So this is links are popping off here.
So here's the thing. He hits the kill. There's 4 people dead from the London Spitfire when he used that infrasight, right? So that's, you know, he's only finding 2 people. He's not using that. It's not going to be useful to win the next fight. And his Glister using it, and you see how much value they just get from the wall hacks. He can play super aggressive because they know exactly where Lynx is. JMac gets to just walk forward with the nano boost, and then he hits that.
That was the best part about the highlight.
Are you actually plat DPS?
Yeah, he is.
No, I'm a GM. I was top 500 DPS.
So why do you? That's what I thought.
Flat.
No, what? I'm a GM DPS.
Right.
Just because you're
everybody
in 5 doesn't mean
you decide. Tweet us. Is Custer a plat DPS or is he GM? Is he so state?
Check my account. Sure. I'm a God McCree one trick.
Yeah. check his account. Matt Mr. X is his account. Yeah, you'll see that he's plat.
Definitely
broadcast is going to be beginning 2 hours earlier tomorrow, by the way, guys. So make sure you wake yourself up and get yourself some cereal into you. It's 10 a.m. Pacific at noon Central Time. We've got 4 matches altogether.
Whoa.
Uprising versus Fusion. Paris Eternal take on the Atlanta Reign. That's going to be the Exi versus Dogman head-to-head. We have the London Spitfire take on the Florida Mayhem, and then the Defiant battle against the home team Outlaws. Custer, any of those really getting you excited?
Oh, I want to see Paris versus Atlanta Reign, okay? Paris has been looking incredibly good, especially after Hanbin's come into that roster. They've been just like taking everybody down. And then we have Atlanta today. They just put on a clinic against the Toronto Defiant. So I want to see how Atlanta does against a team that's sort of up and coming, and someone that's going to put them to the test, because we didn't really see Atlanta push to the limit today.
Isn't Boston-Philly like a American rivalry?
None of us are American.
Sports ball? We don't know. You're talking to 2 Australians.
Look, man.
We're just foreigners stealing the Americans.
If you ask about the footy, we got some great insights for us, but otherwise we got nothing for you.
You do hate Collingwood, right?
Oh, everyone hates
Collingwood.
Collingwood.
That's good. Well, I'd love to have a chance to talk a bit about that a little more, but that's going to be all for us today. Thank you very much for joining. Thanks for tolerating my presence here on the desk. I'll be back tomorrow, so tune in for the Watchpoint pre-show at 9:30 a.m. Pacific and 11:30 a.m. Central. Sadly, Mr. X will be back with us. We got him the booster seat, though, at the desk. Thanks for watching, everybody. Good night. See you tomorrow.
When do we get sold?